things are moving nicely. No issues or concerns there. Same thing with 59 until you get near Trustville. That's just a hot spot though as we head towards rush hour. We do expect to see some delays across the area, especially in the areas where it's raining. It's okay if folks are driving a little bit more slowly. Pell City to 459, 21 minutes, normal commute. Trustville to downtown is a 16-minute drive. All right, JJ.
All right, everybody stay weather aware today. As you can see, the wind is picking up, but we're going to tell you about an event happening Saturday. It's the MLK Drum Run. Stick around for that. It's Good Day continues after the break. We'll be back. Welcome back into Good Day, Alabama. We are live at the historic 4th Avenue District. And before the weather comes through, we're going to tell you about an event happening this Saturday. It is the MLK Day Drum Run 5K, which is happening right here. It starts right here. And joining us now is the founder and creator of it, Herman Mannings III. How you doing, Herman?
Hey, good morning, JJ. Good morning, Birmingham.
All right, Morehouse grad. And, of course, you're going to have a lot of the people come here. But this is a really unique run because as people run throughout the course, they're going to hear the sound of drums. That's what the drum run is.
That's right? Correct. Yeah, we're going to line the race course up with drum lines from all the different schools, and they're going to have fun. Not only are we going to have a 5K, we're going to have a 1 mile fun run that starts at 9 o'clock immediately after the 5K.
Yeah, and it's going to be an exciting because this is, you know, this has been going on now for how many years?
This will be year number 7.
Yeah.
Year number 7. So we're thankful for all our sponsors, all our supporters, and also our participants because we couldn't do it without them.
Now, of course, you're doing this to honor MLK because this is the MLK weekend, but you're also doing it to honor someone else.
Yes, we're also doing it to honor our board member and former host of the race, Mr. Anthony Jackson. Yeah. Unfortunately, his life was taken away from us a little bit earlier in 2022, and this race is dedicated to him this year. He was our scholarship chairman as well, because we give our scholarships to seniors here at the race too as well. Yeah. So to honor him this year, we have a new host. And this year's host will be Mr. JJ Pruitt himself.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you. I am honored to do that. I'm honored to do this.
Thank you.
And, of course, this race here is going to be this Saturday. It starts right here in historic 4th Avenue District. It's at 8 o'clock, as you said, and the 1 mile fun run, 9 o'clock. So can people register the day of, or would you rather them do it beforehand?
They can register the day of, but what we did, we extended the registration to online registration.
Okay.
So online registration will close tonight at 11:59 Central Time. Please go to MLKday5KBHAM.com.
And it's a number 5.
Yes, the number 5.
Yeah.
And you can register online. Unfortunately, we cannot guarantee your T-shirt and your T-shirt size at this point, but we can guarantee you fun. We can guarantee you inspiration, fitness, and fellowship, and scholarships for our senior participating drumline students.
And that's what it's all about. And that's why they want you to run, because they're raising money for scholarships. Of course, as the website says, MLK Day, the number 5K, BHAM.com. We'll see you out here Saturday. We're going to talk more about this. Make sure you guys stick around. And everybody stay safe today for that weather. More coming up as Good Day continues.
Well, as you can see on the bug on the screen, there is a tornado watch posted, not a warning. Conditions favorable for a tornado to occur, but we don't have any warnings in our area. So we'll keep an eye on it, bring you the latest after the break.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2 3 4. Mic check, 1 2 3 4 5. Mic check. You got it. Thank you, sir.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Welcome back in, everybody. We'll get you updated on the weather in just a moment.
All right, but right now let's take a look at our pet pick. And we have Ginger.
Oh my goodness.
I love that name, Ginger.
I do too.
So Ginger's a 7-year-old greyhound. She's one of the ones who retired, Mike, from racing.
Okay.
And now is one of the TLC comfort dogs at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport.
I love that, yeah.
Isn't that great? So being a therapy dog, she likes to hang out too at the Gadsden Library and have kids read to her. So she lives with Trish and Arrow Sparks and her greyhound sister in Gadsden.
You know, I'm seeing that more and more in airports across the country.
Yeah.
And I think they really do help a lot of passengers who might be stressed out because their flight's delayed or whatever.
Yeah, well, I think she looks so sweet, and we just love that she has this great life after racing.
No doubt.
All right, if you'd like to send us a picture too, it's gooddaypetpic@wbrc.com.
All right, let's get you right to our First Alert weather team, Mickey and Matt.
Okay, let's take a look at that dog walking forecast. If some of you want to get out and walk your dog now, if you're living in our central eastern counties, it'd probably be okay at 8 a.m. But let's really pay attention to what's going on as we get into later on this morning and early afternoon. Later on this afternoon, areas into central and west Alabama will probably be okay to get out and walk the dog. It's going to be a little bit breezy though, and have multiple ways of receiving information today. You can check our forecast on those iHeartMedia stations and scan and tap to get the app. That's always available, or just do an app search for you in your app store for First Alert WBRC. Tornado watch is issued for our area, for most of our area, until 1 p.m. and it's very likely that will continue on even into Georgia. But we just invite you, like I said, to have in multiple ways of receiving information. So far, so good for us. We've seen some storms, and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings now issued for parts of Mississippi. They did have a tornado warning into northeastern Mississippi, but that's been allowed to expire. But we've got a lot of rain, some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds possible from northern Lamar County through Marion County and into western parts of Winston County. So areas just above Double Springs, just above Brilliant and Guin and Sulligent, well, that's going to be headed a little further to the south and east as the morning progresses. So this is the initial band of showers and storms that are moving in, and this is the direction these are moving, to the northeast. So that's going to continue to advance off to the east, northeast. Temperature readings are in the 60s, so we are well above seasonal averages with unstable air, and we have a wind advisory from 6 o'clock this morning. It's already started till 6 p.m. So far the winds are picking up a little bit in the Haleyville and Fayette, and Hamilton at 21 miles per hour, but 27 mile per hour winds into Haleyville. So here's kind of a squall line, so to speak, and you can see a pretty narrow band of precipitation associated with this. Now we can see some brief but heavy downpours, but watch how fast this system's moving. That shows at 1 p.m. it's already cleared Coleman, Jasper, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, Hamilton, Aliceville should all be in the clear by early this afternoon, and you can see it advances pretty quickly into East Alabama. So we're thinking after 3 or 4 p.m. moves out of our area, and then it's over. It's done. There's nothing back behind all this except for residual moisture, light precipitation that could even accompany a few snow flurries going into tomorrow. But it's that narrow band of rain and storms that are going to be pushing through. Damaging winds the primary threat, but can't rule out isolated tornadoes with that tornado watch. So this includes several counties here, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. into our western counties. So even though it moves through pretty quickly one given area, when you encompass several counties, that's the window where it could be moving through. And could get more intensity. That's why this greater risk area, because that's more into this afternoon. You get more heating of the atmosphere, a little bit more instability. So central, let's say the I-65 corridor eastward, let's really pay attention to this as we get into the later morning hours and into the afternoon hours for East Alabama. Now let's look beyond this. As the system quiets down tomorrow morning, we're off into the 30s, and we might even see some snow showers mixed in with the rain. Don't get your hopes up. It's too warm to have any kind of accumulation. You can see temperatures staying above freezing, but you might get some light snow mixed in with some rain just coming down during the day tomorrow, with temperatures above the freezing zone. Let's get to our extended forecast again today. I just want you to be weather aware. We could see damaging winds and isolated tornadoes. Cooler air set to arrive tomorrow. Dries out this weekend. We have morning temperatures forecast to go below freezing. Highs starting to warm closer into seasonal averages by Sunday. Then another warming trend. We're back into the upper 60s to low 70s, we think, going into next week, with another chance of rain on the horizon for next Tuesday. That's a look at our forecast. Now let's check in with Toy.
All right, Mickey, thank you very much. Seeing delays out there, the road's starting to light up as we, of course, are in rush hour right now officially, and 65, 280, really seeing it. 459 looks pretty good right now, but that's where we're really starting to see those slowdowns again on 65 and 280. Now, the showers we were seeing earlier, starting to really seeing that more so out east, St. Clair County dealing with that on I-20. So right now, at least for now, until what Mickey was talking about comes to the area, we're in the clear in most of the area. Regular Down 1 cent for average Alabama gas at $3.02. Premium no change from yesterday at $3.78. Diesel down 1 cent from yesterday at $4.45. All right, Lyndon.
Thank you, Troy. We have a first alert for storm shelters that are now open in our area. These are the ones that I have knowledge of and have confirmed. I'll show this full screen right now. Storm shelters open in Chilton County. The Cedar Grove Fire Department there in Thorsby and in Jemison are open. In Calera, their storm shelter that's next to Calera Elementary School, that is now open. In Cherokee County, these storm shelters opening in just over 20 minutes. They open at 8 a.m. They're going to be at the FEMA building in Leesburg, Sandrock Storm Shelter, New Bethel Storm Shelter, and the basement of the Cherokee County Courthouse. Those are 4 shelters in Cherokee County that will open at 8 a.m. So again, if you have severe weather coming towards your area, be sure to check with your local EMA for those storm shelter openings, and I will continue to look and see if I can confirm more storm shelters that are opening ahead of this severe weather line that's about to come through our area. That's the latest on that. We'll send it back up to the studio.
All right, new this morning, House Republicans passing the Born Alive abortion bill. Now, this bill would require a health care provider to preserve the life of a baby born alive during or after an attempted abortion. Intentionally killing an infant born alive is already considered a homicide in the United States. Now, meanwhile, Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall is speaking out this morning after the FDA finalized a rule that allows retail pharmacies and mail order companies to offer abortion pills. Under Alabama's Human Life Protection Act, elective abortions, including abortion pills, are not legal. So the impact of this new rule on Alabama is limited. Attorney General Steve Marshall says there have been some misconceptions that women receiving abortions in Alabama can be prosecuted. But he clarifies only those who provide the abortion can be prosecuted under state law. That includes providers who prescribe abortion pills.
That's providing an abortion which our law is not allowing. Again, not targeting the woman herself, but in fact targeting those providers to induce the abortion. And so our focus, again, is making sure that in all situations that a woman's life is protected. We care as a state, as a matter of law, about the life of the unborn. And not only is the FDA's actions reckless here, but it's directly in conflict with Alabama law.
Now, Marshall does say Alabama has a separate law that says if a fetus is harmed by taking other illegal drugs, such as narcotics, the mother can be prosecuted under the chemical endangerment law. An Alabama inmate is facing new charges accused of setting the chapel at Elmore Correctional Facility on fire. Department of Corrections employees say they were investigating a report of contraband when an officer noticed a fire at the chapel. Officials say inmate Noah White was caught trying to leave the scene, then later admitted to setting the fire. He is currently serving a 100-year sentence for multiple charges, including attempted murder. Several fire departments responded to the fire and got it under control. Covering West Alabama now, where several bridges are in need of repair and important upgrades, but one bridge in particular will need to be completely replaced. Kelvin Reynolds is live from Tuscaloosa County to explain why. Good morning, Kelvin.
Hey, good morning to you, Sheldon. We're talking about a bridge that's in northern Tuscaloosa County. It's in the Samantha community. Tuscaloosa County has over 200 bridges in it. About 6 of them either need to be repaired or done over completely. We're told that they're going to do the one that is over the North River in the Samantha community. And it was built back in 1948. Tuscaloosa County commissioners tell us that structurally the bridge is still sound, but it's narrow. And according to people who have to drive over it frequently, many of them concerned that it's just too narrow for some of the bigger vehicles that are driving over it right now. We got a chance to talk to one woman who described why she's fearful every time she has to cross that bridge.
And if I see a big truck coming, I just brake and wait until they come across and then cross, because it's so narrow, it's very high up.
And we're told that a new bridge could be put there either in 2025 or 2026. The cost of doing that is going to be around $3.7 million. Kelvin Reynolds, WBRC, Fox 6 News on your side.
All right, thanks, Kelvin. How about this? He's still recovering, but now Buffalo Bills' Damar Hamlin is at home. The NFL safety was discharged from the hospital in Buffalo just 9 days after suffering that cardiac arrest on the football field. Now his miraculous recovery continues to go well, according to his doctors. They say they completed a series of tests and they are confident he can safely continue his recovery at home, but they are still trying to figure out exactly what caused his heart to stop beating. As for returning to the field, Bills head coach Sean McDermott says Hamlin's health comes first, but the team will welcome him back whenever he's ready. They do host Miami on Sunday in the first round of the playoffs. Jacksonville State is phasing in a new look, and this is the school's new logo. It's the first time the university updated its visual identity in nearly 15 years. It places greater emphasis on the university's nickname, Jack State. The updated logo will be phased in over the next few years. A hero at the Bright Star restaurant.
Little girl came over, teary-eyed, saying, "Thank you for saving my dad's life."
How that security guard will be honored today for saving a choking man.
Lyndon Blake at the First Alert desk. We have a first alert for the latest inflation report. I want to bring this up. This broke just minutes ago from Bloomberg. U.S. inflation cooled again in December. That's giving the Federal Reserve room to slow the pace of interest rates hikes. On a monthly basis, prices actually slipped 0.1% from November to December. This is the first drop since May of 2020, so this is a good sign that inflation is slowing down here in our country. I'll continue to follow this and bring you updates from the First Alert desk. Janice, up to you.
All right, thank you very much, Lyndon. Well, now to this story. It is just pretty incredible. Happening today, a Jefferson County security officer will be honored for her bravery. She saved a man's life who was choking as he was eating dinner at a restaurant in Bessemer. WBRC Fox 6 News reporter Lauren Jackson spoke to the local hero about what happened.
Be available, be alert.
A constant mindset for Suzette Whitted, and one she thankfully had while eating at her favorite restaurant, Bright Star, on December 22nd.
Yeah, we was like sitting right here, They were sitting in the corner. When I saw his face, I knew he needed my help right away.
She says the man stood up and motioned toward her. He was choking and couldn't breathe.
Went into mode thinking, okay, this is a Heimlich maneuver situation.
Though she says she was nervous, her training kicked in right away.
At that point, I started thinking, is this really working? My coworker who was in front of me said, Suzette, I think you got it after so many pumps, okay? When we looked down, that all of the food had thrust from his throat.
Suzette said the entire room burst into applause once the man could breathe again.
One of the most emotional moments for me was when his little girl came over, teary-eyed, saying, thank you for saving my dad's life.
Suzette got a photo with the man, B.J. Parker. Two strangers now bonded for life.
As far as my duty is to help, and I always try to help. I mean, it's just an honor to be able to save a life because there's so many people losing their life.
Now, Suzette will receive the special recognition at today's Jefferson County Commission meeting. That's pretty special. Well, bye-bye, Sierra Mist. What's going on here? Pepsi replacing one of its drinks with a new twist? What soda you can now try? You're looking at it there. We'll talk more about it when we come back.
First alert, we have a tornado watch posted for our area until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We're watching this line of showers and storms get closer to us into North Alabama, just north of Marion County. There's a tornado warning, it looks like, but lots of heavy rainfall and lightning strikes there just south of Hamilton. This includes Detroit, the Brilliant area, Highway 278 just covered up with heavy rainfall from Hamilton all the way to Double Springs. So if you can avoid travel there on 278, probably a good idea. And then I-22, when you get up towards the Hamilton area, it's coming down pretty heavily there as well. So we're watching this, but no severe storms in our area as of yet. This narrow band of rain and thunderstorms moving through our area today, and it'll be in and out of different areas pretty quickly. But it looks like we could see heavy rainfall, hail is a possibility, damaging winds, and we can't rule out some of those isolated tornadoes. So more coming up throughout the morning. Let's head back over to Tori for now.
All right, Mickey, thank you very much. We are looking at things on I-65 here. If you're traveling northbound, looking pretty good through Chilton County and Shelby County. Highway 31 looking good as well. Once you get to, of course, 459, we're dealing with normal delays, not because of the wet weather now. This is just what we deal with at 7:51 on a weekday morning. And this is expected, of course, 65 lit up as well as 280 and parts of 2059. Keeping an eye on things, of course, for crashes. Hoover to downtown, look at that. 25 minutes. Folks traveling at an average speed of 26 miles per hour. And you see why right there as we take that live look at 65 at 31. All right, Mike and Janice.
Toy, thank you very much, sir. Time for the Good Day Buzz. So Pepsi says it is out with the old and in with the new. I personally don't like that phrase anymore. However, it's a personal thing. All right, well, they're getting rid of Sierra Mist.
What?
Yes, and replacing it with a drink, they're calling it Starry.
Okay.
Starry? But it is still a lemon lime soda meant to compete with Coca-Cola's Sprite. Starry will be caffeine free, and the flavor is, quote, true to fruit and more aromatic.
Okay.
You may already be seeing these in store shelves. I'll try it.
I'll try the sugar-free version, or
Yeah.
the zero version, yeah. Oh, some people do whatever it takes to get out of parking tickets. Would you let a robot, though, handle the case for you if you took it to court? The world's first robot lawyer from Do Not Pay is heading to court next month. The artificial intelligence will instruct defendants on how to respond to judges. Defendants will wear a Bluetooth connected to earpiece there, and the AI, artificial intelligence, will whisper what to say.
I don't know
Now,
about that.
according to Do Not Pay, the company will cover the fines and pay the defendants for participating in the experiment. But my question is, can the robot be held in contempt? And what if they can't handle the truth?
Movie lines, movie lines. Hey, today would make the perfect day to thank a pharmacist. It's National Pharmacist Day. They've done a lot for us, from filling prescription, of course, to being credited with inventing Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and ginger ale. That gives you, they give you your meds along with advice on what you're taking, and some even give vaccinations, as we all know. A lot of pharmacists also do research, discovering and testing new medications. So thank a pharmacist today if you see one. I do ask them for advice a lot when you're sick with something, like what should I take?
Yeah, they're very knowledgeable, absolutely.
Thank you to our pharmacist.
All right, JJ.
That's right. Hey, Herman didn't invent Coca-Cola or anything like that, but he did invent the MLK Day Drum Run. We're going to talk to Herman and tell you how you can participate this Saturday. Coming up when Good Day continues after the break. We'll be back. Good day, Alabama. We're back here in historic 4th Avenue District. This is the site and the spot where the MLK Day 5K run is going to be taking place this Saturday. Herman Mannings III joins us, and Herman, this is amazing spot right here. You, of course, you definitely representing MLK by putting it in the historic district. This is the area where, back in the day, this was a thriving, only African Americans could only come, right?
That's correct. From a business standpoint, this is the only place we can come shop, have fun. So it brings a real good spirit to the race, bringing it back here.
Yeah. And speaking of that, it's going to start here. You got, like I said, you're going to go 5K. It's going to be through the city, right?
Yes, the 5K is going to go through the historic Birmingham Civil Rights District, through the Innovation District on the south side, through the Rotary Trail, back down Birmingham Green, and then back down here. So you're going to get a real picturesque run and a good workout as well.
Yeah, we got a little storm coming through today, but it's going to be great condition for running. It's going to be a little cool Saturday, but you said perfect weather, right?
It's perfect weather. It's not going to rain. Every year we always have a little, a little feud with the weather and stuff, but this year we're going to be good. I was looking at the sign across the street, the Carver Theater, Saturday, 47:30. That's good for me. And we're going to have a good time the first thing that morning. So
and of course, people out there watching, I mean, like I said, this is a little different run because they're going to get a little motivation from drum lines around the course.
Yes, we have drum lines from Parker High School, Ramsey, Pleasant Grove, Freestyle Percussion Foundation, Exposure Development Corp. We also have Minor High School. So we have different drum lines, Midfield High School as well. So they're going to line different places on the course to keep the beat while the runners and walkers go through the course.
There you go. All right, guys. Well, hey, it is this Saturday. It starts right here on 4th Avenue on 17th Street right here at the park. And, of course, for more information, you can go to MLK Day, the number 5K, BHAM.com, and get all the information. Sign up for the race there. You can also call the number that you see on the screen there as well for more information. And, of course, we've got more coming up on Good Day. Stick around. Everybody stay weather aware today. More coming up as Good Day continues.
Live and on your side, you're watching WVRC Fox 6 News Good Day Alabama.
Well, a good portion of our viewing area under a tornado watch right now until 1 o'clock. The WBRC First Alert Weather Team tracking the storm system you're seeing right now as it moves into part of northwest Alabama.
And with that threat of severe weather, there's a good chance it's going to flood here in the community of Norwood and Birmingham. Coming up, we'll show you how the city's working now to fix it and when they say they'll be done.
All right, we are taking a look at Birmingham, Alabama here at Red Mountain from Tower Cam, and you see the clouds there kind of moving in. And we welcome you in to the 8 o'clock hour. Good morning. I'm Janice Rogers.
And I'm Mike Beverly, and I was walking by, of course, Matt and Mickey are tracking this system. I saw on the radar, it shows all those lightning strikes and a ton of them associated with the storm system. So let's get the latest on that from Mickey. Mickey?
Good morning. Hey, Franklin and Lawrence counties, this is just north of our area. They're dealing with a tornado warning. There's a tornado watch posted for our area, and there you can see the bright lights as we zoom in on some of these storms pushing through our area. Again, Franklin and Lawrence just north of our area. If you have loved ones up there, that tornado warning extends till about 8:15. But we're getting some heavy rainfall, and Mike mentioned the lightning strikes. Highway 278, this is from Hamilton all the way to Double Springs. It is coming down hard in these areas. Northern Lamar County as well. Near Sulligent, Detroit, Vernon, we're looking at some heavy downpours and some lightning strikes associated with this. So yeah, we're keeping an eye on it for you. But no warnings issued for our area, but warnings off to our north and off to our west. Mississippi dealing with some severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. Now let's follow kind of a timeline for this system as it rolls through. It's a rather narrow band of rain and thunderstorm development at 11 a.m. Stretches down from Blount County into eastern Walker, northern Jefferson, western Jefferson County into northern Bibb and parts of Tuscaloosa County and Greene and Hale counties at that time. Beyond that, at 1 p.m. it's an East Alabama storm system, and it stretches, I say East Alabama, I-65 corridor still impacted into the Chilton County area, but then it extends into Talladega, Calhoun County, Cleburne County at about 1 p.m. And watch this, by the time when we get to 3 or 4 p.m. it's over. The storm threat is gone. It's that narrow band of rain and thunderstorm development. We could see maybe an isolated tornado develop out ahead of that, but damaging winds. I don't think we're going to get a ton of rain out of this, but we could get some damaging wind, lightning strikes, and even some hail associated with it. We'll spend more time on this coming up in just a little bit, but right now, let's get the latest on the traffic situation with Toy.
All right, thank you, Mickey. We are looking at things across the area, and we're seeing our normal congestion here. This is rush hour 8:04 rather on a weekday morning. This is what we deal with. 65 here at Lakeshore is what we are seeing, and you see that slow-moving traffic there because of congestion. Unclear if anything is going on. We don't have any reports of crashes or incidents blocking any lanes right now, but we are certainly keeping a close eye on things for you here. As we look at things across the area, not too bad, but again, we're lit up because of rush hour 59 southbound of Trussville, 2059 of course northbound in Fairfield, 65 northbound in Hoover, of course Vestavia Hills, as well as the Homewood area, and of course 280. None of those areas are uncommon for traffic on the roads at this time of morning. We'll keep an eye on things though. Sheldon.
All right, Toy, thank you. Some schools in our area are taking advantage and action ahead of the threat of severe weather today. Listen to this as Walker County students, they are learning from home today. That district taking the advice from the Emergency Management Agency about the potential risk of school buses being out when the storms hit. Also, we know that Demopolis City Schools are closed today over the threat of storms. Classes will resume tomorrow as normal, and we will alert if we hear anything from other school systems that might be letting out early today. Monitor it all both on air and on the WBRC News app. And with storms coming, there is always a concern for flooding. This hour, an update on that work that's started on a new project to try and prevent flooding issues in one part of Birmingham. We're talking about the Norwood Boulevard area. You're seeing it there. Now, part of that street is known to flood. Russell Jones is live this morning with more from the city on what to expect. Russell?
Hey, Sheldon, yeah, we're actually at the area where that flooding happens, and city crews are out here working. You can see they were just a minute ago cutting into the ground, trying to create a gutter, trying to fix this flooding problem that residents out here have been dealing with for years. We've been out here many times. It's kind of like a flash flooding situation. When a heavy rain comes through, it'll flood right here, and then it'll go away. But folks have been dealing with it for a long time, and city says they're working to fix the problem, and indeed, there are crews out here working to fix the problem, even with the bad weather going on today. Now, we did speak to city engineer Mike Eddington. He said they're going to continue to work to fix this problem, hopefully have it done before too long. He says they're going to replace broken and clogged pipes, put in some new inlets, some curbs. I saw him this morning working on these gutters. He says that's another big emphasis they want to take care of, and then eventually they're going to repave this entire road once they get all this done. And he's optimistic this is going to fix the problem.
That's going to eliminate an area that has standing water in it that stays there for several days after it rains and has caused problems with the roadway. So that'll help that problem and get the water out of there faster.
Well, obviously, it's not going to help today with the flooding that could happen here, but they said they're going to get this done as quickly as possible. But still, they're looking at about 6 months. They're hoping to have it done by June. Reporting in Birmingham, Russell Jones, WBRC Fox 6 News, on your side.
All right, meanwhile, out west, take a look at this new video that shows some of the treacherous conditions caused by the rare waves of storms hitting parts of California. Rock slides are a real concern for people there, and here's an example as to why. A man in Malibu says he is fortunate to be alive after missing being hit by this giant boulder by mere seconds. He says he had just stepped out of his car to answer a call from his girlfriend when the rock hit. And as you heard earlier, flooding is a major concern in the Golden State, and right now the famous Monterey Peninsula could be turning into an island surrounding residents. Officials have issued evacuation orders until further notice for those living in low-lying areas, and another storm system is tracking towards the west coast this weekend. And on the other side of the country, a man was rescued from a trench collapse after being trapped for more than 8 hours. The collapse happened Wednesday afternoon in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where we're told 2 men were working when the trench collapsed. One worker made it out, but the other became trapped in dirt up to his neck.
The trench was heated. We monitored the atmosphere, the air quality in the trench at the whole time. He was given fluids and he was given just general pain medication while he is in the trench. So the whole time he was in the trench, he was under the paramedics' care.
And the man was pulled to safety just after 10 o'clock last night. We're going to go on ahead and send it over to Mickey because there is a tornado warning in our area. Mick?
Yes, we're just getting thank you very much. We're just getting some information here coming down the pike. Tornado warnings just popped here. This shows Boer Tush. That's the area where we're seeing possible rotation. This is just south of Haleyville, just issued by the National Weather Service, and we're trying to collect all the data here right now. Now, these storms have been moving to the northeast, and we'll get the motion and kind of an ETA, but we've got several rural areas. That looks like some hail. They've had reports of pea-sized or dime-sized hail associated with these storms, and we were saying it'd be the 8 o'clock hour when this starts to pop, and sure enough, that's what we're dealing with. 8:09 here in the morning, and we have right through here a tornado warning's been issued and moving into the Moulton area at about 8:36, and as this continues to move to the northeast. What is the direction of that? Let me see if I can get some more data through our First Alert weather app. That moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Northeast at 45 miles per hour. So 807, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, is located near Haleyville, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Flying debris, this is where you want to enact your tornado safety drill if you live in these areas. Go to the center of your location if you can. Hopefully by this time you've gotten out of the mobile homes and so forth, but move to the central part of your dwelling if you can. If you can get underground, a basement is really the best place to go. So this is what we're tracking. right here, my buddy Matt Daniel running radar for us, and so we have the center of circulation not quite as well defined. I don't know if we can get our tornado detection. So right in through here, we're probably picking up this tornado that is just to the southwest of Ashridge. So that's going to be moving right through here. So it's going to be moving through Ashridge in this northeasterly clip at about 45 miles per hour. That's going to come very close to Pleasant Hill. Beyond that, we have Grayson, and just to the south of there is Ellaville. So all moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. These storms, we were seeing some of this pop into Mississippi a little while earlier, and we had one into Lawrence County that is dealing up there. But now we're starting to see some of this pop. This is near DeFore and moving up towards the Addison area at about 8:41. So these storms, while we were looking at damaging winds, the primary threat, that looked like the tornado threat was a little bit more magnified as we received some information in this morning. I'm going to head over to Matt Daniel now. Matt, what you looking at over there?
Yeah, we just got information from the National Weather Service. This is a confirmed tornado in Winston County. This is just southeast of Haleyville. So you need to take this warning seriously. It is now confirmed. We do have a tornado creating some damage, lifting up debris and lofting it into the air. We are getting that confirmation. So they're saying it's over Ashridge, or just 7 miles east of Haleyville, and it's moving off towards the north and east. So if you're in the Ashridge area, Ellaville, make sure you go to your safe place. Remember, you want to stay away from windows, the lowest floor in the center part of your home. If you are driving right now, you need to stop and find an inside building. If you know people that live in northern portions of Winston County, make sure that you give them a call and let them know there's a tornado confirmed approaching parts of the Ashridge area in the Rock Creek, Ellaville. You are in that warning. This is a confirmed tornado. When this polygon goes from red to purple, that means it is confirmed. So we are watching this. Very obvious at this point. You see where the green and the red make place, Ashridge towards Pleasant Hill. This is where we're seeing that storm. So we're looking at areas like County Road 107, County Road 2 as well. This is where the rotation, the confirmed tornado, is approaching. So no one needs to be out on the roadways at this point, as this is a confirmed tornado. I'm going to actually turn on a feature called correlation coefficient. It's a very fancy word, meaning that we're watching debris get lofted in the air. So we are seeing sort of some of that debris perhaps being lofted in the air, and that's why we're having that confirmation. But definitely seeing increasing rotation within the storm. It is now approaching Pleasant Hill as we speak, along with Ashridge area, County Road 2. If you are near the Rock Creek area, we are also seeing that center of the storm getting closer and closer. It may just trend just to the north, but if you're anywhere along Highway 33, you've got maybe 5 minutes or so before this rotation moves right over that area, because this storm is rapidly moving up to the north and east, right around, looks like 45 miles per hour. So this is a fast mover. It's probably going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it, but we're seeing increasing lightning, unfortunately, right along where we're seeing that intense rotation on the radar. When you see green and red, you want to get under the bed. You want to make sure you're in your safe spot. So Ashridge, County Road 2, Pleasant Hill. If you're hearing any of these locations, make sure you go into your safe spot immediately. If you're watching us right now, you know people that live in northern Winston County where that tornado warning's issued. Please let them know immediately there is a confirmed tornado. Tell them to tune in to watch us, and we will be here watching this and tracking this pretty quickly. But yes, I want to try to name out more areas. The Grayson area, Ellaville, this storm is included. You're included in that warning, and based off this track, it's going to get very close to Grayson. So if you are in the Grayson area, County Road 63, we're looking at the Ellaville area, Moreland area. You are under that tornado warning as it's advancing off towards the north and east. But I do not like the signs of this particular signature on radar. Definitely intensifying, unfortunately. And when you start seeing these bright green colors, that's indicating extreme winds aloft that are making it to the ground.
And Matt, I tell you,
yeah, Mickey.
That's one of the better things about our radar that we have now is we can actually detect debris signature of getting on the ground. That's why we have a confirmation that this is actually a tornado. Just advances in our technology that allow us to see a debris signature associated with this. So we also have a tornado detection, and it just shows the green to and the red away from this particular cell. So this is showing definite signs of rotation right in here through County Road 107, and this is a confirmed tornado warning set to expire within the next 43 minutes. There's also in Lawrence, Limestone, and Morgan County a tornado warning issued there. If you have loved ones up there, you might want to contact them. But this continues to move to the northeast. Look at that. That shows some hail associated with that. Speaks to the height of this thunderstorm, and typically these higher ones are the more dramatic. This is what are we looking at right here? This is the triple threat here. Oh, 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with that. So and half-inch sized hail associated with that as well. So that's a hail core right in through there, and it speaks to the height of this thunderstorm, a little bit more dramatic than what we were seeing earlier on radar. So this is up through Pleasant Hill, Ash Ridge area. This is just to the north of Rock Creek, on the way up towards Ellaville. So just want to give you a heads up. This is this band of rain and thunderstorms that it looked like this morning they were upping the tornado threat a little bit higher, and we're under a tornado watch until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So even if you're not in this warning area, just need to have a heads up later on today. Right in through here, this is where we could be seeing this signature of that tornado. And so areas just to the north and east of that, I don't know if we can get an ETA box. It's a pretty rural area, so we might have to expand the view somewhat to get more cities in this area. But we're trying to work that right now with maybe an ETA. Matt is drawing out a manual line here, extending that out, showing at about a 45-mile-per-hour advance with this, and we just don't have a real populated area. But just looking up the scale here on the map, you can see Ellaville and Grayson are in this same line, so that looks like it's headed right towards Ellaville and Grayson. Please enact your tornado safety drills if you live in any of these areas here that Matt is circling on the radar here on the maps. Emmafield, Upshaw, Moreland, the Sipsey Wilderness area up through here, the recreational area of Sipsey, and so that's moving straight up that line right there. This is Highway 33 impacted by this, and we can see some of these county roads as well. You can zoom in and see, looks like County Road 63 up through Moreland, Highway 33. Some of the areas that you might be more recognizable here. This is County Road. Can't really make that out right in through here, but some of those smaller county roads a little hard to see there on radar. So we're seeing this tornado warning issued for Winston County. That is in effect probably for another 38 to 40 minutes. Matt, what you seeing over there?
Yeah, just getting more information from the National Weather Service. They're definitely continuing to see that lofted debris in the air, a confirmed tornado. Unfortunately, they're also getting reports of damage in the area. So we have a confirmed tornado. This is northern portions of Winston County. This storm is rapidly moving off towards the northeast at 40 to 45 miles per hour, likely rain wrap. So you're probably not going to see this as it's making its way through parts of Winston County. It has just pushed through. It looks like it's just moving out of the Pleasant Hill area. The circulation looks like it's just northern portions of Rock Creek. It's about to cross 33, and if you live in the Grayson area, into Ellaville, and the Moreland area, in northern parts of Winston County, if you hear those city names, please, please, please take shelter immediately. Where do you need to go? Underground. If you don't have a basement, you maybe go into a hallway or into an interior room with no windows, perhaps a bathroom, and go into the maybe go into the bathtub. Make sure you have bicycle helmets on as well. Make sure you wear shoes, because these storm is confirmed. We've got a lot of lightning. We've got confirmation of debris lofted in the air, along with some reports of damage. Don't have anything specific at the moment. If you know of anything, feel free to contact us if you can do so safely. But this storm is approaching approaching 33 near the Ellaville area. Grayson, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, as this storm is moving very quickly off towards the north and east at 40 to 45 miles per hour. I will say this, Mickey, just looking at this latest frame, the intensity of that rotation looks like it perhaps has weakened just a little bit, so that is some good news, but still need to take this storm seriously.
Yeah, and some of those spin-ups, that's what we're going to see with probably these storms today. They might spin up for a little while and then go away. I will say places that we have mentioned and Matt just mentioned, I know you're going about your morning routine of getting your kids ready for school, and now's the time where, you know, you take them to school. You just need to interrupt that daily pattern and just pay attention to what's going on. You don't need to get the kids out on the roadways right now in these areas, and you don't need to head to work, okay? Go ahead and call the boss and say, hey, we got a tornado warning in our area. We got to hunker down. I'm sure they'll understand. If they don't, you probably don't need to be working for them anyway. Anyway, we've got the green and the reds here, so this is where the center of circulation could be. Not quite as intense as what we were seeing earlier, but this is moving right up Highway 33. So Grayson, you're next in line, this Ellaville, Moreland, Grayson, Tri-City area. This potential tornado, it was showing signs that we had actual debris signature with this already. So we're getting some hail pretty much where you see these purples right in through here. This is where the center of circulation is. So again, for these three cities, Grayson, Ellaville, and Moreland, go ahead and enact your tornado safety drills. Go to the center of your location. You put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you got kids at home, just make it something fun. Put on their bicycle helmets and go to an interior room of your home or structure. If you have a basement, basement's the best place to be, below ground. So we're with you a little bit longer here. This tornado warning, even though it's not quite as intense on radar, still showing that direction right in through here. So that's going to take it right up into eventually Hartselle and out of our area eventually. So Matt's drawing a line here. How are we looking with the intensities over there, Matt?
Yeah, Mickey, right now it looks like the rotation has decreased a little bit, so it's still radar indicated. So that's somewhat good news. They have actually changed the warning from that purple color that means it's observed to red, meaning it's radar indicated. So there's a chance that tornado has lifted, but there's still rotation aloft, and it doesn't take a lot for it to come right back down. Tornadoes cycle a lot. They weaken, they intensify, and they can form in different shapes. And right now it looks like it is weakening, but I don't want to let your guard down. We still have a tornado warning for northeastern parts of Winston County. Now let's talk about areas in Winston County. Double Springs, you are not included in that warning. That cell, that rotation is to your north. If you're in Addison, you're not in that warning. And so areas along 278, that storm is just to the north. So if you're on 278, you look okay. That rotation is just to the north of that, moving into the northeastern portions of that area. I do want to zoom out a little bit on the radar. I know everyone's wondering what's happening where I'm at, and so I just want to give you an overview. We are watching some severe storms in the Philadelphia area in Mississippi. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but we're going to be watching those cells because they're going to be making their way into parts of Pickens and Sumter counties probably within the next 30 minutes to 1 hour. The areas along 65, if you live in East Alabama, you're good right now, but plan for the conditions to really go downhill late this morning and into the early afternoon hours. So once again, we still are watching that tornado warning out in parts of northeastern parts of Winston County. Let's see if there's another report.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and let you work it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Winston County, we have Winston County, Lawrence, Limestone, and Morgan counties. Lawrence, Limestone, Morgan, just to the north of our area. But Winston County, for another 35 minutes, we have this tornado warning in effect. Now, this is the line. Now, there's not anything back behind all this. Once this line moves through, you're going to be out of the woods. So I would say within the next 35 minutes, once this is passed, we're going to be A-OK in these areas for the rest of the day. But until then, Ellaville, now we're getting this center of circulation. And when Matt was talking about it being aloft, it means basically the tornado's farther up into the atmosphere. It's off the ground. So it may be off the ground now in these areas, but we're still getting these green and reds on radar. with this confirmed tornado with a debris signature that we saw a little while earlier. So Grayson, Ellaville, Moreland, enact your tornado safety drills in areas to the northeast of there as it heads to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. You got some more information there, Matt?
That's right, Mickey. We've got a new storm report from the National Weather Service. This is near Delmar area. It's reporting of storm damage with people entrapped near the Delmar area in western Winston County. So that's when that circulation intensified, and that's when it became confirmed. Thankfully, it has weakened. Still a tornado warning, but unfortunately, we're getting those reports of damage, and unfortunately, people are entrapped. Hopefully, they are okay, and hopefully, people are going out and trying to help them out. But this storm definitely means business, and we're going to see more of these later on this afternoon. In fact, I wouldn't doubt if the tornado threat increases, especially in East Alabama and south and east of Birmingham. So if you live in the Shelby County area into Chilton and Coosa, the environment might actually be more favorable, because what's going to happen is you're going to have a little bit more of that daytime heating, more of that southerly flow that could actually help intensify those storms later on this morning. So you're okay for now, but that will likely change late this morning into the early afternoon hours. I will say this, Mickey, I'm just looking at the velocity, which is showing the winds going in away. It is broadened.
Yeah.
And that's good. You want that green and red to not be super tight and super bright.
It's looking a lot better. We're going to stay with you, though, and we'll just kind of regroup, and we can even look in that enhanced risk area for what you were talking about, Matt, that could magnify as we get into this afternoon. This is the enhanced risk in orange here on the screen, and that's areas that could even see more instability as we get into later on this afternoon. That's when get the daytime heating. It's later on in the day, you get a little bit more instability. But with that said, we still have this tornado warning that has been issued for the northern part of Winston County, just right there on the edge of our screen. But that's the tornado potential today, with that yellow area seeing a little bit higher threat as we get into later on this morning and into the afternoon hours. Let's regroup here. Let's take a look at radar, and we'll look at this tornadic storm. It's right up in here into the northeastern corner of Winston County. Right through here. We'll try to get some more ETAs for you, though, but starting to look at some signs that it could be moving just north of our area right now, but just right in through here, we're still getting some indications there. 47 mile per hour winds were indications there when we clicked on that screen. A severe thunderstorm warning's been issued a little further to the north of there, but we're getting some still intense rain. The purple indicating some hail that might be falling there as well. We had reports of pea-sized or dime-sized hail when this initially started. But the tornado detection not quite as severe as what we were seeing a little while earlier. So it looks like we're right in through here, and that's going to be moving to the northeast towards West Point in just a little bit. But if we can expand this view and see this line here, Matt, once again, this line gets past this area, we'll be completely out of the woods for some of these areas. And back off like Armory, Mississippi, Aberdeen, Mississippi, they're out of the woods. So it's a fast-moving line that's developing, kind of a squall line, so to speak. So once it passes through your area, we should be okay. How are we looking with tornado detection over there, Matt, at this time?
Yeah, just taking a look at that real quick. I'm going to zoom on in and stop this loop so we can see what's happening in real time. It still looks like it's broadening out based off velocity, so that is definitely some good news. You might see that yellow polygon clipping northwestern parts of Coleman County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you live in the Centerville area in northwest Coleman County, right along Interstate 65 battleground area, maybe just near the South Vinemont area, you are under that severe thunderstorm warning. So what can you expect? There's a possibility for damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, maybe some quarter-size hail, and of course lots of lightning and heavy rainfall as this storm moves off towards the north and east. I don't see any signs of tornado activity in Coleman County, but definitely if you're driving northbound on 65 towards Coleman, maybe the Huntsville area, you're going to have to deal with that. So probably don't want to be driving northbound on 65 at this point, because we're still seeing rotation moving. It looks like it's about to move out of Winston County and up to the north, but this cell is still showing signs of rotation, and unfortunately we're going to continue to see that, I would imagine, throughout the rest of this morning and afternoon hours. Mickey?
Yeah, and if you can, you know, we encourage folks to have multiple ways of receiving information. Now's a good time. In these areas where, you know, if you're not even dealing with this right now, go ahead and charge up your mobile devices, battery backup for your all hazards radio, your weather radio, so that you can get information, because when this line comes through, you don't want to be out in it, and you just want to you can watch radar from your phone. It's this narrow band of heavy rain and thunderstorms that could contain damaging winds or a potential tornado. That green and that red, where it comes together right there, away and from these winds coming through this site right here. So that is the center of circulation right in through there as this moves up to the northeast, eventually headed very close to Hartselle, it looks like. That's why they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like some of the energy from this system, they didn't extend the tornado warning. The National Weather Service, they included a severe thunderstorm warning because it does appear to show signs of weakening. Nonetheless, we are still under a tornado warning for this cell. It's just to the northeast of Ellaville, and that's going to be headed just north of Andrews Chapel. Starts to, like I said, move out of our area, so we're in the far northeastern corner of Winston County, but could come very close to Upshaw as well. So this system did cause some damage already. We've had reports of this. It might be a little higher off the ground at this point, but it's something we continue to watch. Matt's got some more info for us.
Got some good news. That tornado warning for Winston County has been canceled.
Oh, good. There we go.
The rotation is weakened, and it's also moving out of the area. It's going through parts of Lawrence and Morgan County. So in those areas, they'll have to keep an eye on this storm, because once again, these storms can cycle. They'll weaken and then they can intensify. So we will be watching that. But once again, if you're driving northbound on 65 going into northwestern Coleman County, you could be dealing with some pretty heavy rainfall and strong winds, and maybe even some large hail as these storms continue to move off towards the north and east. So good news, tornado warning for Winston County has been canceled. The bad news, it was confirmed, and we're getting that report of some damage and people being entrapped due to that tornado striking. So unfortunately, that's the bad news. The good news, that tornado warning has been canceled.
Okay, I just want to give a heads up to our producer, Kelly. We're going to go back to more of Good Day, Alabama. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, Kelly. The tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, so we can go back to we're going to take a break, actually, and Good Day Alabama will resume. Of course, Matt, Daniel, and I will continue to be here watching this. If we had any more tornado warnings or things that warrant us to tune into programming, we'll certainly do that. But we're going to take a break, pay some bills. We'll be right back with more of Good Day Alabama here
Good morning and welcome back in. You know, we all know there have been a lot of major stories to come out of Jefferson County municipalities over the past few decades. Many good, but some also very challenging. Now it's compiled into a book written by former county commissioner who had a front row seat to one of the biggest financial stories in the country. David Carrington joins us in studio just ahead of a book signing that he has here in town. David, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
You spent a lot of time on Good Day, Alabama many years ago as we worked through that issue that was happening with Jefferson County. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It will be 10 years, December 3rd, when the county exited bankruptcy. It only seems like yesterday, but particularly writing the book, it seems like yesterday.
You're able to smile now and maybe giggle because Jefferson County is okay after that, which a lot of people thought it was going to take so many years to recover. It was going to hurt the county and surrounding areas. Right. What do you see now?
Oh, you know, the economic rebirth is just remarkable. Autocar that does industrial vehicles announced shortly after that. We've recruited against Minneapolis for SHIP when they were acquired by Target. Smuckers is putting a $1.1 billion investment in a property owned by Jefferson County. So the rebirth has surely happened, and a lot of people didn't think it would happen. But I'll give my fellow commissioners credit for doing a job that probably no one should be asked to do.
Well, you walked through it very carefully, and it was very difficult at times. On the front of the book is the old Birmingham News, and it says the bankrupt, $4.23 billion, Jefferson County collapse, largest in U.S. history. This was, for kids who don't know, younger people who weren't around here then, this was a major national story.
Oh, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, daily reports.
What happened to Jefferson County?
Corruption. I mean, pure and simple. I hate to say this about former commissioners, but probably incompetence too. They weren't prepared to make the financial decisions that were required to keep the government fiscally responsible.
So when you got on the commission, what was the situation? Was it immediate that you knew that?
Probably when I was running for office, I knew we were in trouble, but I didn't know how bad we were in trouble. The county was bankrupt. We just weren't in bankruptcy, but I went back to corruption. On the first day, which was November the 10th, 2010, when I was sworn into office, of my 4 immediate predecessors, 2 were in federal penitentiary. 1 was serving a probated sentence for some bad decisions she made. So 3 of my 4 predecessors have been convicted of crimes, and that's sort of what we inherited.
It was an unusual time.
It was, and on day 22, Judge Price out of Montgomery ruled that the occupational tax had been illegally passed by the state legislature, so we lost $75 million of funding, which was approximately 28% of our budget.
All right, that began the issue. We want to talk to you longer, but I do want to wrap up by saying,
surely,
you talk about this in the book. Why did you want to talk about all of that at this time?
Well, not only for our younger people so they understand the history of it, but also the importance of knowing who you're voting for, the importance of someone to stand up and to say we're going to take on big challenges, the importance of economic development for our community. So I would describe the book as a history book that, and lessons can be always learned from history.
And some folks will remember he also talks about Parisian, which was many of our favorite department store, and you walk us through that, what happened with Parisian as well.
I do, and to this day, when someone finds out that I was at Parisian, or they were a customer of Parisian in the 70s or 80s, they say, I miss it, and I always say, I do too.
Everybody does. All right, you have a book signing. When is that taking place?
Sunday at 2 o'clock at the Vestavia Hills Library, which is appropriate because one of my other jobs before the county commission was to be the council president of Vestavia, so we're doing it there.
All right, you heard it there. You can go visit with him. It's called Open Doors by David Carrington, David Carrington. David, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's really good to see you again. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
It was my oldest daughter. Her birthday's New Year's Day.
Oh.
And
Lyndon Blake at the First Alert Desk. We have some school closings to alert you about as this severe weather system makes its way across the state. I'm going to take you to the homepage on our website where you can go there and click on the top under weather delays right there and closings. But the two schools we know of right now, Jemison Intermediate School, they are closing at 11. Now, this is a school system closing. Talladega City Schools will dismiss at 11:30. That's for Salter and Houston. Young, Zora Ellis, and Talladega High School will all close at 11:45. Officials with the city school system say the school buses will run their routes at midday as school lets out. But again, Jemison Intermediate closing at 11. Talladega City Schools closing at 11:30 for Salter and Houston. Young, Zora Ellis, and Talladega High School all closing at 11:45. So again, I'm running the cursor over our website where you can find the latest closing and delays as we continue to monitor this severe weather. Mickey, back up there to you.
All right, Lyndon, thank you very much. We're watching a couple of cells out there. Now, we don't have any tornado warnings in our area, but we have some very close to our area. Let's zoom in on this cell coming out of Mississippi, and this may skirt right through southern Pickens County, northern Sumter County, so this is where the location is. We have the Mississippi office, areas in Mississippi, where National Weather Service out of Birmingham is watching this very closely, and you can see Scuba, Mississippi, DeKalb, Mississippi. So this is headed this direction. So we'll be watching this. We've got some heavy rainfall and some hail associated with that. This is, let me see if I can look at some of the history of some of these storms, but they're moving to the northeast. Still on that same clip, and we might very well issue a First Alert Weather Day very soon here with these storms as they continue to come out of Mississippi. Let's, well, here's, can we fast forward maybe an hour there, Matt? Maybe we can do the 60 minutes. There's a little feature we have with our radar that we could fast forward in time for about 60 minutes, and we can get some of this debris off the shield here. Off the screen. So over the next 60 minutes, it looks like that's going to be moving into Aliceville and from there into Union, Alabama. We might need to expand that, but that's going to be coming across 2059. And this may just skirt southern Pickens County, move into Sumter County, and maybe into Greene County, southern Tuscaloosa County. So this could be moving through downtown Tuscaloosa at 9:46 this morning, in through the Utah area shortly after that. So just give it about an hour from now, and we could see the leading edge of whatever we're going to see with these systems moving into downtown Tuscaloosa within the next hour. So First Alert heads up. This is going to be just skirting southern Pickens County, moving through northern Greene County, and clip northern Hale and southern Tuscaloosa counties at that time. So this is the storm system that has showing up as a tornado warning into the eastern parts of Mississippi. So Matt, it's going to be a day here today where this band of showers, it's a narrow band moving through, but once these severe storms get past you, I mean this narrow band, it's pretty much over. We just got to get through this leading edge of storms.
That's right, Mickey, and I just want to give everyone a first alert. We're still watching these storms that are moving into parts of Fayette, Walker, into Winston and Coleman counties. Very heavy rainfall. We are monitoring one cell that's just north of Fayette. I want to zoom in just a little bit and track it. If you live in the Carbon Hill area around 9 a.m., Double Springs towards 9:13, that's the heaviest part of that cell. It's going to be making its way into parts of western Winston County within the next 30 minutes or so. but we are seeing perhaps a little bit of broad rotation across this cell. No tornado warning or anything like that. In fact, just based off the indications of how this is showing, mainly this could be a straight line wind with some wind gusts up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. But sometimes when you start seeing a little bit of the Boeing's action, sometimes you can get some spin ups along the cell. But the strongest part of the storm looks to be just north and east of Fayette. We'll watch it as it continues to develop, but for right now, I'm not seeing any warnings with this particular cell, but definitely seeing some heavy rainfall and gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour as the storm is pushing off towards the north and east. Mickey, do you want to show them the future radar? What's
Just
the next several hours?
Let's just be weather aware here into southern Pickens County. This cell right through here, and so this is going to be into the Aliceville area. Some heavy rain and some lightning strikes. Might see some hail associated with that, so the National Weather Service is watching this very closely as we continue to see this line of showers. It's a pretty compact line, a squall line, so to speak, that's going to be pushing through over the next 24 hours. Areas, let's pause it right here at around 10 a.m. Coleman County down through Walker, Tuscaloosa County, and through southern parts of Pickens County. We advance along in time, follow the timeline here on the screen. And beyond that, we're looking at anywhere from Etowah, Cherokee County, down through Shelby County, parts of St. Clair, Bibb County, and Perry County at that time, and then we continue to advance along. We really think by 3 or 4 p.m. this is going to be gone, but still Ashland into Clay County, Coosa County at about 2 p.m. and this is a later model run, shows by 5 p.m. it's all gone. Now you see some residual moisture left behind, but that's not intense. It's just this leading edge of these storms, and that's what we're dealing with, and that's what we're watching that could be moving into southern Pickens County. I believe we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back with, actually we're going to check in with Toy. Toy, if you're ready. We need to get an update on traffic and see what's going on with that right now. But if we can't, we'll take a break.
All right, yeah, we are here, Mickey. Thank you for that. And we're looking pretty good across the area despite what we are dealing with. Emma, could you kind of shift this just a little bit so we could see a little bit more of the west? Where Mickey and was talking about, yeah, we're seeing some of that wet weather up there. Kind of go up, yeah, bring it up to Marion County. Of course, you see Kansas, Winfield, Jasper. That's where we're starting to see some of that wet weather on the roadways. You see of course, green there, as well as some of the blue, which is ponding. So really want you to be careful. Give yourself some extra time. Certainly pay attention to Mickey and Matt as they're talking about this wet weather moving in. Of course, be weather aware and really be alert as you get out on the roadways this morning. All right, we're going to update you very quickly for everybody else who is able to get out right now. For your average gas prices here in Alabama, right now regular is at $3.02. That's 1 cent down from yesterday. Premium, no change from yesterday at $3.78, and diesel down 1 cent at $4.45. All right, going to take a break, I think.
All right, thank you very much, Toy, and we'll cut back in as soon as we have another tornado warning in our area. But Crystal Bryant from K&J's Elegant Pastries are here, and we're making Oreo shakes.
Yeah.
Now, how do we start?
So we're going to start by blending the actual shake, which I like the hand spindle shake, and I'm just going to give it a quick spin. I've already kind of blended the shake, and it's Oreo ice cream, Bluebell. That's what we use in store.
Simple.
Yep. Hershey's.
You see those, frother things, where you can do for coffees and the.
Oh yeah.
Could you use that to make the shake?
I've
Would that
never
work?
tried,
Okay, I don't know.
but that's a great idea. So the next thing we're going to do is we make this icing in-house, and it's pretty thick, but it allows us to keep the toppings on the outside of the glass.
Oh, wow, so you put that on the outside.
Yes, and it's really good. It's sweet. It's got vanilla flavoring in it, and this holds up all the toppings. So I'm going to put this on the outside of the glass. We're going to add some Oreo crumbs around the edge.
Shove that in there. Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Pile it on. And then inside the glass, we like to add some chocolate syrup as well.
Well, yeah.
Yep. And then I've got a cheesecake. We make this in-house as well. It's a regular cheesecake recipe, but we add Oreos and we do like an Oreo crust on the bottom. It's really good. We sell this by the slice as well. Well, I'm going to add the milkshake in here.
Now,
Right here.
if you have a contraption there to mix it like a shake, how long before you get the right texture?
Typically like 30 seconds to a minute. I don't like to mix it because I don't like a shake to be too thin. I kind of like a thick shake, Yeah. So we're gonna add some whipped cream on top of here. I'm gonna add 2 Oreos to hold up my cheesecake. Of course, we gotta have a big straw. And then we're gonna get the actual cheesecake. So you'll be able to see the cheesecake has a lot of layers in it. It has the Oreo.
Oh, so that goes on top.
This goes on top. That's what we call these colossal shakes.
See, I got that wrong. It's the colossal.
The colossal. Yes,
Colossal milkshake.
colossal.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna add a little whipped cream, some chocolate syrup on top.
That is beautiful.
We're gonna add some more Oreo crumbles,
I love
an
it.
Oreo, and
right.
then a cookie bar.
And we're still not done. The cookie bar goes on top.
Yeah, it goes on the side.
All right, so obviously get your kids involved with this because this will be a lot of fun.
Oh,
and
yeah.
a very sweet treat to eat. Thank you so much, Crystal Bryant from K&J's Elegant Pastries. We'll be back.
All right. Yep.
Hey, continue to stay with the First Alert Weather Team. We're going to be here all morning long into the afternoon until the threat is over. There's a tornado watch in effect. No tornado warnings in our area, but be sure and join us coming up next hour. Matt Daniel together and with me, we'll be watching these storms and let you know what to expect for the rest of the day and give you a timeline for your specific neighborhood. That's coming up this very next hour. Let's head to the kitchen one more time.
All right.
my gosh.
How about that mountain
Oh
of
my
goodness?
Oh my goodness. I
Got
didn't even
shakes,
see
you
it.
got
I'm so
Oreo.
busy looking at this.
Oreo
Lord
cheesecake.
have mercy.
Everybody's going to dive in?
So like 10 people could share this.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Yeah?
Where are the
Does
spoons?
that make you feel better?
Let's get the spoons. Let's share. Okay. I can-
While he's saying share as he gets one spoon.
Right.
You understand?
Oh, wait.
Good job, Mike. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Crazy.
live and on your side. You're watching WBRC Fox 6 News Good Day Alabama Extra.
Right now, 2 tornado warnings in 2 of our West Alabama counties.
All right, let's go to Matt and Mickey, who are following this closely. Guys?
That's right. We got a tornado watch in effect for everybody pretty much until 1 p.m. So be on guard throughout the morning hours. But we are tracking lots of nasty storms, including a tornado warning that has just been issued out for parts of Sumter and Greene counties. And so this is going to continue until 10 a.m. this morning. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Blackwater, just 10 miles northwest of Meridian Station. And these storms are moving very quickly off towards the east, around 55 miles per hour. So you can see this line of intense storms. The good news right now, not seeing any rotation or any strengthening up in Fayette County into Winston and Coleman counties, but of course all eyes are off towards the south and west. I'm going to skip this area and we'll get right to that tornado warning. Mickey's going to help me drive. We've been tracking these storms pretty much all morning long, and unfortunately they are intensifying as they move into a more favorable air mass. So here it is. Here's that tornado warning. Includes Utah right along 2059. Mickey's taking control of the radar right now, and we're going to be tracking this for you very closely. So there's the cell right there, just around the DeKalb area in Mississippi. It's going to make its way near the Scuba area in Mississippi, and you can see those time frames between 9:10 and 9:20 still in Mississippi. So likely going to be making its way into Sumter County probably around the 9:25, 9:30 time frame. Let's go ahead and make sure this is going into there we go. We'll zoom on in towards the radar where that rotation is in Mississippi, near the Kipling area, just south of DeKalb. So you can see where the green meets red. That's where we're seeing that strong rotation, and that is why the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning. And this is moving off towards the north and east. So definitely seeing some shear winds aloft that are rotating, and that's creating perhaps a funnel, maybe a tornado. So you just want to make sure you're taking precautions carefully as the storm is moving rapidly off towards the east-northeast at 55 miles per hour. So here's that tornado warning. This is including parts of Sumter, and this is also including Greene County. It does not include Hale, it does not include Tuscaloosa, but yes, these storms could spin up severe storms or tornadoes. So we're going to be watching this closely as this advances off towards the east. But right now Tuscaloosa is okay, but if you live in Utah, anyone driving along 2059, you want to avoid that and make sure you're in your safe spot. So let's go ahead and zoom in, Mickey. Let's look at the polygon itself that's in Sumter and Greene counties. If we just move it on over, and I'll step out of the way so you can see it, but there it is. Okay, so we've got Utah right here in Interstate 20, the Gainesville areas. Let's move this up a little bit so people can see this, Mickey. You can see that cell right there, the tornado warning right there, that red polygon. This is going to be advancing off towards the east at 55 miles per hour. So let's zoom in right now into Greene, and I want to show the areas within that polygon so we can give you that first alert. If you live in the Clinton area, looks like right around 14. Utah, the Allison area, you're included. Knoxville, right off 2059. Union, you are also included in that red polygon indicating that tornado warning. Once again, a tornado warning for Greene and Sumter counties until 10 a.m. So what do you need to do? Get in your safe space. Make sure you go into the lowest floor in the center part of your building, away from windows. Always encourage people when it comes to tornadoes, have a plan in place. If you have a bicycle helmet, any kind of helmet, put that on. Make sure you put on shoes as well, and maybe go into a bathroom or hallway or basement, anywhere that can keep you protected from any flying debris in case a tornado is confirmed. But we have a tornado right now, a tornado warning. It's not confirmed, but it is radar indicated. That's moving off towards the east at 55 miles per hour. Mickey, do you have any updates right now? I know the storm is moving into Mississippi right now, and will eventually make its way into Sumter County probably in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're not seeing the dynamics just there. I know the warning is there, but we're not seeing really the dynamics there into Greene County as of yet. So this is kind of a precursor mode. This is when You know, we preach to you all the time about having a plan of action for you and your family. This is when you need to enact that if you're in Greene County. These storms are headed that direction. The tornado warning has been issued, but the main dynamics have not yet arrived as of yet. So if you live in a mobile home or a trailer or something like that, and you have a safe place to go to, hurry and do that right now. Now's the time to do that. You still have a little bit of time there into Greene County, but you don't have much longer. So do that very, very quickly. Now, this is a narrow band of rain and thunderstorms. Once this moves in and out of the area, it's going to be pretty fast. So it may last all of 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and then it's going to be gone. And once you get to the west of all these, this narrow band of rain and thunderstorms, it's over. It's done. But we just got to get through this, and this extends all the way, what, until 10 o'clock, does it, Matt?
That's 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, this tornado warning. So, like I said, a lot of this has not made it in to Greene County as of yet. So you've got a little bit, it's a more rural area, and typically you're going to have more of your mobile homes located in these areas. But go to the center of your structure, put as many walls between you and the outside, protect your head from flying debris. Some of these storms, we had one earlier on that showed a tornado debris signature. So we had flying debris in the air. So, you know, cover your head with pillows, use your bicycle helmet. It's a good idea. Make it a game with the kids. Try to figure out a way to keep everybody calm, but just enact your tornado safety drills. All right, Matt, we're staying with you over here. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, we're still watching those storms moving into western parts of the state. And just as Chief Meteorologist Wes White was talking yesterday, they would be making impact right at this time, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So there's the strong storms. Nothing severe, thankfully, for Winston or Coleman counties, but you're likely dealing with some very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, maybe some gusty winds up to 30 to 40 miles per hour, but no active warnings. And of course, we're going to continue to watch rotation with any of these storms. If we see anything, we will let you know. Mickey, what I would like to do, if you can, let's zoom into that cell where we're looking at that particular storm. There is a storm spotter on Highway 45 in the path of that tornado warned storm approaching Sumter County. So if we hear anything, we will let you know. But you can see those purples on the radar. This is DeKalb. This is Mississippi, DeKalb, Carter's. And that purple area is showing lots of intense hail, maybe seeing about a quarter size or greater, lots of lightning. Mickey, if we'll move this up a little bit so people can see it on the screen, I want to show where that rotation's at. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's go back to DeKalb right there, and we can see, let's go look at the rotation, the velocity if we can, because I want to see what the signal's showing. I'm thinking it's looking a little bit more impressive on the radar right now in DeKalb. So let's just look at the velocity. We'll move this on up and see what it looks like. Yep, that looks pretty well-defined rotation. When you see green meets red, what it's looking at, it looks kind of confusing on the radar, I'm sure, but what it's showing is indicating lots of wind moving and rotating along each other, because it's looking at wind moving away and towards the radar. And when you see that happen, it sort of meets up and it creates rotation, and that's why we're seeing it right now. Now, this circulation is still in Mississippi. It's probably about maybe 10 to 15 minutes away before it makes its way into Sumter County, and maybe about 20 to 30 minutes away before it makes its way into parts of Greene County. So we're definitely seeing lots of rotation. So Mickey, if we can, let's take all this off. Let's put it back on the radar, and let's zoom on in to Greene County where that polygon's showing up, because we need to let people know in that red polygon who needs to make sure they go in their safe space and who is okay. So let's go ahead and zoom on in. It looks like we got a severe thunderstorm warning though, so we'll go ahead and mention that right quick. It looks like it's northern portions of Walker County into Winston County. I believe if we can move that tornado warning out, you can see that severe thunderstorm warning in around Jasper. So this looks like maybe some wind speeds up to maybe 60 miles per hour. Let me look at the chat room and see what it's saying. Yeah, they're predicting or forecasting maybe 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Walker and Winston County up until about 9:45 this morning. So if you live in Walker and Winston, including Jasper, we're seeing some strong storms moving in. If you can, Mickey, might want to look real quick eventually, or maybe we can pull it up on our other camera and on links too, that's showing maybe a Jasper camera so we can see those storms approaching that area. But let's go ahead and get right back down to that tornado warning, and then we'll go right back up towards the Smith Lake and Jasper area where we're seeing that tornado warning in effect until 10 o'clock for Greene and Sumter counties. Now the circulation is still in Mississippi, so we still got about 20-30 minutes to go before it makes its way into western parts of the state. So there's that severe line right there. Severe thunderstorm warning, southeastern Winston into Walker, and then there's that tornado warning, and it looks pretty well defined just south and east of DeKalb, moving its way towards Gainesville. So we got the BTI, it's a little index that lets us know if there's a tornado perhaps developing, and it's in that middle grade, but this storm's moving to the east at around 45 to 50 miles per hour. I'll step out of the way, see if we can get a time of arrival. But if you live in Sledge and in the Hamner area, in Gainesville and Sumter County towards the Union area, right along 2059 in Utah, that's where we have that active tornado warning. So if you see yourself in that red polygon towards Clinton and Union, Knoxville area, Utah, you are included in that tornado warning up until about 10 p.m. So you're okay for now, but this is your time to get into your safe space. If you have friends or relatives that are in this area under that tornado warning, give them a call, give them a text, let them know, hey, there's a nasty storm in Mississippi and it's getting ever closer to that Alabama-Mississippi border. But there it is, right south and west of Scuba. We're looking at that area of strong rotation. So the Amell area of Sumter County, you're in line of that area of strong rotation. So if you're in that spot, make sure you're in your safe place right now. If we can, Mickey, we got this tornado warning until 10. Also want to show you that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Walker and into Winston counties, and that's of course until about 9:45 where they could see some large hail. Here's some time frames if you want to click on that right quick. There we go. Arley at 9:26, Smith Lake at 9:28, Addison at 9:33, and Dodge City at 9:38. So we're not talking about a tornado, but might see some quarter-size hail, damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. In around the Gamble area towards Lupton, seeing some heavy rainfall, lots of lightning with this storm as it's pushing off rapidly towards the east-northeast. Pretty quickly. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So we're going to continue to look at this. Mickey, do you see anything right now that that we need to focus on?
It's really the getting ready part of a lot of these storms are still located, and this tornado warning, the center of circulation, still located in Mississippi. So you still got some time there into Greene County. I know you're under a tornado warning right now, but the center of circulation hasn't quite made it there into Greene County as of yet. So even though you're under a warning, your weather radio may have gone off, and just try not to panic. Now is the time to enact that tornado safety drill. You still got time there into Greene County because the center of circulation still back here into eastern Mississippi, but the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Greene County because that is where it's headed. You can see this line here. That's indicating where it's going towards Gainesville and Utah and Union. So it could be in Gainesville at about 9:42. So that is the direction of all this. But I just want to let you know, in Greene County, you still have time right now to enact your tornado safety drill. If that means leaving your mobile home and running right down the road to a safer structure, you've still got a little time to do that. Now, we've got some of these pockets of heavier rain, and if you're in some of these areas and you're seeing some heavy downpours, doesn't mean that you're dealing with severe storms. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up there into Walker County. And I will say, these severe thunderstorm warnings with this tornado watch, we could see some of these cells go tornadic. You might think, hey, I'm in a severe thunderstorm warning, I don't have to worry about a tornado. Well, that may not be the case. Some of these may be turning into tornadic cells as well. So as it stands, let's do a regroup here, Matt, with you on the wall, and we've got two warnings that we're looking at here.
That's right. Tornado warning in effect for Sumter and Greene counties until 10 o'clock, and that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Walker and Winston counties up until about 9:45. I'm going to switch the view over, though. We have some cameras. This is a live view right now at Jasper Sanders Aviation, and this is what they're dealing with right now. Heavy rainfall. You can see the American flag just going all over the place with those winds gusting. I know it says a gust of 13, but I guarantee you we're seeing wind gusts definitely higher than that thanks to the severe thunderstorm warning. But there's some intense rainfall. There could be some quarter-size hail falling right now in Jasper and northern portions of Walker County going into Winston County. So what you're seeing here is probably what you're going to be dealing with over the next 30 minutes. Let's take another view. This is another view of downtown Tuscaloosa. You are quiet right now, and then we'll click on over, and I believe we at Summerton showing some dark clouds on the horizon. The storms are just still to your north and west, but pretty impressive setup right now. Let's go back to the radar. We'll show you the tornado warning because we want to make sure you are safe, especially if you live in Sumter and Greene counties. If you're in this red polygon, that's where that circulation could cross. If you're outside of it, you're okay. So here it is. We've got Gainesville moving up towards Mount Hebron and to Clinton and to Union and to Knoxville, Utah, Allison area towards 5 Points. You are included in that warning up until about 10 a.m. I do want to look at the velocity of this cell. It's still in eastern parts of Mississippi, just south of Scuba. And when green meets red, we're seeing that rotation. So lots of lightning in place right around that circulation right there. I'm not going to pronounce that name. You can see it right there in Mississippi, but you can see that cell moving off towards the east rapidly at 40 to 45 miles per hour. So there's a cell. It's probably about 5 or 10 minutes away before it makes its way into that Alabama-Mississippi border. And looking at the triple Barron Index, this is an exclusive feature that we have that shows you the triple threat, whether it's heavy rainfall, hail, or strong winds. Easily seeing a half of an inch of hail, maybe some strong winds in that rotation where we're seeing that circulation. Let's see. The other thing I want to mention briefly, and I was thinking this yesterday, a lot of schools are still having school right now thinking we should leave early. I don't think that's the greatest idea. If people leave around lunchtime, that's when most of these storms are moving through the area. We don't want to get people out in the nasty weather. We want you to stay inside until the weather's out of here. So these early dismissals, be careful because these storms are going to be moving through pretty quickly over the next 3 to 5 hours. And I'd say by 3 p.m., 4 p.m., when school normally gets out, the weather's going to be okay. So I just want to give you that heads up. But we're tracking a severe thunderstorm warning. What is that? Is that a tornado warning there? Yeah. Okay, we have a full team here. Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt's here. Tania's here as well. We got a lot of people here. So we have a new tornado warning until 9:45. This is going to be for Walker and Winston counties. There's producing a tornado was located near Curry or 8 miles north of Jasper, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So Wes, if you want to put up that camera of Jasper, I have it on links too. I just want to see that. We can view it. But let's go ahead and show this. You can see in the Arley area right around 9:30, Smith Lake at 9:31, Addison at 9:38, and Good Hope at 9:46. There's that tornado warning. Looks like this is just northeast of Jasper, so if you're in downtown Jasper, you are okay right now. That cell, that tornado circulation is up here. If we can show velocity, I want to see where that rotation's located at, see how strong of a signal. Okay, so we see the greens and the red. I don't see a super tight, intense circulation. It might be towards that lightning bolt. If you can turn off that lightning, Mickey, we might be able to see a little bit better on the radar. But you can see a little bit of rotation, sunlight right here, the Curry area. We're looking at Bush Drive. That's just outside of the warning. If we'll move on up where that warning is located at, Mary Lee Lakeshore Subdivision, Wilson Bend, just off towards Smith Lake. So it looks like it's in the Curry area, and it's moving off towards the east-northeast pretty rapidly right now. It looks like at 55 miles per hour. So you can see heavy rainfall. This is going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see this. We don't want you to see this. But if you are in this tornado warning, this is what you need to do. Make sure you are away from windows, centralized parts of your building or home. Make sure your lowest floor as possible, a bathroom, a hallway, a closet. Grab a helmet, put the shoes on, have as many layers between you and the outside in case there's flying debris. Once again, we have a tornado warning. And in fact, for Winston and Walker counties, this is northeastern Walker and into southeastern parts of Winston, approaching the Smith Lake area. So if you've got friends and relatives across Smith Lake, make sure you let them know what's going on. You can see on the radar that little hook right there showing some rotation in northeastern parts of Walker County, just northeast of Jasper. And this is pushing off towards the north and east. So first alert for that. We got a tornado warning in effect for Walker and Winston counties, and also a tornado warning continuing for Sumter and Greene counties until 10 o'clock. Mickey, do you have any new information?
Yeah, we've just got pretty much the same thing. So even if you're not in this warning area, if you have a place there in Cleveland, Hanceville, up through Coleman, even to the east, let's say Walnut Grove or Sneed, Alabama, up through Douglas, Alabama, go ahead and get a plan of action, because it looks like this cell could be headed your direction. Even though you're not in the warning area, it's going to be pushing up towards 231 there. So just want you to be weather aware. Now, places back to the west, Double Springs, Hamilton, Ewan, Fayette, you're all out of the woods now. This is a narrow band, a squall line, so to speak, and we're seeing within this squall line some embedded cells that could prove to be tornadic. We saw one that actually had a debris signature, and we had confirmation of damage on the ground. So these storms have had a history of actually producing a tornado sighting on the ground. So let's take these seriously. It's not just something we're seeing on radar. We have some ground truth, some ground confirmation of this. So just to regroup here, we have a tornado warning. Looks like it's severe thunderstorm warning now. Did they allow the one into Walker County to expire? Let me just check on that. So the one in Walker County has been allowed to expire, still dealing with the severe thunderstorm warning, and the one off to the west?
Winston Walker's canceled, but Sumter is what we need to watch.
Okay, we're watching Greene County. Now, we still have this individual cell in the far eastern Mississippi, but it is just now starting to cross the state line. So heads up into Greene County, and we're talking about several areas here into Greene County, and that includes places like Mount Hebron, Clinton, Allison, Utah, Union, Knoxville, and the far eastern parts of Greene County. Our chief meteorologist, Wes Wyatt, joins us now. And Wes, we're talking about this line coming through. It's a very narrow band, Wes, so once it's in your area, it's not going to last for very long, but it could bring some intensity with it.
Yeah, that's right, Mickey. In fact, for places like Hamilton, the severe weather threat is over for those areas to the far northwest. If you're in Reform, severe threat over. It's right along this very thin line here in the Weather Service. They're getting way out ahead of this one that's moving out of Mississippi that you and Matt are tracking here that has moved now into Sumter County, and this is pretty much right on top of Amel, Alabama. This is State Highway 17, and the first alert times on this will take this over the next 15 to 30 minutes across Hamner, Sumterville, and put this very close to Bologee and Gainesville. That's going to be crossing near Highway 14. Utah, we are included in that warning polygon. The storm now is about to cross. This is the Tombigbee River right here dividing Sumter and Greene counties. And the way this is tracking, it looks to stay north of Livingston, south of Aliceville, and it's going to be moving into the Clinton areas, Gainesville, Bologee, West Greene, if you're watching me around West Greene, also Epps we mentioned there. You are in the tornado warning polygon. Utah, we've seen a lot of these storms that this is that direction coming in from that east or west to southwest direction. That's going to put this in Utah here as this is moving about 55 miles per hour. So these are moving quickly. I know Matt noted this is not the kind of setup here you want to try to outrun this. If you are getting the warning right now, the first minute. It's critical. Stay where you are. Get to that safe place. I will say, if you are in a mobile home, you're better outside of that mobile home. You don't want to be in a vehicle right now. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside. There's Amel. You see right there, Highway 17, Hamner, Sumterville, and that is Hodges Dial Road here that will be impacted. A pretty good signature that we're seeing with this. Hayes Ferry Road, Sumter County Road 21, Fowler, Bologee, Lizzieville, and Allison. Now, we have also been watching to the north another tornado warning that was over Walker County. That has expired. It was very short-lived. Hopefully we'll see this weekend with time, but indications are this one to the south there is remaining quite intense. You can see a nasty line of storms here. 924, this is now approaching Tuscaloosa. The line has almost cleared Jasper, but you can see we're still dealing with those heavy bands of rain, damaging wind gusts possible here, maybe even some large hail. That is a concern as well, because we have a lot of cold air aloft. So as this moves to the north, we could have some quarter-sized hailstones there with this moving in towards Coleman. So that is a severe threat with these storms to the north as well. But you have the one severe thunderstorm warning over Walker and Coleman counties, and then the tornado warning that we're tracking to the south. But our system's still showing a good indication right there. We're seeing a shear marker, which is an indication of good rotation with this right now as this is moving across Sumter County. This is almost completely out of Mississippi at this point and now approaching Gainesville. Again, first alert Gainesville. If you are in Bologee, if you are in Utah and Gainesville, this is a dangerous storm right now based on what we're seeing here on the radar signature. You can see the green to red, and often at times when we show this, those are the winds moving in different directions. You can see the green, the winds moving towards the radar site, the red away from the radar site. So clearly, by looking at this, we have some rotation here. In fact, if we go to shear rate, we may notice some strong to, well, this is showing that rotation. You can see right there, we're still seeing the rotation on the shear rate as well as this is moving to the north and east. The temperatures out ahead of this really surging, so we know we have the instability out there and a lot of the ingredients to sustain this as this moves to the northeast. So we'll stay on top of it. We'll let you know when that threat ends here. It's about to cross right now around Amel at Highway 17. There's Hamner. Here's Sumterville. So you are next in line as this tracks to the northeast direction. If you are again around Aliceville and Carrollton and you're getting these alerts and watching what's happening to the north, this looks to stay south of us. This is tracking around Gainesville, the Mount Hebron area. You're looking at, this is Highway 14 here towards Utah. It's tracking in that direction. It looks like this will track right there around the Green Track exit on Interstate 5920 south of Tuscaloosa. This would also include Knoxville. So if you're watching me around the Knoxville exit there just north of Utah, need you in your safe place as well. You have some critical time here to get to that safe place as this is soon to cross the Tombigbee River. Again, here's Epps, and the bridge on 5920 is right here crossing the river, traveling between Tuscaloosa and Meridian. This looks to stay just north of there, and again about to cross very close to Gainesville. But as the line moves to the east, you can see here we have this one tornado warning. The rest of the line, we have a lot of rain, we have a lot of wind, we have that severe thunderstorm warning to the north, and this is what we think is going to be the story here as this plays out for the rest of the morning. That line, the way it's moving right now, that's going to put this probably in the Birmingham area just before lunchtime. I know we were talking about 12 o'clock. Matt, I'll let you jump in. I know you and Mickey were looking at some of the new timing information on this, but it still seems like they're late morning, close to noontime that we're looking at that arrival around Birmingham.
That's right, Wes, and we're looking at those storms intensifying. In fact, I just want to note there is now a thunderstorm warning, a severe thunderstorm warning out for Coleman County. It's the same cell that triggered the severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Walker and Winston County. So if you live in Coleman, I just want to give you that first alert. We'll zoom on in towards the Smith Lake area, getting some intense heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail. As you go towards Good Hope, you're about to get to the nastiest part of the storm, probably in the next 15 minutes. And damaging winds up to 50 to 60 miles per hour can't be ruled out as the cell in Coleman County pushes off towards the east-northeast pretty quickly, right around 40 to 45 miles per hour. So we got that. Make sure you're downloading the WBRC First Alert weather app. It will notify you if there's any warnings and updates. But yes, the main storm of concern is also in the Sumter and Green counties. The circulation is now out of Mississippi. It's currently in Sumter, and I would say it's going to be making its way into Greene probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we've been calling out all these city names, and if you've heard it, that's your cue to go into your safe spot immediately. Right now, we're not seeing an actual TDS, in other words, a debris signature on the radar, so it's still radar indicated. There's nothing confirmed, but if we hear any reports, if we see indications on radar that the circulation is getting stronger, of course, we will let you know, but definitely still showing pretty intense rotation with this cell just north of Hamner, approaching the Gainesville area, and eventually making its way closer and closer towards Clinton and the Utah area as it's moving off towards the east pretty rapidly, about 45 miles per hour. So it's a pretty intense cell, Wes, and you were just saying, you know, the temperatures are warm, it's unstable. It's going to be in the next several hours, and we got to watch out for East Alabama probably early this afternoon.
Yeah, that's the thing, that heat builds during the day, and temperatures have a chance to recover across central and eastern areas. Matt, I want to show you this. This was just in from our First Alert weather app, and actually I believe I had the Apple TV pulled up, and I'll try to access that again here, but actually I was noticing where we had some pictures coming in from Coleman County. You see right there, ominous sky, very low clouds. That was from that one storm that produced the warning earlier. They're moving to the north and east direction, but that's what we're tracking right now to the north. These storms are severe, moving across northern Winston and into Coleman counties. We're going to get back to those, but watching this tornadic storm right now, this is crossing around Amel. There's a hazardous waste facility actually right here off of Highway 17 here near Amel. That's close to where this is, but it's pretty much crossed over 17. Here's Hamner. Let me give you the First Alert times. This is Gainesville. This is Highway 39 right here. Highway 39 between Gainesville, Interstate 5920. If you live along Highway 39, I'm giving you the First Alert right now. This is almost on top of you. We'll get another scan here, another update, but that's crossing Hamnerville, Highway 39. I mentioned Sumterville, Hodges Dial Road. If you're watching me there along Hodges Dial Road, you will be impacted by this. There's Wide Road as well, Dan Mitchell Road, and everything radar is showing us right now is a pretty good indication here that we could have a tornado. We certainly have some rotation with this. We have a lot of eyes, a lot of spotters in this area. The Weather Service, they're checking in there with Sumter County, so if we see any reports, so we'll pass that along, but we're getting a steady feed of information if we do see any reports of damage out of this Hamner area. Now you can see that is on top of you as well now at this point. Again, the circulation has crossed Highway 17. It's now to the east of Highway 17 over Hamner, moving east-northeast. Look at the speed here Matt just plotted, 54 miles per hour with that kind of speed right there. This is something, as soon as you get that warning, and with a tornado watch in effect, I always say use the 60-second rule. Make sure you have a place that you can get to within 60 seconds if a warning is issued, especially if you're in a mobile home. You have a place you can go to until we get past this severe weather threat. But at this point, looks like Union around 10 a.m. There you go with some updated times. 9:58 here around Utah. 9:49, Bola G, 9:58 around Utah. So moving east-northeast at 54 miles per hour. On a scale of 1 to 10, the BTI on this, about a 5. So that is telling me that we are looking at certainly a severe, significant storm right here that's crossing Sumter County. And the chance, you can see there, about a 40% chance that we have severe hail with this as well. But a lot of those updated parameters on this storm there, and a pretty good view as we look at this now from various radar sites. We're watching it from Columbus, and you can see there now crossing Highway 17. Now it's about to cross Highway 39. It's approaching just south of Gainesville. Down the road, Matt, what we might want to do is put the future scan on this, and we can kind of show over the next 60 minutes where this will go as this tracks into Greene County. At this point, we don't have a warning for Hale County, but as we follow along, just showing you where this will go. Right here is where the tornado is located, and we'll bring this on to the east. Let's stop it right there. We're showing 9:59, putting this over Utah, anywhere between Utah, Union, Clinton, and Mantua. Okay, if you're watching me between Mantua and Utah along Highway 14, it's going to be crossing right there, 9:59. If we still have a tornado, and then you can see at that point it crosses on into Hale County. That's going to put this close to Akron again. That was a similar path to that last storm that we had. You can see it's going to cross near Akron. That's going to put that close to the Powers area in Moundville. Now again, we don't have a warning for northern Hale County, but I'm just giving you a first alert as this tracks to the north and east over the next 60 minutes. There's 1033. That would put this over northern Hale County. So that's the direction it's moving in. So if you're watching between Greensboro and Tuscaloosa, need to be ready here just in case we have a warning that's issued as this tracks on to the north and east. So there you go. Right now this is the only active tornado warning that we have in our coverage area. Matt, Mickey, Tania, we're all here in the weather office, and we're going to stay on top of this for you as we track this to the north and east. And it still looks like it really hasn't let up there. It's showing a good circulation with this as this moves to the northeast. But we did have some storms earlier today. We were watching over Marion County, tried to rotate. Didn't quite go to that level. This one in particular, it has, and typically to the south, you really don't have, you've got more instability in these areas down in here a lot of times, the way this often sets up across our area. Matt, are we looking at a debris signature?
It looks like a debris signature.
Okay, so we are looking at a debris signature right now over Sumter County from this. So we have evidence via radar that this has touched down, and now we're looking at a debris signature crossing near Highway 39. So this is, and we've got a tornado here. We're seeing the evidence. This is lofted debris that we're seeing that's been lofted thousands of feet up into the atmosphere. So, and we're hearing confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. So you'll see located near Gainesville. So we have a confirmed tornado. There you go. You see how the color changed there. This is a confirmed tornado now that we have over Sumter County, and this is tracking near Gainesville. Again, this is right there at Highway 39. This is about to cross. I mentioned Hodges Dial Road, and in this area you have a lot of open space. You have some pretty good visibility. I've traveled through here many times. It's very open, a lot of fields, and I'm pretty sure the storm spotters as well down in this area will have a pretty good visual on this as this tracks to the north and east. But it's about to cross 39 and then the Tombigbee River as it moves to the northeast direction. So giving you those times, once again, listen up. If you're in Utah, 9:58, that is the time of arrival on this. If you're in Union, 10:02 a.m. You can see Matt's put the latest first alert times on there, moving east-northeast at 54 miles per hour. Again, we're going to have some damaging winds possible with this as well. This is a severe storm. This is a severe line that's moving to the east direction, but now a confirmed tornado. So this is as serious as it gets right here, and I can't stress enough, if you are in this area, stay where you are. Get to that safe place right now. Again, if you're in a mobile home, try to go outside to a ditch. That's a safer spot. Unfortunately, I never like saying that, but you are safer outside of a mobile home statistically when it comes to something like this. And don't be in a vehicle. Don't try to outrun it. At moving 54 miles per hour, it's going to be very difficult to avoid this now as it's about to cross the highway, as you can see there south of Gainesville. In fact, we get the next scan here. It's probably going to be on top of Highway 39. Bolaji, Allison, Utah, Crawford Fork, you are in the path of this. And I mentioned earlier, if you're in Hale County, there's a pretty good chance if this maintains its strength, it's going to end up around Akron and perhaps push in closer to places like Moundville, between Moundville and Greensboro. So if you're in northern Hale County, watch this closely as this is a fast mover. Now, once this passes this line, again, that is it. The severe weather threat is going to come to an end. This is a one and done sort of severe weather event today. We have a thin line that's going to be making its way across the area, but the storm of the day so far in our area is this one that we're tracking here off to the south. And Matt and Mickey also here in the weather office, and Mickey, I know you're also keeping a watch on some of the communication coming in out of Sumter County, but here we can't stress enough, Greene County, West Greene, the Crawford Fork areas, I want you in that safe place, and get ready, Utah. This is moving in your direction.
Excuse me, Wes and Matt here on the scene. Tania is doing some of the updates on the social media. This is a time, you know, even if you're well to the east of some of these storms, we just encourage you to, you know, if you can, download our First Alert Weather app, but charge up your mobile devices. Information's key in a situation like this. 99.9% of the time you're going to be absolutely fine, but information is critical, and that's why we invite you to charge up your mobile devices, battery backup for your all hazards radio. even if you don't get a tornado warning, we could see damaging winds associated with these storms that roll through today. Very fast moving system. When we talk about the tornado warning coming through at about 50 miles per hour, these storms are so linear, they're going to be in and out of your area very, very quickly today. But we still have into Sumter County, there is one tornadic cell. Everything else is listed as severe thunderstorm warnings, any other warnings we're having. But still one tornadic cell. And Matt, it still looks like it's holding together pretty good there on our radar.
Yeah, it's still observed. It's a TDS. You can see the well-defined circulation is moving ever so closer into Greene County. We got that tornado warning continuing up until about 10 a.m. But unfortunately, we're seeing a tighter circulation. We've got a confirmation. It looks like one of our radars is seeing a lofted debris up in the air, so it becomes confirmed. So this storm is moving closer and closer towards Utah within a matter of, 20, 30 minutes from now. So if you let's just say it this way. If you are okay right now and you don't have active weather, be a friend. Provide some service. If you have friends or relatives or anyone you know that live within this warned area, just text them, give them a call, let them know, hey, there's an intense storm, there's a confirmed tornado, it's getting closer, know where to go. So we just want to stress being safe. Knowledge is power in these kind of situations. If you're aware of it, most likely you're going to be fine. It's the people that aren't aware of it that we always worry about. So take this storm seriously. Wes, just looking at this latest scan, still looks like a pretty well-defined circulation, maybe not as intense, but still looks pretty well defined.
Yes, it does there, Matt. I'm just looking at some of these reports coming in. Also seeing here, this is from the, got some more pictures coming in. This is from the Delmer area there. This is to the north, those strong storms. You can see crews out there cleaning up in the roadways where we've had some trees that have been toppled there across the northwest part of the area with that line moving through this morning. At this point, the storm that we're concerned about right now is a tornado-warned storm. The tornado's crossing Highway 39 here in Sumter County. There's Gainesville. This is about to cross the Tombigbee River, and this is going to be moving to the east. Matt, if you could zoom in on this, and let's get in on some of these roads and get these first alert times here on where this is about to move into Greene County. Lizzieville, there's Bell Road. If you're watching around Crawford Fork, County Road 20, I mentioned West Greene, Mount Hebron area. Get to that safe place at this point. It's moving in this direction. It's moving towards County Road 133. The way this is located right now, this is north of Livingston. So Livingston, that threat looks to pass on to the north of us, but that's going to put this right into Utah, and it still looks like on the north end of town here. There's Highway 14. This is the Green Track exit right here off of Interstate 5920. So you can see there from the exit to the northern part of downtown, just north of Bowling Street, you are going to be impacted, okay? The way this is moving, this is the forecast path. That's going to put this right across 231. That should keep this, actually, the track just south of Knoxville, the way this is moving. Again, you're looking at a confirmed tornado warning over Greene County at this time. That's going to stay into effect. Looking at this on radar, still a pretty good circulation signature that we have right now. This has now crossed or is in the process of crossing Highway 39 in Sumter County. It's about to cross the Tombigbee River. Matt circling that on the screen. We were looking at this from several radar views, so we have a good eye on this at this point, and that's putting this right at Crawford Fork. So a first alert, Crawford Fork, this is about to be on top of you. This won't take long, moving 54 miles per hour, so these moments, these seconds, critical right now to get to that safe spot. Again, we are streaming on multiple platforms. Our first alert weather app, meteorologist Tania Michelle sending out updates. Matt and Mickey here also monitoring other storms that are happening across the state. I want to quickly jump over to the wide view so you can see here what's going on. You can see we have storms back to the north around Tuscaloosa, also tracking these storms back to the north there. I believe I had the composite. Matt, let's go back to the wide view. Let's just kind of reset the stage here real quickly, and we'll come back in to Greene County. But just to show these storms now that are pushing through, we've got Coleman County, a severe thunderstorm warning. We don't want to leave the folks here in Coleman County. Let's go into this one right now that's moving in around Good Hope. This is crossing close to the Dodge City exit, right in along 65 right now. We probably have some winds gusting over 50 miles per hour perhaps along this line as this crosses Interstate 65. So a severe storm now. This is now impacting that 65 corridor. Look at this time, Matt, here right at just above 10 o'clock this morning. So this northern end of the line is really speeding along here. This is moving now across Interstate 65. Coleman soon. The threat's over. This will soon clear our area. In fact, if you're watching in Winston County, this is all east of you now. You can see. Okay, so we have a severe thunderstorm for Coleman and Marshall until 10:15, so we're looking at a severe thunderstorm warning here that's going to be extended, and that's going to include, there you go, you can see how they included parts of Marshall County in that as well. And you know, we don't draw up these polygons. These are drawn up by the National Weather Service. I know you look at this and northern Blount County's left out, but here's the thing. If you're in Blount County, you're going to be impacted by this storm here as well as this moves to the north. And just note, along this line, you're going to have those winds gusting over 40 miles per hour at least. In fact, to the south, even though we might not be to the severe level, get ready around the Birmingham area. That line is now closing in on Jefferson County. You can see Jasper, this has cleared our area. Things staying below severe levels at the moment from what we see here. That's from near the Miller Steam Plant back into Tuscaloosa County. Tuscaloosa, we need to watch this storm to the south here, but what's moving into downtown at this point? Matt, let's go in and evaluate this here and just make sure we don't have something trying to spin up as well here close to Tuscaloosa. Yeah, some indications right in here of some strong straight line winds, but Tuscaloosa, first alert for that heavy rain, gusty winds. This is non-severe at the moment, but we're about to have some heavy rainfall that's about to move in, and some, what was that, Jeremy? Okay. Okay, all right. That just reports of power outages now coming in around the Buell area, but we actually have a way we can show some of those outages, and I can't stress enough, make sure that you have ways to redundancy to get those alerts. I mentioned last night, power outages certainly possible, especially the past weeks, all the rain that we've had, and with gusty winds out there, it certainly won't take much to topple a tree or two, and that could certainly cause some big time outages. So make sure you have our weather app, you have your mobile device charged, and if you're watching in central eastern areas out ahead of this line, just make sure that you prepare and have multiple ways to get those alerts as this moves on to the east. Matt, just looking at the setup on this right now, still a strong gate-to-gate signature. I see those inbound, outbound winds. We still could have a tornado here. This has now crossed the Tombigbee River. This is over Crawford Fork, okay, and near the Lizzieville area. If you're watching me here in Greene County, this is in Greene County now. The tornadic part of this storm has exited Sumter County. For folks listening in on the radio, watching us in Sumter County, this has now entered Greene County. The way this is located right now looks near Clinton and Utah. Anywhere from Clinton to Utah along Highway 14, I want you in that safe spot. You're looking at this arriving around Highway 14 here within the next few minutes, okay? This is moving quickly off to the north and east. This is near New Mount Hebron, Crawford Fork. This is close to, well, West Greene's right in here. So this is just south of West Greene, the way this is moving. There's West Greene, here's Bologee. This is now to the northeast of Epps. So this is primarily now a Greene County tornado warning based on what we're seeing. This is now in Greene County. This is over interstate, or this is over the Tombigbee River and over the Lizzieville area at this time. It's just north, and it may cross Interstate 20 here, close to the Green Track exit. You see right there on 5920. This is the line you need to follow for the tornado, this yellow line that you see right here. That's the one to keep an eye on. That's where the tornado is going to be tracking. That is our shear indication. That's putting this close to County Road. You see 131, Greene County Road 131. If you're along Greene County Road 133 and near Crawford Fork at this point, you're in the path of the tornado at this time. And still a pretty good indication that we have a tornado. That warning set to go until 10 a.m. this morning on that tornado warning. And Matt, are you seeing it? I'm seeing a lot of pictures here of trees toppled. Let me see. Here's one that was from I believe this was there across near the Delmer area. That's in Winston County. That's as that storm moved through earlier today. So that's the line to the north. Certainly we're seeing some trees toppled, and that was certainly a concern, those damaging straight line winds with this as this line moves on to the east direction. But so far, the one warning that we have is that tornado warning. You can see now, it looks like, Matt, I believe Sumter County, has that warning been lifted?
Yeah, it has. The actual tornadic part of the storm, like you said, Wes, is now fully into Greene County. And if you've noticed, earlier we had that purple polygon, which means it was confirmed on radar. But then you may have also noticed this red polygon. I know there's a lot of colors everywhere, but they changed that confirmed tornado into just a typical tornado warning. Now, I don't want to let your guard down because these storms can cycle. Sometimes they can touch the ground and create damage and then lift and then sort of reorganize again and then make its way down to the ground again. So towards the Crawford Fork area, that's where we're seeing that rotation. Still pretty well defined, but we're not seeing that tornadic debris signature, and that's why they dropped the confirmed tornado tag in purple and issued that red polygon. But still need to take this seriously because it looks like we have some reports of maybe some damage possible. We'll have to see what happens over the next hour or so as people go out and assess the situation in parts of Sumter County. But we do have that tornado warning continuing for the next 12 minutes, and we'll see if they will extend that warning farther to the north and east. And if it continues to show this kind of rotation, it wouldn't surprise me if it gets extended. But it does look like it's broadening out, which is a good sign. You don't want a tight circulation because that's more confirmation that it's a possible tornado. So it's pretty broad. Where you see the green, that's where the radar, the winds are coming towards the radar, and red is showing it away. And when you get those winds going at each other, it creates a twist, and that's where we see those possible tornadoes. So we have this circulation. It's just to the west of Utah. It's just a matter of minutes before it makes its way there. You have to realize this storm, the circulation, it's just a mile or two away, and this storm is moving about, 45 miles an hour to the east. So that's a quick time. And so hopefully people in these areas have already taken their safety spot. Make sure you're in a hallway, a bathroom, a basement, away from windows as we have this active storm moving through the area. I'll zoom on out. We'll take off the radar and or put on the actual radar and get rid of velocity. But we still have some pretty intense storms showing up. Lots of lightning. I'm going to put on a lightning counter, and we're seeing over 200 strikes within this line of storms. And we do think that once this line gets its way east of 65 and south of 20, the environment, especially towards Chilton, Coosa, and Clay, Talladega counties, might be more favorable for intensification. So eventually we're going to have to continue to watch this over the next several hours. I will say this, if you live in Pickens, it looks like your severe threat's pretty much over with, as that line is now to your east and moving away from you. You're looking pretty good in Fayette now, Lamar and Marion counties, and I'll zoom on up a little bit farther to the north and see who else looking pretty decent. We're looking at Double Springs as well. So so we're seeing some improvement across the area, but it looks like we're going to have looks like we have a new tornado warning. And this is going to be for Greene, Hale, and Tuscaloosa counties until 10:45. Severe storm producing a tornado when it's near Utah, and it's moving off towards the east. So that is the same cell we've been tracking, Wes, that was impacting Sumter and now in Greene, and now it looks like we have that extension to another tornado warning there.
We were watching there, Matt. We were tracking this in northern Hale County, so there you go. If you're watching around Akron, those areas I was giving you those first alert times, Stewart, Akron, anywhere from Highway 60 in southern Tuscaloosa County, that's going to put this there close to Moundville as well, the way this is tracking off to the north. And we're getting some reports now of some damage near Amel. That's going to be where this crossed in Sumter County, so we could still have a tornado here producing damage. I mentioned this would be close to the Green Track exit. This is Highway 14 into Utah, those areas right there in Greene County. Now this is about to cross there around the Utah area. This looks to impact the northern portion of Utah. Matt circling it there, moving into Greene County. If you're watching in Forkland, this is north of you. This is going to be tracking through Greene County there in Utah. This is out of Sumter County at the moment. I was mentioning around the Crawford Crossings area there in Greene County. Well, this has tracked now to the east of you. This has passed your area at this time. This is one of those circulations here. It seems like, Matt, it just continues to kind of recycle, and that is probably going to be the case as this will soon cross the Warrior River. This has now crossed the Tombigbee River, and now still right there's the tornado. You see that? We've tracked these many times through this area. There's Highway 14. There's Clinton. Here's Utah. Again, about to cross at this point, County Road 181 and right here at Highway 14, and that path is going to take this very close to Akron. This is going to be tracking there across northern Greene County. Looks very, very soon like it's going to track across the interstate. There you go, Matt. There's a new updated shear marker on this. We're looking at Moundville. 1019. Moundville, listen up. A first alert to get to that safe place. We're forecasting a possible tornado to be in the Moundville area at 1019 this morning, 1009 for Akron. And you can see there's Utah. It's 953 right now. This is showing 959. Even sooner than that, this may within just a couple minutes here. This is going to be crossing right there at Highway 14 there just north of Utah. But there's the first alert times moving east-northeast at 49 miles per hour. The BTI has actually increased on a scale of 1 to 10. I like to look at that for the level of severity, and when we see that up to a 5.4, that tells us that this is actually strengthening, looks more intense based on the latest scans compared to what we saw earlier. But stand by, because we will let you know once the threat passes, and hopefully we will see this weekend as this moves to the northeast. But now that polygon, that warning, has been expanded to the north and east. And let me show you areas that are included here. Mentioned in the Hale County, well, we have parts of Tuscaloosa County. This is going to be around Halls Crossings. This is going to be around Thomas Road. You're watching down towards Moundville, Duncanville area. We want to make sure Bear Creek Road and back in towards Hargrove Road as well, the Hagler area. Make sure if you're in those areas, you've got critical time here to get to that safe place. The way this is tracking, it's going to be moving from that southwest direction. You know, we have a lot of bad ones that move from southwest to northeast. That's where a lot of these storms kind of move in. This is tracking along the line. I know the overall line's kind of sweeping on to the east direction, but the way this is moving, this is about to cross the Warrior River right here around Akron. This is around the Lock 8 area. This was that area heavily impacted. Interestingly, this is very similar to the path of that last tornado that we tracked here across the Greene County and into Hale County. So if you're familiar with a lot of those areas that were impacted around Akron, this is going to be close to, I mentioned places like Lock 8 and you know where the railroad tracks are here off north of Highway 60. You go between Stewart and Akron, right there in that general vicinity around Lock 8 Park. That's where this is tracking, almost running right along the river. You can see there's the Warrior River. So Utah, and then right along the Warrior River and tracking in close to Oak Village. There's Stewart, Cypress, the Powers community, and Moundville. Okay, anywhere in here from Moundville all the way to Havana Junction. Again, there's Highway 60 right there I talked about. The Stewart area, Akron, Lock 8 Park in here as well, and that's where this is tracking, close to the Lock 8 Park area. You can see they're moving north and east. Looks like Utah, this is close. We're about to get some strong winds in here, and outside the threat for a tornado, this is likely going to produce some damaging wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. So even if we don't have a tornado here, this is a severe storm. We could have some intense hail, damaging wind gusts as this tracks north and east, but we'll hold this view as we track this possible tornado in here. You can see obviously quite a bit of wind. There's a lot of rotation, but when you see this kind of spread out here, we see a lot of this wind associated with this as well. The wind is certainly going to be a more far-reaching impact out of this system as it tracks northeast. But Tuscaloosa, if your weather radio is going off, perhaps you have one of the older models where you get all the warnings for every county. This is staying south of downtown Tuscaloosa. This is going to stay south of the University of Alabama campus. Now, if this maintains strength and it holds together, this with time will eventually make its way towards Bibb County. So again, if you're watching on down the road, we want to give you plenty of warning time on this. If this holds together, there's no warning for Bibb County, but the latest data and the latest track, this would be moving in that general direction. So just giving you the first alert. And notice how these storms are intensifying. The one over Tuscaloosa looks like it's even strengthened a bit. This is crossing now around Lake Tuscaloosa. Again, I know you're probably seeing the warnings going off, and we're dealing with some rough weather right now across parts of Tuscaloosa. This is what it looks like in downtown right now. You can see 62 degrees, and it is pouring rain right now, but this warning is staying south of us. This storm that's moving through. So far, it stayed below severe levels, but you can see it is starting to ramp up in intensity. We're getting more lightning with this at the moment, but this is crossing Lake Tuscaloosa, and very soon this will be tracking into Jefferson County. In Birmingham, by the way, you can see as we look further north, that line now pushing into Jefferson County. If you're listening in the back as well, you may want to move the tower cam back to the west direction and put that view in a small window, because we will have a view of that line as it approaches the city of Birmingham very soon. Again, this is non-severe at the moment, but just be ready for some impacts, those gusty winds, heavy rainfall, and we need to keep an eye on this because we could have some areas that may try to spin up here along this line as it moves to the east. Looks like another severe thunderstorm warning there to the south, Matt, that does include Sumter County. There's another tornado warning near Meridian, so things to the south here really going to the next level. Obviously, you can see there a couple of warnings that we have, one about to now move in, another warning. I know we saw the tornado warning expire for Sumter County. Well, now we have another severe thunderstorm warning. So for folks around Livingston that are watching our streaming coverage, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning. But still a strong indication of a tornado here. Matt, let's get in really close. And I'm seeing that here. So we have reports of a mobile home destroyed in the Amell area. This is just one of the storm reports coming in, possibly occupied. So we have a report there of a mobile home heavily damaged in Amell from a possible tornado here. This is the same one that we're tracking. Again, I cannot stress enough, you don't want to be in a mobile home ahead of something like this, but at this point you need to be taking immediate action. If you're in Utah, if you don't have a basement, if you don't have a concrete reinforced safe room, the best place to be is in an interior room, putting as many walls between you and the outside. Stay away from windows. If you can, grab a heavy quilt, blanket, wrap yourself up in some extra protection. Just get into that interior room and offer some extra protection there. And make sure if you have a helmet around or a pillow, extra head protection is always key in situations as well when we're talking about tornado safety. So just some things to consider. And again, a lot of folks right now are really dealing with some rough weather with respect to the damaging wind gusts moving across Greene County. This is County Road 331 right now, and the tornado is just north of Utah. Looks like at this point it is crossing Interstate 5920. And for areas, I know we're on 98 TXT. Folks are listening in on the radio here across West Alabama. If you are listening in to our streaming coverage, if you're out on the road, if you're about to travel south to Tuscaloosa, maybe you're out here on the interstate, do not continue here south towards Utah. You need to pull off at a rest stop, wait on this to pass, and cross the interstate, because we are dealing with some very heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, and a possible tornado now crossing right at the Highway 14 exit in Utah. So this has just crossed. You can see there right at the exit, and that's going to put this around County Road 231 now. This is near the Gosa area, and it's soon about to cross around Lock 8. There's Oak Village, and the Lock 8 area is right in the path of this. And Matt, almost looks like how the river kind of bends here along the Warrior River. It's almost going to kind of follow the river there off to the northeast. And this area right in here is close to where we saw some tornado damage here recently, and we're looking at a similar path. Those areas we're calling out: Stewart, Akron, Lock 8, Cypress, Powers, Melville to Havana. This is Highway 60 right here around Stewart. There's a softball field park, a lot of games happen out there. You know where I'm talking about, folks, in this area. And again, this is one of those locations out here around Stewart. It's very open, so there is some pretty good visibility out here as well as this moves to the northeast direction. Cypress, Moundville, and eventually Tuscaloosa County. And just a note again, this will stay south of the city of Tuscaloosa. I know we have some rough weather impacting parts of Tuscaloosa right now. It's just a lot of rain, a lot of wind. This is a very localized phenomenon that we're looking at right now. This is more localized to Greene County at the moment. Okay, so it is top of the hour, 10 a.m. WBRC First Alert Chief Meteorologist Wes White, along with meteorologist Matt Daniel, Mickey Ferguson, and we have meteorologist Tonia Michelle also here in the Weather Center. And the team's keeping a watch on all these storms impacting the area. We have updates on various platforms. We're going to stay with you on this. We have a continuing tornado warning that has now been extended to include parts of Hale County. Meteorologist Matt Daniel standing by. And Matt, I know you are also also monitoring the communication from the Weather Service, but don't like the report there. Mobile home, heavily damaged. We're getting some damage reports, and that would correlate with that debris signature that we're also showing there across Sumter County.
That's right, Wes, and just watching this storm, it looks like really in the past 5 minutes, the circulation looks more intense than it did. So this thing could be cycling and reforming again. In fact, we got a new little depiction of this area. If you're in the Akron area, 10:09, that's your first alert. If you live in Moundville, it's 10:20, you've got about 18 to 20 minutes from now to get into your safe space. Do that right now as we speak, because it looks like the circulation is definitely intensifying. And one of the things that we do here, looking at meteorology, is we look at the radar in all different levels of the sky. And one thing that we like to look at is to see if there's any debris in the air, and that can confirm whether or not there is a tornado. So what I like to do normally when I do this, we're going to take this off. I'll show you the zoomed in. Once again, green means winds are going towards the radar. Red means the winds are going away from the radar, and it's tight circulation. So I'm going to circle this area. This is just east or just west of Oak Village. In fact, it's approaching Oak Village and Stewart right now, getting your safe spot. But we're going to look at see if there's any lofted debris in this region. Still somewhat uncertain at this point. It's showing some debris just to the south and east, so that's probably some feedback. But we want to see if there's anything that's matching up to right where we're seeing that circulation. And there's a possibility. This is a new frame showing maybe something perhaps in that region. So I'm going to zoom in, and there you go. You've got a well-defined circulation. It has just crossed over County Road 231. It's approaching Oak Village, approaching Stewart. We're seeing lots of lightning associated with the cell, and when we're throwing in the correlation coefficient, there might be some debris. It's not completely depicted there, but definitely a well-defined circulation getting closer and closer to the Moundville area. I'm going to show the reflectivity. We'll zoom out. I'm going to take the circle off so you can see what's going on. We do have that tornado warning, including green, hail, southern parts of Tuscaloosa. It does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. However, I'm sure it was pretty noisy for you over the past 30 minutes. We've had some very heavy rainfall. We've had some wind gusts in Tuscaloosa up to about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Nothing severe, but definitely pretty intense. And we got some heavy rain making its way into western Jefferson, and also heavy rainfall in Blount County, but nothing severe. So I'm really thinking the areas to really focus on over the next several hours will be along and south of 2059. Especially towards Shelby, Bibb, and Chilton and Coosa counties, because the atmosphere is becoming more unstable. But the only active warning that we're seeing right now is in parts of green going into a hail and southern parts of Tuscaloosa County. If you live in the Akron area, in the Moundville area, you need to go in your safe space. It looks like right along 2059 there could be some large hail falling right there. So it's just nasty. If you can avoid driving right now, highly encourage it. But it looks like let's see, it looks like we got a new, it looks like it's an observed tornado, West, looking at the National Weather Service, in green, hail in Tuscaloosa till 10:45. Confirmed tornado was near Akron or 7 miles northeast of Utah, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So getting reports, unfortunately, County Road 24 in Sumter County getting reports of a lot of damage. Trees down, blocking roads. Units are trying to get to the area to assess that damage. So this storm has history of producing tornado, and we have another confirmed tornado based off radar, Wes.
All right, Matt, and we also have some views coming in. This is from Tuscaloosa County here, just in the Northport area. You could see there some gusty winds, some heavy rainfall moving in. I know for a lot of parts of Tuscaloosa right now, we're dealing with some stormy weather. Ryan Phillips sharing this video coming in, but the tornado warning, it looks like it's going to impact the southeast part of the county, as Matt noted. Let's get the first alert. AccuTrack, this is a confirmed tornado right now about to cross the Tombigbee River here, or the Black Warrior River, I should say, near the Lock 8 Park area. There's Oak Village. If you're around Lock 8, get to that tornado shelter at this point. I know there are a lot of camps out here, and certainly you don't want to be in a mobile home in advance of this. If you're in Stewart, Cypress, this is Highway 60, County Road 42 that runs back in here towards the softball fields in Stewart, the old schoolhouse that was here, and then also back in across the railroad tracks and into Lock 8. As Matt noted, there's Akron. We're seeing debris signatures with this, so still an indication that we have a tornado that is about to cross across right here at the river. That's a look at the shear marker. Focus on this line to the south, Matt. In fact, we may be able to turn that one off there, but you can see this is the one. That's where the tornado would be tracking in this direction. That's going to put this close to, there's Havana Junction. You see right there, there's Highway 69. This is where the store is right there at the junction on Highway 69 south of Moundville. So Moundville, the way this is moving just south perhaps of the downtown Moundville area, we'll keep a watch on this. We are included in that tornado warning though, so stay with us here and we'll let you know as this moves east-northeast, 47 miles per hour. This is a fast mover and this is certainly the storm of the day. Right now the BTI showing up around a 5 on this, and we're looking at a very intense storm. Severe hail probability. Is this producing damaging hail? 80% chance that that's happening here. We could have some large hail, intense lightning, all those ingredients. So this is a multi-mode storm here that's moving to the northeast. Oak Village, there's Akron included in the tornado warning, but the strongest circulation again right there along the river at this point. Utah, this has now passed us, so the threat has ended for us around Utah. All those areas I mentioned north of Utah along Highway 14, that threat has ended. This is now east of you, and we want to give you those first alert times. Heads up, Hagler, Duncanville, this is moving your way. This is going to cross very close to Lake Payne. This is going to cross into the Talladega National Forest out in here around Hagler, and then it's going to be crossing highway. This is Highway 82. That's Eolan and Duncanville. You are in the path of this. Again, a nasty storm here, Matt. We're getting lots of reports. We've had visual confirmation. We've had radar confirmation of a tornado here now moving through. It's moved through Sumter where we've had some damage, and now it's moving across Greene and into Hale County. This is almost out of Greene County, the way this is moving fairly quickly here. Very soon we'll be able to sound the all clear for Greene County on this tornado warning. This is about to be a Tuscaloosa and Hale County tornado warning. You can see the polygon. Again, this still looks to stay south of the city of Tuscaloosa. We can do a future scan on this. We'll show you the next 60 minutes, give you that 60-minute advantage on this as this moves to the northeast. Okay, so here we go. Matt, starting out, there's the current time, so follow along. Here's the tornado. That would bring this in, again, not far from Moundville. You can see it turns to the north and east there, puts this across southern Tuscaloosa County. If it follows this track, that's going to put this somewhere near Lakeview to West Blockton. So Bibb County, just be on your toes, ready to take action here if we do see a warning issued for a tornado. The way this would move, this would put this into northern Bibb County. This would put this maybe in the northwestern, I should say, Shelby County and southwestern Jefferson County. So the Tannehill areas, McCalla, Eastern Valley Road. So if you're in all those locations, we're just giving you the first alert to be watching this as this moves to the north and east. This could impact your area. So we do have a tornado warning, and that's moving in that general direction to the north and east. The rest of this to the north so far, this is the only tornado warning at the moment. We're looking at severe thunderstorm warnings in these. Well, we did have severe thunderstorm warnings. Those have now expired. So to the north, it looks like things are behaving. It's localized in this one spot there south of Tuscaloosa. You can see Jefferson County at the moment. We're keeping a watch on the radar. Currently, no warning that is in effect for our areas, but we're about to have some gusty winds, some heavy rain about to move into the city of Birmingham. So be ready here for those impacts. These storms, they look rather ominous to the north. I mean, we do need to keep a watch on these. We're still under a tornado watch area-wide. Mickey, I want to go to you because I want to kind of reset the stage here as we monitor this. We're going to get in for a very close look again. We're watching Hale County closely, but just want to show you the overall line. I know Mickey had the area-wide radar pulled up, and you were going to show us kind of how this is evolving over the next couple hours.
Well, I wanted to show you also, a temperature can be a big indication of all this as well. These areas that are back to the west of this main line, like Coleman and Jasper, Fayette, Hamilton, you're out of the woods, so to speak. Let me just show you the temperature breakdown. Now, Matt was mentioning areas that are in our south and eastern quadrant here. From right in through here, this is where we're going to see a little bit more intensity with the temperatures. You can see we're getting up to 68, 69 degrees, more instability as we make it into this afternoon. So areas right south of 2059 and probably east of I-65 as we get into more this afternoon, we're going to see some of the more intense storms start to develop in there. And even if, let me go back to that graphic, even if you don't have a warning right now, these storms are possible to produce a tornado. So if you have a severe thunderstorm warning that gets issued for your area, take it very seriously, because within these severe thunderstorm warnings, that's when we're seeing these isolated cells pop that could become tornadic. So this is what we're watching here, this line of showers and storms. Let me just walk it down a little further to the south here, and we can see the area that's of the main concern right now, and that's clipping southern Tuscaloosa County. Still getting lots of lightning, some very heavy downpours, so don't try to drive through any of this until we get out of the woods, so to speak. So just kind of a recap here of what we're dealing with. Is a narrow band. It's a squall line, basically, out ahead of this cold front. So once this main line pushes through your area, it's done. It's over with. But within there, we could see some of these isolated cells that could prove to be tornadic. Lots of lightning, lots of heavy rain, and we've got another tornado warning, a possible tornadic cell that's off into eastern Mississippi too, something we'll continue to watch. All right, let's head back over to Wes now.
All right, Mickey and... Okay, so we have a new tornado warning for Tuscaloosa, Hale County. What's going on here is we're seeing a revision. Actually, we're seeing, there we go. We've got Greene and Hale County, this one to the south that's prompted a warning. So we're looking at 2 tornado warnings now. We have the one to the north and the one to the south here. Jeremy, if you're listening, I believe we have a picture that just in from Utah of the possible tornado that was sent to us. Maybe you can effort of getting that for us there. I believe we have a sighting there as this moved through Utah. So looking at Moundville right now, a tornado here. I just saw a picture of the funnel cloud, and we do have some pictures. We're going to try to get that for you here as this moved through Utah. So we do have a tornado here that's still impacting Hale County to the north. So we've got this one warning right now. This is about to cross close to Moundville, and we still could have a tornado here. This has moved across, producing damage in Sumter County. It's now out of Greene County, this northern warning, but if your weather radio is going off, now we're talking southern Greene County. So we have 2 warnings. It's for this storm that, as you can see, it has started to spin up, intensify over the southern part around Livingston. That's going to put this storm, I mentioned earlier, the first storm stayed north of Forkland. Well, Forkland, we're in the path of this. This is going to cross Highway 43 from Forkland to Demopolis. So Demopolis, you're included in this as well. That's right there on the Marengo County line. Demopolis, if you're in southern Hale County, that's going to include Cedarville, Gallion. If you're watching around the Gallion area, get to that interior room right now. A couple of areas here, southern Hale County, Laneville, Sunshine, Newbern, we are included in here as well. There's a Sunshine community, there's Greensboro, so anywhere pretty much along Highway 25, Highway 43 to the south, and Highway 69. We're all in the path of a couple of storms. We now have 2 tornado warnings that are in effect. We have one across southern Hale County, and then we have one to the north. So let's get back in across northern Hale County, where we have a confirmed tornado now about to cross south to Moundville. Let's get in really close. This is right over the Powers community. Folks here around Powers, this is almost on top of you. There's Cypress, there's Powers, there's Highway 69. Here's Moundville. We're looking at, there's the Warrior River. This is the River Bend area right here, the River Bend community. So you can see even see the little bend in the river there, folks that are watching. A lot of homes, a lot of camps and houses out in this area. This is tracking near Lot 9 out here, and it just moved to the north of Old Lock 8 Park here around Oak Village. So it's now to the east of the Warrior River, now at Cypress, and now crossing around Powers. Here's Moundville. The Mound State Park is right here. The River Bend area is right in this area, so we're just kind of right there skirting the northern end of that polygon. This looks to cross right in this area just north of Havana Junction. This is going to be crossing not far from Cypress and Powers the way this is moving. It looks like it is going to move right over. Unlike the last one, this one is going to move right over the Powers area. Matt, any more information? I know we had a picture there. I was trying to effort getting us a view of this from Utah. JP shared a few moments ago from Sharon Ritz. I'll see if I can bring that up here and we can see it. But this was a possible funnel cloud that was in Utah. Let's see if we can get the view here, but this was in Utah just moments ago. So this shows us what we're tracking in northern Hale County at the moment. You see right there, there's the funnel. That is a picture from Utah in Greene County. That is from Sharon Ritz. JP said this was taking right there at the Piggly Wiggly in Utah. So a possible tornado right there, you're looking at it, that just moments ago moved through northern Greene County and now tracking into Hale County. So folks here watching around Moundville, this is the same storm. This is what's moving our way, and we have got to take this very seriously here south of Tuscaloosa and tracking into northern Hale County, moving out of Greene County. Southern Greene County, though, a new warning and a storm. You can see it starting to hook. We can see that hook signature. That's now crossing very close to Forkland. That's where this one's going to move. Forkland, Highway 43 and areas to the south. This is about to cross the river there, the Tombigbee River, and into Forkland. It's moving in that general direction, close to the junction and also around Forkland. I believe Thornhill Station's one of those areas down in here as well. The way this is moving, this one looks to stay south of Moundville, and it may clip Greensboro, so we've got to watch that one as well. Matt, you know what may be a good idea? Let's go ahead and do a future radar on both of these. Let's take this out 60 minutes just so we can show folks that are watching off to the east so you can plan. Here we go. Let's start it out. There's current time. So watch, we have two possible tornadoes, one here near Moundville. We have another that's moving out of Sumter County. So as we move along, we'll take this past 10:30. Let's stop it right here, close to 10:48. That's going to put this crossing around Forkland, moving into Hale County, close to Sawyerville, okay? Sawyerville and Wedgeworth. Watch this one to the south, Greensboro as well. This is going to be out here around County Road 28. If you're watching in these areas here in Hale County, to the north, that storm that's over northern Hale County, this tornadic storm now near Moundville, you can see right there, that's going to put this crossing near Duncanville and then moving into northern Bibb County. There's 11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock, that puts this storm over northern Hale County into Bibb County, perhaps Shelby County, so giving you the first alert. The storm to the south, this could impact parts of Bibb County as well, perhaps Marion County. So giving you the first alert there as well. It looks like that one may stay just north of Marion. We'll keep a watch on it. Let's go back to live radar. I want to zoom way into Moundville. Let's get in here some of these roads. I want to identify where this is right now. This is crossing Highway 69. You can see there around the Powers area, Moundville, and then tracking to the northeast. This is about to cross near Sandy Fork Road, okay? If you're watching around the Sandy Fork Road area, again, this is what we just saw here. Some reports coming in. Look at that, a possible tornado there around Utah. This is that same storm now crossing Highway 69, and that is crossing, you can see, very close to Moundville. Damaging winds are going to be a factor all along this line as well. The tornado threat, while very localized, these are strong storms along the line, so we're really concerned also about more far-reaching impacts from damaging straight-line winds perhaps as this moves to the east and northeast direction. But the way this is moving, it still looks to stay south of Tuscaloosa, south of the University of Alabama campus. Taylorville, I think this is mainly south of us. This stays south of places like Shelton State. There's Englewood School. This is mainly around the Hulls area. Point south, there's Highway 69. The big water tower going into Moundville is located right here on the county line. You can see a lot of wind with this. We are getting those gusty winds that are about to track in here in areas to the south. There's Duncanville. Here's the Phipps community. I mentioned the Fork right in this area, Sandy Fork Road. That's going to be in the path of this, and also around Lake Payne. This has now passed, I mentioned earlier, Akron. The threat has passed you. The threat has passed Stewart. This is to the northeast now in areas that need to be taking immediate action. Duncanville and Point South. Duncanville to Phipps, also around Lake Payne. You need to be getting to that safe place right now as this tracks to the north and east direction. Matt, I'll let you jump in here as we follow along now. Two tornado warnings that we're tracking across the WBRC Fox 6 coverage area. By the way, Matt, also pointing out that line, it looks like it's closing in on Birmingham.
It is, and in fact, if you're watching us, you see in the very corner right there is our live camera right in on top of Red Mountain, and we're looking at a shelf cloud advancing towards the city. It looks very ominous. Plan for heavy rainfall in the Birmingham area soon, with maybe some gusty winds up to 30 to 35 miles per hour. Just a reminder, we're in a wind advisory, so even after these storms move through, we're still going to have some really gusty winds going to the afternoon and evening hours as dry and colder air moves in. So we could still see maybe some minor power outages after the storms move through. But I will give you a first alert, an overview real quick. If you live in Marion, Winston, Lamar, Pickens, Fayette, Walker counties, even Coleman, it looks like your severe threat's pretty much over with. Those storms are now to your east and moving away, but they are approaching right now right along 2059 corridor. So from Gadsden to Birmingham, that's where we're seeing those storms making their way through. We're looking at very heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail and gusty winds up to 30 to 35 miles per hour. The biggest threat, as Wes has been talking about, has been mainly south of the city of Tuscaloosa. We have two tornado warnings. We'll go ahead and move down into those areas. It looks like the tornado that was confirmed in the northern portions of Greene and Hale counties going into southern Tuscaloosa near the Moundville area is no longer a confirmed tornado, so they've changed it to just radar indicated circulation. So perhaps that circulation is weakening, but still don't want to let your guard down. If you're still in that tornado warning, we really want to make sure you are in your safe place. Once again, these storms can cycle. What does that mean? They can intensify, then they can lift, weaken, and then maybe redevelop again. There's nothing ahead of this storm, so it's going to feed in with some very warm air, and so it could intensify again. It looks like the circulation is now just east of Moundville, and it is getting closer to southern portions of Duncanville as you go into southern parts, southeastern parts of Tuscaloosa County. So if you are in these tornado warnings, make sure you go to your safe spot as it's getting closer and closer into southern Tuscaloosa County. And we'll have to watch this because, as Wes was showing, we could see that storm maybe impact parts of Bibb County and maybe into Shelby over the next hour or so. So this storm has been cycling and has a history of producing damage. We're not completely sure to the extent of how much damage we've seen, but we've already got reports out of Sumter County. We could have some issues in Hale County, and as you can see, it is just moving off towards the east of Moundville. I'll show up the velocity. We use this to get an idea of where the circulation's at. You're looking for red and green. It shows the winds going towards and away from the radar, green being toward, red being away. And you can see the circulation's there, but it's definitely not as defined. We're not seeing those super bright colors of bright green, bright red. So that is a good signature. I'm glad to see that. But there's still a circulation, and once again, it could still intensify over the next 10 to 20 minutes. But let's see if we get another report. Let's see, just monitoring the Weather Service chat room. So we got those storms to the north, and of course we have another tornado warning out there. This is of course going to be for Sumter County, southern parts of Greene and the Hale counties as well. Demopolis area is included in that tornado warning. Belmont, looks like that circulation is approaching you as we speak, so make sure you're in your safe space. And when we say safe space, what does that mean? It means you want to get into the center part of your home, the lowest floor. If you have a basement, obviously that's ideal, but a hallway, a bathroom, make sure you have a helmet. If you have a bicycle helmet, football helmet, put that on, put some shoes on, just to be safe, because if a tornado strikes, you got to protect yourself from any flying debris. But right now we have a tornado. It's not confirmed, but it is radar indicated. We're seeing the circulation there, and it's approaching Belmont towards Forkland, Bird Eye, and also maybe getting closer to the Demopolis area within the next 10 minutes or so. But we have those warnings to the south, and of course we have that tornado warning, which now has been extended into Bibb County. So we have a new tornado warning. This is in effect until 11:30. This is for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. 1025, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Moundville, and or just 16 miles south of Tuscaloosa. And this storm is moving fast at 45 miles per hour. So this tornado warning that has been extended into Bibb County now includes West Blockton. So if you are in northern parts of Bibb, We're talking about Hagler area towards Lucille, West Blockton, Banks. You are included in this new tornado warning that's set to expire at 11:30. So we're going to be here as long as these storms are around. If we have warnings, we're going to be covering it. We're on your side tracking these storms. Once again, we got Chief Meteorologist Wes White here, Mickey Ferguson, Tania Michelle's working on social media and digital. We have you covered tracking these storms. Areas to the north, you're not seeing any severe storms, but heavy rain and gusty winds very likely moving into parts of Jefferson County, into Blount County, Etowah, and soon we're going to see some heavy rainfall and gusty winds in parts of St. Clair. Now here's Chief Meteorologist Wes White.
All right, Matt, let's get in here for a close-up on these storms we're tracking at the moment. The good thing is we still have a tornado warning, but you notice that it's not the confirmed tornado warning polygon that we had as this moved across Utah. But at this point now, it looks like the worst of this is now past Hale County High School, Moundville areas. It's now moving into southern Tuscaloosa County at this time. What you're looking at in this area, really, this is out over the Talladega Forest, down in the far south part of Tuscaloosa County, gets south of Indian Creek Road and then down around Bear Creek Road areas. Right where Bear Creek Road runs into Highway 82, that is where this is going to cross. In fact, one of our storm spotters, Ryan Carty, is in position here watching this on Highway 82, and if a tornado crosses, we'll know that. We'll be able to let you know. We have a spotter in position right now to intercept this storm, so stand by on that as this now moves across Highway 82. Notice we're giving you those first alert times. Here we go in Bibb County. Matt is showing the circulation that is right around Lake Payne and Lake Payne Road. If you're in Pondville, let's see here. There's Eolin. So Pondville's right in this area. It looks like it's going to stay just north of us. There's Duncanville. Here's Highway 82. Hagler area is right in here. So if you're watching around Hagler, if you're watching around Duncanville, this is about to cross very close to the old, remember the old County Line Grocery area right here. County Line Grocery, that's where this is going to be crossing. Highway 82 and moving to the northeast. Stewart Settlement, giving you all these times. If I call your name out, you're in the path of this tornado. West Blockton, if you're watching around Woodstock, if you're watching in Scottsville, now's the time to take action. Get to the safe place, and we will let you know when the threat ends. Again, today what we're seeing a lot of, this is more of a short duration event. This isn't going to last all day. Once these warnings expire, the severe threat is over. In fact, you look at the map in the corner, you can see that behind the tornado warnings, there's no watch. So in fact, the watch has been trimmed away. If you're in Winston, Walker counties, severe threat is over for you. This is now mostly applied to these areas to the far south. The severe threat has ended in Pickens County. The severe threat has ended in Fayette County as well. You can see where we still have active tornado watches, and once this passes Tuscaloosa County, the threat will end here as well. This line now moving into Birmingham. So far, what we're seeing moving into the Birmingham metro is staying below severe levels. So be ready, though, very soon, that heavy rain about to move into the Birmingham area. And let me just show you what we had to the north this morning. This just in. This is storm damage photos, and you can see some heavy damage from some of those some of those strong winds there in, I just want to double check my sources on this. This was in Haleyville. This is from Randall Russell, and let me zoom in just so you can see. Look at the damage there. Looks like maybe a barn that was heavily damaged, but you can see obviously some significant winds moved through there. That is from the Pebble Fire Department, but that was from the Haleyville area. But you can see some significant damage there. Again, that is Haleyville. Shannon Lawler sharing that photo from Randall Russell there in the Haleyville area. But some significant damage, some wind damage, again, from even the northern part of this. By the way, those warnings to the north, those have expired. So at least we're seeing part of this line where the storms are behaving as it tracks to the east. But now Bibb County included, tornado warning that is now tracking around Lake Payne, about to cross near Duncanville. We're going to go with this storm, and then we're going to take you to that storm to the south. But once again, let me give you some first alert times here. If you're in Duncanville, if you're in Harmon, you can see West Blockton showing 10:58 this morning, a first alert, in Coaling at 10:46 for an arrival. So Coaling 10:46, 1058 in West Blockton. Coaling, we are right there on the polygon. You can see the way this is moving. We're right there on the edge. So I would still, and anywhere between Coaling and Hagler especially, stay put, and we will let you know once this passes. It looks like very soon the tornado, if it's in here, is going to be crossing Highway 82 here, not far from where Bear Creek Road runs into Highway 82, actually right there at that Bear Creek Road Highway 82 junction. So you know where I'm talking about here, Duncanville and Hagler. That's where this is about to cross. Centerville, this one's going to stay north of us. Matt, we'll probably have a good view. Mickey, you may want to dial in that Centerville camera because we'll probably have a good view of this passing to the north. I'll try to also pan that camera as well so we can see. Actually, here we go with a view from Tuscaloosa right now in the Duncanville area, close to where this tornado is going to be crossing. This is from Everett Doss there in Duncanville, and you can see the heavy rain. Here it comes, that storm now moving in. We're going to Everett get to that safe spot. This thing is now moving in right there around Hagler. You can see it's about to cross Highway 82 here in Duncanville. There's a look at the rotation. You can see the inbound, outbound winds right on the Tuscaloosa-Hale County line. And we have another tornado debris signature. Here we go, a confirmed tornado for northern Bibb County. So we have another confirmed, and this Hale County is included as well. So we have Hale and Bibb County. You can see both those counties highlighted in that confirmed tornado polygon. There it is. Matt is circling the debris signature. So we've had another touchdown here, and this is Sandy Fork. You can actually see on the map, that's Big Sandy Creek right there. And where this is tracking, this is close to Lake Payne. That is going to put this right there around Highway 82 and Bear Creek Road, another tornado. So we've had another touchdown. This is actually lofted more debris. This is crossing around Sandy. There you go, South Sandy Road. I mentioned Sandy Fork Road. This is County Road 751, 710. Lake Payne Road is in here as well, where this will be crossing. Actually, there it is right there. There's Lake Payne Road. That's it right there. So if you're watching around Lake Payne Road, here is Highway 82. Tornado's about to cross right here around Lake Payne Road, and that's going to put this in close to Hagler. Giving you that first alert. Hagler, be ready. Anywhere along Highway 82 from Duncanville to Hagler, you need to stay put. This will soon cross. It's about to move over Highway 82. Now, this is one of two warnings that we have. We have another that's over southern Hale County. Matt, let's check that out. We were talking about Forkland as well, but we don't want to leave any storm unattended. In fact, we have a strong shear marker on this. This is a nasty-looking storm here. Strong hook signature that's crossing around Belmont. You see right there, we'll give you the first alert times. That's going to put this over Bird Eye, Greensboro. Take action, 10:56 a.m., okay? That is the time of arrival. New Bern, a first alert time of 10:59 this morning, so close to 11 a.m., entering the New Bern area. Coleman around 11:02. So the New Bern area, the Auburn Extension College that we were talking about in that area is in New Bern. Those areas will be impacted. That's out here on Highway 61, right here in Hale County. So from New Bern, Greensboro, back to Stewart, or actually back to Wedgeworth and Sawyerville, you will be in the path of this one to the south. Stewart, we're in the clear. Akron, that storm has passed. This one is staying just south of us. This one's going to move very close to Lock 5. If you're around the Lock 5 area, you're in the path of this. About to cross Highway 43 from Forkland to Demopolis. Now is not the time to be on Highway 43. We could have a tornado that's going to cross very soon right there around the Bird Eye area, and you can see that one soon about to cross the Tombigbee River. So now two storms, and these are very localized, but the two that we have on radar right now are quite potent, quite intense. We've got a lot of wind shear driving these areas to the south, and this is where we have just enough instability. We've got plenty of wind energy out there, and with this instability to the south, these are going to sustain themselves. We have a couple here that are tracking along, and now it looks like northern Bibb County, and a heads up, Shelby County, giving you the first alert here in Shelby County. If we follow this storm now, we had another debris signature. Coaling, very intense rainfall. You're getting a lot of lightning in here. I know we're tracking where we may have a tornado, very small area there crossing Highway 82, but all throughout this southeast part of Tuscaloosa County, we could have some rogue wind gusts over 50 miles per hour, okay, as this moves through. So this is a potent storm overall. So more areas there impacted by those strong winds. What you're looking at in the corner of the screen, by the way, That is a live look from Red Mountain here from our tower camera. That line's approaching Birmingham, so we got an eye on it as that moves in. Non-severe, but we are watching what's moving in towards the city of Birmingham. What you see on radar at the moment, we are showing you the next 60 minutes, and Matt is taking you step by step here. Watch those times. So you can see there 11:26. If we follow along and follow this storm, if it holds together, that is going to put this thing around Alabaster, Brantleyville, and Pelham. So Shelby County, first alert, heads up. This is moving towards Shelby County. And we don't have a warning in Shelby County, but if this holds together, be ready to take action. Now is the time to be ready here. And that's close to those arrival times, we talked about yesterday, close to lunchtime, pushing in towards Birmingham and in through Shelby County. So be ready there by 11:30 for Pelham, Alabaster, and those areas. And again, we're watching this storm now crossing Highway 82. Matt, I want to throw it to you while I move the camera here that we have in Centerville. I want to dial in and try to get us a view of that storm there crossing Highway 82.
All right, thank you, Wes. We are going to show you an overview real quick, give you an idea on the surroundings, what to expect. Obviously, the biggest focus is going to be in our southern counties and parts of Greene, Hale, Sumter, southern Tuscaloosa into Bibb counties. That's where we have a couple of tornado warnings. We have some strong storms making their way right now through Jefferson County. The good news, nothing severe, but heavy rain and some frequent lightning expected as it's pushing off rapidly towards the east, and we're getting some heavy rainfall as well, making its way right along that 2059 corridor towards the Gadsden area. Areas to the west, good news for you. If you live in Coleman, Winston, Marion counties, Fayette into Walker, areas from Tuscaloosa points to the north and west and into Pickens County, Lamar, you are good to go. That severe threat's over with, but plan for windy conditions behind this line of rain. So we could still see some minor issues with some gusty winds up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. So we are looking at two confirmed storms, or one confirmed tornado warning. Once again, this storm is in southern, far southeastern portions of Tuscaloosa County, and it's making its way right now into Bibb County. And this is a confirmed tornado based off radar. We're seeing some lofted debris indicating something has been picked up from the surface and lofted into the air. So that gives us that confirmation. And when you see that purple polygon, it's confirmed. If it's a red polygon, it's also a tornado warning, but it's radar indicated. So if you live in the Harmon area, West Blockton, as Wes was talking about, make sure you're in your safe place. Remember, make sure you're in a somewhere in the center part of your home, the lowest floor, away from windows, a bathroom, a basement, a hallway, a closet, helmet, shoes. Have plans. If you have friends that live in these regions and they're not aware of it, make sure you let them know. Give them a text, give them a call. You might be in Anniston and it's quiet right now, but if you have some friends that live in West Blockton, let them know, because this circulation is just moving away from Duncanville and making its way into parts of Bibb County. I'm going to go back into our velocity image to see if there's a circulation. We'll see. Let's see what's going on right here. Oh boy, I don't like this at all, Wes. Looks like we've got debris signature pretty evident in Hagler right now, and that's matching up with our velocity. It's a very small circulation showing up in that region, but it looks like right along 6 in the Hagler area, this storm is moving off towards the east rapidly towards Harmon and Stewart Settlement. So if you live in those spots, that's where we're seeing that circulation right now. Pretty evident on our radar right now. So we're talking about McFarland Boulevard eastbound in the Hagler areas where we're seeing that circulation near the Pearson area, Highway 82. We're seeing that circulation making its way into that region. But we'll see what happens. It looks like the signature is weakening, but we still see it. So we need to treat this seriously as it's moving off towards the east. But pretty intense storm. This storm has been cycling for the past hour or two. We were watching it in parts of Mississippi. It looks like we've had some issues with damage reports in parts of Sumter. It's been going through Hale, and now it's in southern Tuscaloosa, making its way into Bibb County, where we have that tornado warning continuing up until about, looks like, what is it, 11:30. Yeah, 11:30. So we're watching this storm very closely with this tornado getting closer and closer into Bibb. You can see once again in that polygon, West Blockton, right along Highway 5. We're seeing that intense storm moving its way towards the east. I will say the circulation doesn't seem as well defined. Hopefully it's weakening, but still pretty intense across that region. We'll zoom on towards the south, towards the Forkland area, because we also have another tornado warning there. Definitely seeing circulation there towards the Bird Eye area. I'm going to click on this little icon to get an idea on the path of this storm. So Greensboro, if you live in Greensboro, 1053 is when that circulation can make its way right over you. New Bern area at 1055, Coleman at 1058, and Marion at 1105 as this storm's moving pretty rapidly off towards the east at 40 to 50 miles per hour. So these are the most intense storms to the south, and that's what we're focusing in on, even though I don't want to ignore the storms that are moving right through Jefferson. I'm sure it's pretty noisy with heavy rainfall and gusty winds and frequent lightning. But once these storms move through, it's going to last for maybe 30 minutes to 50 minutes, and then it's out of here. So we're focusing on areas along and south of 2059 with those 2 tornado warnings. Wes, you got anything new?
Yeah, Matt, let's get in here really close to this storm that's over Tuscaloosa County, and let's stay on this. This storm now is crossing south of Coaling. Let's see, what source are we on here, Matt? Are we on, okay, make sure we're on the right radar here. So there's Coaling, and this is crossing, now it's over Highway 82. We had a debris signature. Let's get in here a little bit closer on this so we can see some of the roads. There's Coaling, there's Stewart Settlement, the Belchers area. The tornado would be in here. Matt, this looks as though it's not quite as robust as what I was seeing in those last few scans. There we go. If we kind of loop along, that shows us. Okay, so it's still right in here. Actually, it's right around Hagler. That's where the rotation is. That is close to Surtee Boyd Road, and now it's past Hagler and moving into Bibb County. Very localized area here close to Harmon. This is where that tornado would be. This is south of Coaling. This is south of the Mercedes plant, south of Vance at this point. That is showing up near Harmon. That's where the strong circulation is. This has now crossed over pretty much into Bibb County at this point, based on what I'm seeing. Matt, you know, jump in here if you see otherwise, but it seems like right here now, this is into Bibb County. There's Stewart Settlement, North Scottsville Road. It looks like Scottsville areas to Stewart Settlement. You are in the path of a possible tornado still showing up there. That small circulation now close to Harmon, but we have a good eye on this at this point. This has now crossed Highway 82, and it's now east of Hagler. So Hagler, this has passed. Duncanville, this is east of you. This is now pushing into Bibb County. Possible tornado still happening here. We had a debris signature. Where is this going? West Blockton, the Lucille area. I think we need to put a manual storm track on this, Matt, and let's take this out to about, I guess, 45 miles per hour, and we'll show you some times of arrival as we follow along. And you can see there, Matt showing you some first alert times, 10:58, and that's pretty much right on with that last track that we had showing West Blockton. The way the center of circulation is located here, it looks like that's going to stay, I mentioned, south of Coaling. You can see Coaling's in here. There's Interstate 5920, the Mercedes plant. There's Vance is in this area. So this is going to stay to the south of the Mercedes plant, the way this is tracking south of Vance. That's going to put this in close to West Blockton, the Lucille area. This is State Highway 5. So if you live anywhere from Woodstock, the Holiday Beach Raceway out here, anywhere from Woodstock down to Centerville along Highway 5, be in the tornado shelter. Get to that safe spot. This is a system that's been cycling through. While it doesn't look quite as impressive as it did, you can see we've kind of lost that circulation a bit. While it looks like it may be weakening a bit here as it moves to the north and east, it has been going through strengthening phases. So this may start to ramp up again as this crosses around Highway 5, but this is about to cross from West Blockton to Centerville. You can still see there's a lot of wind energy in here. What Matt's brought up, so rotation tracker, you can see that the rotation is there. We're seeing some indications of some wind energy with this around Harmon, Eolan, and that's about to cross at Highway 5. Again, we're sending out a lot of updates on multiple platforms, so go to your safe spot. If you have our weather app, you can watch us there, but I want you getting to that safe spot if you're here in Bibb County. I know we have Tania sending out a lot of updates. We also have the view to the north here. This is from Matt, I believe, our friends here in Centerville also helping to move that camera. You can see the view there, and look at that temperature, 64 degrees, and the dew point is kind of at a critical level. That is at 61. Typically, when you see that value down into the 50s, you don't get a lot of tornadoes, but once that starts to cross over into the 60s, the possibility of a tornado is certainly there. That is the storm fuel. You can see Matt's bringing us into Birmingham. Here is that line that's now approaching the city of Birmingham, and okay, so we're getting a report right now that we have some good news coming out of Bibb County, that tornado probably has lifted in that area, and there's some signs, of course, what we're seeing on radar here in Centerville that are watching the conditions there in Bibb County. It certainly looks like that tornado has weakened, but we're about to have some strong wind gusts here on Red Mountain. We've got that line of storms there about to move into Birmingham. Non-severe at the moment, but be ready for those impacts there moving into our area. This is where that tornado would be located, around the Moffett, and then pushing in towards West Blockton. Matt, I need you to jump in here quickly. I need to check something out here real quickly. I want to hand it over to you.
All right, sure thing, Wes. So yes, that's confirmed tornado. It looks like they have changed it. I see a red polygon now, so this is just Doppler indicated. They still have that warning out because this thing continues to cycle. The good news, that rotation we have been tracking, it is weaker. It's hard to see where the actual circulation's at. You kind of have to back up the radar about 30 minutes to find out where it's at. You can sort of see it right there near the Hagler area where we're seeing that little green dot, very corner right there. And then as it continues to move off towards the east, you can sort of see it's kind of weakened. So it's in between Scottsville, Stewart Settlement, Lucille, right along 5, West Blockton area. You're still in a tornado warning, so make sure you take your safe place now because that tornado warning will continue up until about 11:30. So it's just a safe thing to do because these storms will cycle, meaning they'll weaken, they'll develop, weaken again. It goes back and forth, but this storm has a history of producing some damage. And once again, I want to zoom on down towards southern parts of Greene and Hale counties where you still have this tornado warning for Hale up until 11:15. Still seeing rotation in parts of the Gilmore Quarters area towards Cedarville, towards Millwood. That's where we're seeing that circulation. I'll click on the timeline. Greensboro, first alert for you, 11:02. That means you've got about 10 minutes or so to get ready to get in your safe spot as this circulation is getting closer to you. New Bern at 11:05 and 11:09 a.m. in Coleman. Once again, this is a tornado warning that's in effect right now for Hale County until 11:15. So we're tracking that storm. We have that circulation that's now completely in Bibb County. So Tuscaloosa, you're looking good. That circulation is definitely moved out of southeast Tuscaloosa, moving into northern portions of Bibb County, including the West Blockton area. But right now, Wes, just looking at the radar and the current conditions, I'm not seeing a well-defined circulation. So that is good news, but we still want to be on guard because as we've seen over the past 10 to 20 minutes, this thing continues to cycle.
Yeah, Matt, I've been in communication there, just checking in with Mike Dubberly. We were getting some reports in there out of Bibb County. We have someone that's there reporting back the conditions underneath where we have this possible tornado and just reporting very loud, some gusty winds outside right now, but certainly it's loud and some rough weather really deteriorating quickly there across Bibb County as this moves through. I know it's a nasty line. A lot of what we're getting out of this, a lot of wind, a lot of rain. This is a storm that has gone through strengthening phases. It's weakened, tornado dissipates and then it re-strengthens. That's why the Weather Service is continuing this warning, and we're going to stay on this. I want to go in a little bit closer one more time to show you now where this is about to cross. If we do have a tornado here, it would be West Blockton to the Primitive Ridge areas crossing Highway 5. This is north of Centerville. However, at this point, you can see that circulation, that couplet doesn't look quite as pronounced. And soon this will be over Highway 5. But let's watch this closely. If you're anywhere across Shelby County, around the McCalla area, point south over towards Brantleyville in Shelby County, let's stay close to WBRC here, and let's watch this until it passes. Once this moves through Bibb County, severe threat over. This is a fast-moving setup, as we talked about, and right now what we're seeing as far as the severe weather, a couple of just very localized areas. We have mostly a lot of rain. I know there's a lot of impacts. You can see, Matt, are we... so we're looking at 1051 here already, that line. You see that pushing through Birmingham? So we've got the rain. We're about to have the gusty winds moving in to the Birmingham area. This is non-severe. What's moving into Gadsden? This is it. This is that line. It's non-severe. There's going to be some gusty winds, but you can see to the south here those two warnings. Let's get back into Hale County. This is the one at the moment that seems to be the more robust storm with respect to a possible tornado, and certainly you can see certainly a stronger system. See that? Well, we've got a very strong indication of a tornado. So that one over Bibb County has weakened quite a bit. I'm very encouraged with what I'm seeing with that based on the latest scans. This one over southern Hale County at this point, I don't like what I'm seeing, and we can have a tornado here crossing. I mentioned around County Road 28 here in the Greensboro. There's County Road 28. There's Greensboro. This is Cedarville. If you're watching from Cedarville north to Melton and Wedgeworth, the way this is moving, this is going to cross, it looks like it just moved around Lock 5. There is the Warrior River. So this is now across the river. This is north of Demopolis. If you're watching us in Demopolis, this is north of you. This is going to move right into Greensboro. So be ready here, Greensboro. Take action now. Get to that interior room. You have just a couple minutes here. This is going to be on top of you as this moves into Greensboro. This is moving northeast. That's going to be crossing around Highway 25. There we go, Matt. We just got an updated shear marker on this. Let's give you some of those first alert times on this tornado warning. This is southern Hale County. This is way south of Melville. This is going to be a Greensboro impact here very soon. A BTI of 5.3, so that has strengthened quite a bit. We're looking at an east-northeast motion, 52 miles per hour on this tornado moving to the northeast. This one is going through a strengthening phase. You can see there 1119. This would be in Marion. So if this holds together, this is going to be tracking in to Perry County. There's Marion right there. Actually, Marion, this may stay north of you based on, you can kind of tell this is moving more towards the northern part of the county. So that would probably put this in somewhere close to Heiberger. As this moves to the northeast, excuse me, but you can see 1101 Greensboro. So this is closing in at this time. We're still under a tornado watch across many counties through 1 o'clock this afternoon, but you can notice we are, if you watch the map in the corner of the screen, severe threat has ended for Fayette County. It's over for Walker County. Coleman County, pretty much severe weather threats coming to an end. Same for Winston and Marion counties, but you can see counties being trimmed away from the tornado watch. More counties added over into East Alabama, Calhoun, Talladega, Coosa County. Mike, are we getting any additional reports out of Bibb County? Okay, so we've got a lot of spotters out there. Do we have Jillian available as well? Looks like another warning, by the way, has just been issued. You see right there, Perry County now under a tornado warning. So we're just giving you that first alert time. This is now over Greensboro. And look at this, Marengo County, another storm that's moving into Marengo County south of Demopolis on this one. This is going to stay south of Hale County. This looks to impact places like Nanophilia, Sweetwater, Alabama, areas to the south, Linden south to Sweetwater, Nanophilia, Alabama, also in the Putnam areas. If you're watching around Putnam, you would be impacted by that. That's going to be in the southern Marengo County. Keep a watch on this. That's probably going to head in towards Dallas County. Don't know if that would impact Chilton County, but we'll watch it. And we also in Chilton County need to keep an eye on both of these storms. Matt, this one right here looks like it is really starting to intensify. You can see now Greensboro. This is about to move in. Let's go really tight here. I mentioned County Road 28, Melton, This isn't far from Wedgeworth. You can see there's Millwood Road. If you're on Millwood Road, if you're on County Road 28, there's Highway 25 to the south. Ritchie's Processing's down in this area here, south of Greensboro. That is close to where this is going to be passing. There's Alabama Highway 61. You can see there closing in on Greensboro, tracking to the north and east. There's County Road 7 as well. So Greensboro, this is going to cross right over the downtown area. We have a first alert for a tornado approaching Greensboro, and stand by here because we'll let you know this will soon pass. It's moving 52 miles per hour. Hopefully we don't have, Matt, I don't think we've seen a debris signature with this one. I know the Weather Service, they're kind of in a rapid scan mode right now. So sometimes what we get is a little bit of attenuation. We get some false returns. That's what we're seeing right here, I believe. So we're getting what we call radar attenuation. So we don't have a defined debris signature. We don't have a confirmed tornado here. So that's a good thing, but we need to take this very serious. We could have a touchdown at any point in this area. So Greensboro, especially from what we're seeing, at least I think, Matt, if we go to the triple threat, we'll probably see some indications of some strong winds. There you go, right there. Those strongest winds are right around Millwood. This has now crossed the river. You see there, this is just past Lock 5. We're showing indications of 80+ mile per hour winds. And here's the thing, a low-end EF0 tornado produces 60 mile per hour winds. So whether it's straight line winds, whether it's a small tornado, we're looking at some severe weather right now moving in. So the winds are going to be a big story here. There's Greensboro, Rosemary. I mentioned around the Ritchie's Processing area. You know where I'm talking about here, Highway 25 south, there's Highway 61, there's Melton, and now this is going to be crossing Greensboro. There's that inbound, outbound wind velocity couplet there right over Greensboro. The way this is tracking, that's going to move right over downtown, it looks like, Matt, and that's going to put this in Perry County. You seeing any indication? It looks like that one to the north still it's still rather weak. I mean, this is the old polygon. Looks like that warning may have expired.
They canceled it. Yes.
Okay. Well, good news there. Shelby County, Bibb County, this one to the north has expired. So we're just looking at one warning to the south. We're going to go to Mickey here in a minute to check out. Mickey's kind of watching what's happening over the rest of the state, and we'll take a look at things that are happening there to the north. Let's go quickly, and let's keep this radar view up if we can. I don't know if we can double box in a way, but quickly, we do have some reports coming in. We have Jillian on the scene, and where we did have some of that wind damage across far northern areas earlier this morning in Winston County. Jillian, what kind of information are you seeing right now from Winston County?
Yeah, Wes, we're here in Delmar. We're currently on County Route 28, which portions of it are actually blocked off. We actually got here on foot, but you can see that there are some crews out here currently working on getting some debris off of the road. There's definitely a lot of downed trees. We walked past quite a few downed power lines. You can see some uprooted trees as well. And I'm going to take you around here. If you just see, just walking across the street here, just plenty of damage. You can definitely see the wind that took through this area. Now, we talked to some local fire departments who have been out here all morning checking roads, checking houses to make sure everybody is okay. Sounds like this is the only road that they knew of at the time that was blocked off, had plenty of damage on it. Now, again, if you are traveling on a county route 28 right now, definitely try to avoid it. It's closed off. You're not going to get through. They're not going to let you through. It's dangerous. There's definitely plenty of down to power lines through here, but just a little windy right now. Haven't seen any rain. Definitely looks like it has passed through here. But again, if you are in Delmar, stay off of County Route 28 if you are traveling through that way. We'll send it back to you.
That is County Road 28 in Winston County, County Road 28 in Hale County right now. We have a possible tornado debris signature here. So we have a system that is what we would always say when these thunderstorms produce a tornado, it's tornadoing. It could be producing a tornado right now. At this point, we have indications of a possible debris signature. We've got quite a bit of lightning in here with this. We could have some severe hail. That is about to cross Highway 25, move into Greensboro. It's right now crossing crossing around Millwood Road. Stay with WBRC here closely if you're in Hale County. Let's watch this. A very dangerous storm that's moving through Greensboro at this time. There's County Road 28. Here's Alabama Highway 25, and you can see where this is crossing. We're going to have a lot of wind in here as well. And Matt, that signature looks like it's even more intense there. Those inbound, outbound winds. That is right at Millwood Road. Matt is zoomed in really, really close. Maybe we can get into some of these streets here that you can see. Millwood Road, Alabama Highway 25. Again, there is South Centerville Street. This is Cedar Drive. If you're on Cedar Drive, First Street, Armory Street, State Street, Alabama Highway 61, where these roads merge right there into Greensboro. A lot of areas in here and a lot of beautiful homes in this part of the state. I tell you, here through Greensboro, want to make sure you're in that interior room, that tornado shelter at this time. This is moving over 50 miles per hour. I mean, this thing is racing along. So if you're getting the alert now in Greensboro, stay where you are. Seek shelter at this point. Take action. This is a call to action for Greensboro for a tornado warning at this time. A confirmed tornado. There we go. Just updated. This is, when it comes to radar indications, a very strong indication, about as strong as it gets. And looking at it where we are from the perspective, that's showing a strong rotation. Hopefully it will weaken some here very soon as we get a couple of more scans. We're watching it closely at this time. This is tracking northeast. Matt's putting some first alert times. This shows Marion, but you can see Marion's actually south of the polygon. That puts this close to Heiberger area. Highway 5, if you're watching there, Highway 5 and the Heiberger area directly in the path of this. Kerbville, Folsom. Again, this seems to be the popular corridor today. It's running right along Highway 14. I mentioned Wedgeworth a few moments ago, which is back in here. So this is actually south of us. So good news there. I know folks are watching closely here around Sawyerville, Wedgeworth. This is passing to the south. It is right over Greensboro. We're getting those strong winds that are moving through at this time. So a first alert right now, possible tornado that is over Greensboro. This warning for Perry County, that is going to be in effect until 12 o'clock. The National Weather Service confirmed tornado located over Greensboro, actually moving east now at 40 miles per hour. There it is, Matt. So what you're looking at here, you are looking at debris that's been lofted, and hold the mouse over that, Matt. So you're looking at over 2,000 feet up. You're looking at debris that's been lofted 3,000 feet up, based on what we're seeing there, based on the radar angle. So 3,000 feet up in the atmosphere. And this could be tree limbs. There's no telling, the radar doesn't discern, what's a limb from what's a 2x4. It just knows that there's a target in here that's not a raindrop, that's not a hailstone, that kind of stands out from the rest of the group, and that's why it correlates those together and gives us a good indication of what might be debris versus rain. This is the latest version, the latest iteration of the Doppler radar. This is dual pole radar that we're using now, and this gives us good indications of where we have debris and what we're actually looking at, which is a really cool technology. It's like having a virtual spotter in these storms, and that's what we're looking at right now. So what you're seeing is this is a tornado warning, but that purple color on this polygon, that's telling us this is a confirmed tornado now. So when you see that color change, that's one of the new things. That is a confirmed tornado. So that's why we have this area highlighted that way across northern Perry County. So a first alert now for a possible tornado. Looks like we did lose that shear marker. Maybe this is going through another cycle, but over Greensboro at this time, and moving to the northeast, crossing Highway 14, that's going to put this very close to, listen up, if you're in Kerbville and Heiberger, giving you that first alert. This will be approaching your area very, very soon. This is about to cross into Perry County, now impacting Greensboro, rotation approaching Sweetwater and Dixon Mill from the southwest, also in Marengo County. For folks that are watching our stream in those areas, we're getting reports out of southern Marengo County. We only have one tornado warning, by the way, or one area in the WBRC coverage area. Technically, Perry County is in the Montgomery market. Hale County is in our coverage area, but we have a lot of folks that watch us here in Perry County, so we're certainly going to stay on this just because this could end up moving back into our coverage area if it does hold together. But it looks like, just based on what I'm seeing, and Matt and Mickey, I'll let you jump in here, but it seems like the way the instability is setting up this morning, that the worst of this weather is probably going to be those south and southeast areas.
That's pretty much, that's right, Wes, because it looks like areas south of Birmingham, that's where we're going to be focusing on. So we're still going to be monitoring that cell, by the way, that was in Bibb, because we know it's going to be moving into Shelby County, and you never know with these cells. They can re-intensify again, but right now we're looking okay. But plan, if you live in the Alabaster area towards Hoover to Calera, I just want to give you that first alert. Probably in the next 30 minutes, you're going to get a lot of heavy rainfall and some gusty winds, but nothing warned at the moment. Of course, the most immediate concern is the cell that is has a confirmed tornado right now. I'm getting some updates. Apparently for Perry County, we got that observed tornado there. That is until 12 o'clock noon. And then we also have the tornado warning that's confirmed in Hale County up until 11:15. So that will likely expire in the next 10 minutes or so as it's moving off towards the north, or mainly to the east, at 45 miles per hour. I want to move in a little bit, though, into Shelby County. I do want to give you an estimation, an idea of when we can see some gusty winds and some heavy rainfall. It looks like Helena at 11:17, Alabaster at 11:18, Pelham 11:19, Oak Mountain State Park at 11:24, and Hoover 11:25. Nothing severe with this, but that's when you're going to see some very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and some gusty winds, probably around 30 to 40 miles per hour. So just be ready for that. If you are on, I would encourage everyone to not drive on 65 right now, especially south of Birmingham, because that's the area where we're going to be seeing more storms fire up and intensify, and it's just going to be poor visibility and just nasty conditions out on the roadways. And also, you don't want to be driving, especially when storms could become severe. So let's go ahead and go back to that confirmed tornado that's moving just east of the Greensboro area, making its way towards Morgan Springs, towards the Bethlehem area. We still have that confirmed tornado tag, and as we click on the icon towards Brent, we're looking at 11:33 a.m. Centerville at 11:34 is what it's showing as the storm's moving off towards the east. And that BTI, Wes, when we look at those numbers, if it's a 7, it's most likely probably on the ground.
We've been looking at a 5 all day. That's on a scale of 1 to 10. So we go from 5 to a 7. And Mickey, stand by. I'm going to go to you to kind of look at what's happening. We got some heavy rain moving through the Birmingham area right now. Matt, I want to go in really close on this. This is a dangerous storm, and it's now crossing Centerville. This looks to be just to the east there of the Hale County Hospital area. Right in here, there's Greensboro. There's County Road 7. This is where that tornado is now. So it looks like the circulation now passing right in here to the east of Greensboro. So we'll see this update. We'll likely see that shear marker kind of placed in this area here as that updates, Matt. But we're getting those latest scans coming in. There's County Road 7. If you're in Morgan Springs, okay, Morgan Springs and Kerbville, this is approaching you right now. Kerbville and Morgan Springs, a first alert for a possible tornado now about to move into Perry County. This is a confirmed tornado. Actually, I said possible. It's a confirmed tornado because we've had some debris detected, and we still have that confirmed tornado tag on this as this moves. There's Burger Curb Road, Troy Perkins Road, Ironville, and the Jericho area. There's County Road 5, Highway 5, I should say, County Road 162, Highway 5. Highway 5, if you're in those areas between Marion and Centerville, that's where this is going to cross, okay? Mickey, I want to jump over to you as that heavy rain now moves through the Birmingham area. Non-severe, but certainly having some impacts.
Yeah, I was making sure my mic was turned on. You know, areas, even where we don't have this, this tornado warning, I want to stress into southern Bibb County, and eventually this is going to be carrying over into Chilton County as well. So this line, if it holds together, it's going to end up probably very close to Jemison if it does hold together. So just want to give you plenty of heads up. We don't have a tornado warning in those areas, but this is going to be, if it continues on its present path, southern Bibb County, so right into south of the Brent area. And if it holds true, it's going to end up into Chilton County as well. Now, areas to the west of here, we've been talking about this narrow band, this squall line, so to speak. This is all developing out ahead of the cold front. So areas to the north of there, once this moves through, you're out of the woods in Samantha, northern Tuscaloosa County, Pickens County, Fayette County, Lamar County, and now starting to clear up into Winston County. But I just want to show you that if this continues to hold together, just south of Brent into, it's just going to clip southern Bibb County and could end up into northern Chilton County. We could see this very same cell end up crossing I-65 into the Jemison exits there of I-65. So plenty of heads up for you folks. You're not in the tornado warning area into southern Bibb yet or into Chilton County, but you do need to pay attention to this system as it moves through. But once these intense storms move through, that's it. It's we're completely out of the area. So let's regroup here. I just want to show you also the tornado watch area. If you're just joining us here and you want to know, well, am I in the warning area? Am I in the watch area? This is the latest tornado watch. Let me pull it up there on the screen. Issued by the National Weather Service. We have allowed Walker County to be dropped out of the watch area, Fayette County, Pickens, all those areas. So if you're in this yellow area and you think, hey, I don't have a warning for my area as of yet, until this line clears, you're in a tornado watch area. So you need to pay attention anywhere from Coosa to Talladega County, Chilton County, down through Shelby, Jefferson, St. Clair, Etowah. You can see into Coleman County and still parts of southern Tuscaloosa County. We're not quite out of the woods yet, but areas to the west of there, yeah, things have improved considerably. So let's pay attention to what's going on. Just to regroup, this tornado warning still in effect for Hale County for the next 2 minutes, and Wes, we'll see from there if that is extended over into Bibb County and eventually Chilton County at this point.
And I'm seeing some reports here, Mickey, and if you're listening back in the control room, the weather service, I'm seeing some communication. There has been some video of a possible of a tornado in the Greensboro area, tornado on the ground. So we're going to see if we can continue to follow up on that. So we do have a debris signature. Matt just pointed out near Morgan Springs, a tornado debris signature. Right now this is crossing. There's County Road 32. Greensboro, this is past now. This is east of us, but there's the debris. This tornado has touched down. You can see the debris detected on radar, and still a strong indication now. This is County Road 32. New Bern, this is staying north of us, but here's a tornado. It's now a Perry County tornado. It's now moving into Perry County. So very soon we can sound the all clear for Hale County on this particular storm. That's moving in around Kerbville and the Brush Creek area. Morgan Springs we were talking about. There's Dixie 1142, Stanton around 1142. You can see Stanton around 1142. Look at the movement. Let's see, that's a shear east-northeast showing up 68 miles per hour, BTI 7.3. This is, I know we've had some warnings, but this has been the strongest storm of the day that we've had in these areas to the south. You've got the right combination of tornado ingredients happening here to the south, and this one, really no sign at this point of letting up as it moves into, I mentioned Morgan Springs, mentioned around places like Scotts, Ironville, and you can see Troy Perkins Road, and there's some of the roadways there we're naming. This is in Perry County, by the way. Again, if you're getting those alerts there coming in. Watching Bibb County to the south. Actually, I want to go back. Let's just check out the view. I have the camera pointed to the south there. This is a live look, and looks like maybe Matt, I was looking at the bottom left-hand part of the screen like we might have what we call a rain foot perhaps. No, it just looks like a lot of rain there on the lens. But sometimes you get those gusty winds, you can get what's called a rain foot. You'll see the rain kind of blowing out from the base of the storm in a general direction. But that heavy rain is about to move into downtown Centerville. Here it comes. This is that line that's pushing in right now. Winds west at 10 miles per hour. You can see in Birmingham, the tower camera view there, the rain has backed off as this has moved on through. And just looking at the big picture here on this, the severe weather situation is coming to an end. Walker County, we're in the clear. Coleman, there is another little storm to the north. There are some areas to the north, I think later on today, what could happen, we could see maybe some hail producers, some storms that try to redevelop. I think a lot of that's going to stay north of us, but later on today we could see maybe a small isolated storm to the north. Some of the high resolution data was indicating that. Matt, could you back this view out so we can just see the area-wide view? I have the AccuTrack radar and satellite pulled up, and we can loop this along, put this in motion so you can see the big picture. Our friends watching around Gadsden, this is closing in on us now. St. Clair County, I know we haven't talked about a lot of these areas further to the north, but that's a good thing because they're non-severe storms. You're getting a lot of rain, you're getting some lightning that's moving into those areas. You can see we have 1, 2, 3 warnings, 2 of these outside of the coverage area at the moment. Now Bibb County has been included in that tornado warning polygon. So let's get back to Bibb County. Mickey's on the controls here. Mickey, we're looking at now a confirmed tornado. The way this one is going to track, that's going to bring this just north of Heiberger near the Elyards area. There's Highway 5. Looks like that's going to track near Centerville and Brent, moving. And what's interesting here, you know, I just showed that view from Centerville. It's pouring rain right now. And this is one of those cases where you get a lot of rain and maybe the rain intensity lessens up. You think the severe weather threat's over. It hasn't quite arrived yet. It's off to the south and west that we're watching. It's back in here. And actually, Mickey's got the triple threat pulled up. Mickey, if you can move the map so we can see. Move it to the north here. We can see it's kind of behind the banner, but we have indications of winds in here over 80 miles per hour. That's right there around Brush Creek and Morgan Springs. So a strong indication on the triple threat. And we take that, that's going to move. You can see that arrow takes this across. That's the Cahaba River. This is the Cahaba River right here. There's Highway 5. So that's going to put this across Highway 5, the Cahaba River, and then put this near Abercrombie, south of Centerville, very close to Trio and Active. So if you're watching around Trio and Active, this will be crossing as well around Highway 82. This is like the second one in 2 weeks that we've been tracking. That last event, well, we had almost an exact path here. So we're very familiar in this area. It seems like Trio to Active, Abercrombie. I think it's going to take an exact similar path here. It's going to be tracking through northern Perry County. That's going to put that right around Heiberger. So again, we have, if we can get that camera view pulled up as well here, we'll keep a watchful eye as well on that Centerville view as that approaches. I mean, we have a great view here from the E911 tower that's in Centerville. We can take a close look at, actually there's Chelsea, but I had the Centerville camera pulled up a few moments ago, and okay, so what we're going to do, actually, you can see right there, we have a live look that we're going to keep up for you there of Centerville so we can watch this as it moves in. But a couple of warnings that we have here for confirmed tornadoes. They have that confirmed tornado tag. Morgan Springs looks like the strong circulation here just north of you, pushing across Brush Creek. That's going to put this around the Elyards area, close to the Jericho community as well. And another one, this one stays, looks like south. I know we had the one that moved north of Centerville. And again, that one storm that just kept cycling through that we had that warning earlier for Bibb County, that has expired. The one to the north has weakened. That's moving into Shelby County at this point. Storms, at least in Shelby County, have behaved so far. Right now, we're most concerned about northern Perry County and southern Bibb County. And this is also going to be moving out over a lot of rural area, out over the forest, here across northern Perry County here. We're talking around Highway 183 and areas to the north. Looks like Highway 219 as well. So if you're watching around 219, watching around the Cahaba River to 219, south of Centerville, that is Selma Road. Be ready. This is going to be crossing very soon. You have minutes here, and strong inbound, outbound wind signature rotation right there. That is just north of Morgan Springs at this time. That circulation, that's going to be tracking right in this zone. Just kind of follow along with me. I want to give you some first alert times. We'll do a manual track on this. It's going to take this towards Elyards, the Abercrombie area, active, Trio. This road here is Highway 139. So folks that are watching in this area, be ready for some of those impacts. There's Matt putting the times on there, and you can see that's showing Centerville 11:44 on this. And what we probably could do as well, Matt, is we could go into future scan mode. Okay, so we do have an update. So there's an updated times on this, and BTI still 7.5. Still have a tornado producing damage possibly at this time. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Wes, just want to give you an update. I think my mic's on. Okay, yeah. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Shelby County up until noon. So there's some strong winds showing up there. I'll try to take this off, and we can show you that real quick. There's that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This storm is moving right over Alabaster, right over Interstate 65. It's impacting Pelham all the way down towards Glen Forest. And yeah, we're looking at some pretty intense storms there. So plan for the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe some hail size of dimes up to quarters, and this is moving rapidly off towards the east. So a first alert for Chelsea, Harpersville area, all in Shelby County, a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is set to expire at noon. So just wanted to let you know about that. You probably got that alert through the WBRC First Alert weather app. But here's the overview. We got that severe thunderstorm warning in Shelby County. We got that tornado warning that is confirmed. It is moving into southeastern portions of Bibb County within the next 30 minutes. So we have that confirmed tornado. So we're going to have to watch this, because if it holds together, that's right, it could be making its way into Chilton County as well, perhaps around noon and a little bit afterwards. So we're going to be tracking these two cells, the one that's in Shelby County, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but more importantly is that tornado warning storm that has a history of producing most likely damage in these regions, getting closer into the southeastern portions of Bibb County. Areas off towards the north and west, we're clear. You're good to go in Jasper and Fayette and Marion, Winston counties. Coleman, you're looking good. Pickens is good. Most of Tuscaloosa is clear. It's all towards the south and east, and we have maybe 3 or 4 more hours to go, and then we're going to have that all clear. But until then, we got that tornado warning in southeastern Bibb County. Wes?
Yeah, this is video, Matt, of the tornado in Utah. This coming in from the First Alert weather app. This was sighted in earlier. You can see right there, obviously, a condensation funnel. Weather at the point this was taken, we've got contact with the ground. That's what makes it difficult sometimes in these videos. I know there's a lot of rain out there, but obviously you can see the funnel in here. We had a confirmed tornado at the time. What you're looking at the bottom of the screen, that is the camera there from Centerville. I believe that's there's a lumber yard that we might be looking at back to the south and east direction there. That's in... Yeah, that's what we're looking at. They were asking in the back, is that smoke? But there is a lumber yard there that we're looking at, the view back towards the southeast. But that is tornado video just in from the First Alert weather app. So that's the kind of scenes that are coming in. These storms, we are getting tornadoes here. This one is a confirmed tornado that we have now crossing into Perry County. We have a live look from downtown Centerville from the E911 tower, watching that storm approaching. This one also going to cross there along Selma Road, south of downtown. Okay. So that tornado is going to cross on Selma Road south of Centerville and about to cross Highway 5 at Elyards. So the Elyards area. The Sawmill restaurant is located right in this general area, just over the county line. It's going to be right in that general vicinity, and folks here know exactly where I'm talking about. Bibb County and down into Perry County. Giving you those first alert times once again. Elyards, Jericho. This is going to be crossing momentarily Highway 5. That's going to put this across Selma Road, right there, Abercrombie areas south of Centerville, and then eventually the center of the circulation tracks across the Highway 82 area around Trio, and then eventually Highway 139, and then with time moving into Shelby County. Matt, let's quickly also jump into Shelby County. I want to take a look at that storm we're watching. There is a small area. This is the remnants of that one storm that produced the warning earlier, moving through Shelby County. The worst of this is south of Hoover. You can see we have some strong indications here around the Brantleyville and Alabaster areas of some large hail as this crosses around Interstate 65. This is now crossing at Oak Mountain State Park, Oak Mountain Amphitheater. Here's Highway 119. The amphitheater is located right here. So anywhere from the Pelham Civic Center, the Oak Mountain Amphitheater, and areas south, Shelby Medical Center, Brantleyville, you're getting some strong wind gusts in here. But the worst of this at this point, this is south of Valleydale Road. This is south mostly of Highway 119. This is on the other side of Oak Mountain to the south. So if you're in Ballantree, Alabaster, if you're watching me around Harpersville and places like Westover and into the south and eastern part of the county, you get in there a little bit closer to Childersburg as well, we'll need to be watching for some of these strong winds out of this line. This is about to cross around Shelby County Airport, in fact. Matt, are you getting some indications on that they might upgrade this?
Nothing quite yet, but they are indicating confirmed from the National Weather Service employees in the Alabaster, they do have quarter-size hail in that area.
Okay, that was a big concern.
Yeah, and I do want to mention this real quick, Wes, from Utah City PIO, Corey Martin, he says he wants to encourage parents to not pick up their children at schools. The kids are safe. Too many dangerous power lines in the roads, and he's just making sure to tell the parents to stay where they are. And that's going to be the situation with all these storms. They're going to push through in the next 3 hours. Once school actually gets out at like 3 p.m., those storms mostly will be out of here. So it's best just to stay in place, let the storms roll through, and then we're good to go. But Utah City just wants to make sure to encourage parents that the kids are safe and don't go out and pick them up or anything like that. They are in safe hands right now. But we are tracking that severe thunderstorm warning in Shelby County, where we're seeing confirmed reports of hail quarter size, so that could cause some issues there. Definitely don't want to be driving on 65 right now. That is going to be a mess, poor visibility, heavy rain and lightning as well. But we still have that confirmed tornado, and Wes, just looking at it, still looks pretty well defined on our radar.
Yeah, it's still well defined there, Matt. In our radar, we still have a strong indication of a shear marker. You can see that moving across northern Perry County and into Bibb County here. This is about to cross south of Centerville. There's the tornado. And as Matt noted again, this is a very short duration event today. This is going to be very brief. Once this line passes, the threat is over for you. It's very localized. Most of the area right now, we don't have severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a tornado watch. It's one of those days where, again, 1 or 2 storms like what we're seeing to the south could be quite significant, and that's what's happening right now. We have reports of some damage in some areas, but this is going to be well out of here before 3, 4 o'clock for a lot of these areas, especially to the south and west, where we've already had some of that severe weather for today. But looking at the warnings that we have right now, the immediate concern is we could have a tornado on the ground crossing Highway 5 at Elyards. This is moving into Bibb County momentarily. This is out of Hale County, by the way. Hale County, we are cleared from that warning. There's another storm that's actually south of our area that's producing a warning down in the southern Marengo County. I'm just seeing a lot of communication there. I mentioned earlier, if you do have friends, loved ones, you know, you're part of this process too with what we do. You can text, spread the word on Facebook, help promote the weather awareness around the spectrum, and let folks know if you have any friends there in southern Marengo County. There is a tornado warning and another possible confirmed tornado there around Sweetwater impacting those areas. But at this point in the WBRC coverage area, a storm that's actually moved into Perry County. I noted earlier this is in technically WSFA's county, but it's now moving back into the WBRC coverage area here over Bibb County. So there's Centerville, there's Highway 82. I mentioned Selma Road here south of Centerville is where this is about to cross, but that is a very strong indication. Certainly going to have some strong winds with this. Let's check out what it looks like from Centerville right now, and I know that wow, so we do have quite the view there, Matt. It looks like we may have a rain-free base in that area, perhaps. We're catching a view there from the north, so let's hold this view right here. We certainly have either a shelf moving in. Yeah, let's hold this view right here. So we've got a view. This is from the E911 tower, and that's actually the correctional facility that you see off to the south with the lights there from Centerville. That's one of the state correctional facilities there you can see to the south. But that's the severe storm that's moving in over Perry County right there on the Bibb County line. But we have an incredible view right now. If we have a tornado, we might have a view of it here as this crosses very soon. And we're just kind of watching a lot of rain out there. This necessarily isn't the vantage point you want to be at. I've spotted tornadoes out in the plains before, and typically when we train storm spotters, we like for storm spotters to be in position to the south of the storm as it's moving away. You get a lot of rain out ahead of this, and let's hold the view. I don't know who's moving the camera, but if we could just Jeremy, let's pan this back to the right and just keep it on this view right here so we can see that one area seemed like one of the best views that we had. Let's hold this view right here, and let's just keep an eye on this as this moves. This is a dangerous storm, and again, we're going to have some strong winds out of this. Even for Centerville, I think those winds could gust over 50 miles per hour. This is on the E911 tower. This is a live look from downtown Centerville, our First Alert Sky Vision, looking back at that severe storm now. Tornadic storm. We have a confirmed tornado with this. It's in here, moving to the east direction. A lot of rain and some strong winds there as this moves on to the east. And I want to back that view out just a little bit there to see if we have a better indication. But very difficult to see. We could, yeah. Trying to just get a good eye on this, but we could certainly have a tornado in here perhaps. You can see right there, maybe even if we watch closely, you might even start to see some flashes if we do have a tornado on the ground as that moves on by. Certainly some strong winds. Let's watch this. Let's get back to radar here. I don't want to lose sight of where this is going. Let's get in close on this map. Let's get these roads in here as that approaches. You can see right now the tornadoes right here about to cross into Bibb County. There's Abercrombie now across Highway 5. Just move past Elyards. The Cahaba River is now where this is crossing, so if you have camps, know any areas here along the Cahaba River from Bibb County down into Perry County, that is where we're about to have a tornado crossing. Folks, in this area, we need to be in a tornado shelter at this time as that crosses. Let's go back again. We're kind of toggling back and forth as we have a live look at what could be the tornado there, the tornadic storm that's crossing into across northern Perry County and into Bibb County. That's looking south of town at the moment. But let's keep a close watch on that, Mickey. That is the storm. Temperature now 61. It's certainly still unstable enough for this to sustain itself after what we've seen there moving out of Perry County, and we just took a lightning strike here, so hopefully you can still hear me, you can still see us, and I think, okay, so we are still on right now, but we have some storms still moving through Jefferson, Shelby counties, some strong storms at the moment, but there's a debris signature, and again, you see right there, Matt brought up the map, and you could see the Cahaba River is right where this is crossing, right there on the Cahaba River. Matt, that might be good to kind of toggle back and forth there. You can see right around the Cahaba, there's a debris signature. The tornado has crossed between Elyards. It's right in this area, about to move into Bibb County. That's going to put this close to Abercrombie based on what we're seeing right now. But that is about as strong signature as you can get there, Matt, when it comes to seeing a tornado on radar.
Yeah, that's not a good signature. You definitely don't want to see that. That rotation's tightening up, and it's just a matter of minutes where we could see a confirmed tornado with the debris signature. We're already starting to see that. Also want to mention real quick that we're getting reports of golf ball size hail out of Chelsea at 11:25. So just about 5-7 minutes ago, we were getting some reports of golf ball sized hail in Shelby County. Of course, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Shelby County, so definitely want to stay inside. These storms are going to push through very quickly, but of course, of immediate concern is this storm showing well-defined rotation, moving into Bibb County as we speak. Abercrombie, you are literally in the line of this storm. Isabella at 11:57, take cover. Wilton at 11:58, Montevallo 11:59, Center Hill 11:59, Jemison at 12. So this storm's making its way into Chilton County eventually, and we'll see if they'll extend it down the road. But this storm's going to mean business as it has a well-defined circulation. You see the green and the red, well-defined signature, and we're going to continue to watch it as it's pushing off really quickly off towards the east at a clip of 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, Matt, and let's Let's track this here. That could be a tornado that we're looking at embedded in this rain in here as that moves on by. This is a severe storm that we're tracking, possible tornado. That is around Elyards. We did have the confirmed tornado tag on this. We're still seeing that debris signature as this moves across right on the county line. This is now crossing the Cahaba River, kind of winds in here through Centerville and back to the south. That is now crossing over the Cahaba. That's about to cross Selma Road, 219. Right around Redbird, if you're watching around Redbird Lane in Perry County and north of there, Redbird Lane community, you can see exactly, this is going to be just north of us, between us and Centerville as it moves across. And I mean just a wall of rain. That wind is really about to pick up here in the Centerville area as this approaches. But we're looking at 61 winds west-southwest at 18. The lightning picking up here in the Centerville area as this severe storm approaches. But you can see now this is mostly just a wall of rain that we can see a possible tornado in there as it moves on to the east direction. But that is a live look there as we track that severe storm moving through Centerville.
And we got a PDS on the storm too.
So this is it. We are watching right now moving into southern Bibb County. Matt's got this pulled up. Look at this. This is the tornado debris signature. Very strong tornadic debris signature. This has touched down. We're seeing the debris now as this has crossed. There's the Cahaba River now. This is mostly now moving into, this is starting to move into Bibb County at this time. Keep in mind the actual debris has been lofted. This could be out ahead. The winds aloft are racing off to the north and east direction. So that's going to take a lot of this. When you see a tornado touch down, that will pull a lot of that debris there back off to the east direction. But you're looking at it at the bottom of the screen. That is a live look of this tornadic storm moving into Bibb County right now from the E911 tower, downtown Centerville. First alert Sky Vision. That is over Abercrombie, giving you the first alert times. Matt, we've got an update. Let's get the latest on these first alert times. All right, listen up. If you're in Montevallo, 12:01, so right there at lunchtime, 12:01, we were talking about Shelby County. We don't have a warning at this time, but I'm just showing you these areas that where this is moving. As dangerous as this storm is, we've seen multiple tornado debris signatures. We want to be ready to take action. This also shows Jemison around 12:02. So if this holds together, makes it into Chilton County, we would be talking Jemison there around 12:02. So looks like Montevallo, Jemison, down the road. If this holds together, just be ready to take action. This is now almost completely out of Perry County. It's just right there along the county line. Again, this is almost across Selma Road there south of Centerville. This is about to be crossing Highway 82 and a possible tornado here moving through. The lightning has really picked up. That's something else, Matt. You know, typically with a storm that's about to produce a tornado, stay where you are here in Bibb County because stay where you are. We're going to let you know once this threat passes. This is tracking now through southern Bibb County. Tuscaloosa severe threat has ended. Birmingham severe threat has ended. We're watching Shelby County as well. This storm to the south, this may mostly move into, actually looks like Chilton County. You can see the way that arrow takes this to the north and east. So from Calera to Jemison, Manuka Park area, if this holds, there we go. So a tornado warning's coming now for Chilton County. So it's just giving you the first alert. So now we have a tornado warning until 12:30 for Chilton County. So we were just giving you the first alert. It's coming. Your weather radio is about to go off. Seek shelter, Jemison, Thorsby, all the way to Calera. Get to that safe place. I mentioned the Manuka Park area. This is going to be a Jemison impact, Thorsby to Calera on this. It looks like it is going to stay south of places like Alabaster the way it's moving here. But you can see, look at that spin. I mean, if you loop this back a few frames, you can just watch the radar. You can see the spin going on here. This has some major rotation to it as it moves through. Look at that. Matt's looping this along, and you can see the spin in the radar as that moves on through. That is now just south, almost due south again of Centerville. Now we're getting that heavier rain wrapping in. And I mentioned earlier from a viewing standpoint, typically you have a better view to the south. This is north. You can see that heavier rain now moving into Centerville. So likely at this time the tornado is going to be embedded in this rain, the viewpoint from Centerville, and is passing to the south. Here's that debris signature. Here's the tornado now about to cross. This is Selma Road here. There's Fairdale, areas south to Bethlehem. This is Perry County. This is Bibb County. Centerville, we're in here. Centerville, it looks like the tornado is going to pass just south of downtown, okay? Based on, I know we're under the warning, but what I'm seeing right here, it looks like the strongest circulation. We want folks here around Abercrombie to stay put until this passes. It's almost through those areas. There's Trio, there's Active. This is the Cahaba River. I mentioned a few moments ago, it's about to cross the Cahaba, and that's going to put this close to Trio and Active. Now, outside of that tornado where that's exactly located, it's absolutely pouring. We have the strong wind gusts, the risk for damaging winds. This is a severe storm, and all along that line, there's going to be some impacts. And I know it's rough right now, but you're mostly dealing with some strong straight line winds. And Matt, it looks like we also have some severe thunderstorm warnings now issued for St. Clair and Talladega counties. So let's check in on those areas as well. Just let's look at the big view, and that's for that one storm you can see that's lifting in towards Talladega and Childersburg. So a first alert, Childersburg, Talladega, anywhere pretty much between Pell City and Talladega, out around Logan Martin and Point South. Make sure that you're staying put until this passes. Right now we're going to be talking about some damaging wind gust possibilities, 50+ miles per hour. We expected this line to ramp up the further east it moved, and I'm really concerned in here that we could have some damaging wind gusts. There's Westover. We mentioned Harpersville areas right now dealing with some of those impacts, but this is mostly applying to the eastern part now of Shelby County and into Talladega County. Look at this view right now, Matt. This is live look. This is a severe storm right now impacting Centerville, and I mean that rain is, look how the rain's just going completely east-west or west-to-east across the camera view there, and you can see downtown Centerville. Yeah, I'm just kind of panning the camera down. Visibility's very limited here. The control room in the back, we're also watching these camera views that we have, but we're going to have some gusts in here, probably over 40 miles per hour at least. But we're getting mostly straight line winds right now impacting downtown Centerville. Tornado threat passing there off to the south as that severe storm makes its way through Bibb County. Matt, that one that now it looks like it's still showing a strong rotation here. Hopefully it will weaken with time as it moves into Chilton County, but at this point we need to be taking action here. It looks like northern Chilton County, most of this should stay just south of Alabaster.
Yeah, Wes, I just want to give you another report from the National Weather Service chat room. There is a report of one injury reported in a male intersection of County Road 24 and Robinson Avenue. They were transported to the hospital. Yeah, these storms are meaning business. They're producing some damage. We have an injury, and these storms, once again in Bibb, making its way to northern portions of Chilton County. So if you're in the Jemison area, Thorsby, no one should be driving on 65 right now. If you're in Shelby County all the way down to Chilton County, avoid the interstates at all costs. We have a tornado that will very likely, if it holds together, will be crossing the interstate. And it's lunchtime. I know people are out and about wanting to get lunch or something like that, but avoid if you can as this cell continues to move off towards the east rapidly. And you were seeing that camera in Centerville, poor visibility, heavy rainfall. You're not going to be able to see a lot. You can see that on the very corner of your screen. Just very heavy rainfall. But yeah, we got this confirmed tornado. The signature is getting closer to 82. It's just west of Active, probably 5-10 miles west of Active. Trio in that area, and this storm's moving off towards the east really quickly, right around 40 to 45 miles per hour. So these are some intense storms. I will give you a good news though. I'm going to zoom out, put on the reflectivity, show you the storms. The heaviest rain, the strongest storms are now south of 2059. So I can give you an all clear in Gadsden. We're looking good into parts of Blount County, Jefferson County, and all clear. The rain starting to move out at Birmingham. Tuscaloosa County's looking good. Even Greene and Sumter County's looking pretty quiet. But all the active weather has been mainly along and south of Interstate 2059. And you can even see farther to the south, we have severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Shelby, Talladega counties. We got the confirmed tornado warning in Bibb into northern Chilton County. And even farther to the south, it looks like we have a pretty strong tornado signature that could be impacting Selma over the next 30 minutes. So, Wes, we've been tracking this all morning. We've been giving you this first alert for past couple of days, noting this thin line of storms moving through. The good news, it's moving rather quickly, and we've got an entire team here as well. Of course, Vicki and I, we've been here, Wes, and then of course, if you've been monitoring your WBRC First Alert weather app, Tania has also been sending lots of valuable updates, not only through the app, but also through social media.
All right, Matt, and I want to show you this. This is the kind of hail that's falling in Shelby County right now. This just in from Chelsea, and you can see that is over quarter-size hail, which is severe hailstones with thunderstorms. So we're going to see some significant hail damage there across parts of Shelby County from these storms that are moving through right now. Look at this. This is from I think Brandon shared this on my Twitter feed, and this is from Kevin Jarrett, also in the Chelsea area. So we're getting multiple reports there, large hail with that severe storm. This is what's moving into Talladega County and into St. Clair County. So make sure if you're out ahead of these storms, you've got room in the carport and you haven't pulled the car in, do so, because that's what's moving our way. All right, so we're looking at, that tells us we got some very strong updrafts with these storms. We got a lot of cold air aloft. We have severe hail, damaging wind gusts now pushing through Shelby County. We have a tornado now pushing south of Centerville. That is now moving into Chilton County, so get ready around Jemison. We're tracking that one. This is another tornadic storm. This storm's kind of ramping up here now. That's moving into Dallas County. This one to the south, so that's more impacting the Montgomery area. Let's get back in here really close to Centerville, and then I want to take a close look at this severe thunderstorm. And by the way, Birmingham, severe threat has ended. Just some leftover rain. There's still some lightning in the vicinity, but the storms have now ended. I know we haven't talked about some of these areas to the north a lot because the severe threat for the most part today has been in these areas here off to the south, but the tornadoes right here at Trio, that's now crossing. You can see Matt showing right there the circulation that is now crossing around Trio, crossing Highway 82. So if you're in the Trio area, stay put. This has past Centerville, at least the tornadic part of this has now moved on. Actually, Centerville, you can see we're outside the polygon that has updated. Now areas in the path of this include Randolph, Lawley areas. There's Oakley, Bibb Mill. This is Highway 139. This is Highway 82. That's about to cross at Trio. So if you're in Antioch, Thomas Mill, Oakley, Bibb Mill, stay put. First alert, this will soon approach your areas. Then it's into Chilton County, which is right here. So places like Jemison, Wessington will be impacted. If you're in Wessington and Jemison and Chilton counties, get to that tornado shelter. Hopefully, as we continue to monitor these scans, this will weaken as it continues to cycle around here over the next few scans here. Looking at the severe storm here, getting a lot of pictures on my Twitter feed. Let's see, this is the view right now. This is from one of our viewers there in Lincoln. So we're looking in the eastern part of Alabama. We're seeing that storm approaching. Get ready here. If you're in St. Clair County, down into Talladega County, we're about to have some strong wind gusts and the threat for large hail as those severe storms move in. Matt, let's take a close look at that again. You can see here, Matt zoomed in from Childersburg north. You can see a nice little bowing segment in here. A lot of indications that we could have some damaging wind gusts, especially when we got a little notch there in the back of the storm. Those winds really enhanced here around Vincent. There's Highway 231. So this has crossed around Bear Creek Road here in Shelby County. There's a Shelby County license office down in this area, not far from Westover. This looks like it's kind of past Mount Laurel and past those areas. This is more in towards Vincent now, moving in towards Highway 231. There's Cloverdale, and very soon this will be crossing over into Talladega County. But a lot of rain, a lot of wind. There's Harpersville. You can see right there, heavy, heavy rainfall. So just stay put until this storm passes. This is a severe thunderstorm. In situations like this, so many times, even with severe storms, sometimes you can have a tornado. So just in case we get an isolated tornado, we do need to be in a sturdy shelter until this passes on by. Pell City, just looking at this, you can see we're right there on the north end of that warning. Obviously, the Weather Service feels like the worst of this based on just looking at the reflectivity. May stay just south. That's where we have. You can see on the radar here some of the heavier rain in that core right there south of Leeds. That's about to cross right here along the Coosa. That's heading over towards Kings Chapel and Talladega. So we're watching this moving to the northeast direction. This is that final line. And again, today, a lot of what we're seeing here, very brief impacts, probably no more than an hour. This is not a setup. We're going to see more storms return later on tonight. It's more localized from what we're seeing here moving through the area, this narrow band. And you can see some rain left over behind this. If you're watching here around Birmingham, still kind of rainy, but soon that will even taper off. So the severe threat has certainly ended. We're going to see some more stable air moving in behind this. But we're still monitoring and we're still with you because of a tornado warning that's in effect for Chilton and Bibb counties, and that warning will continue. Confirmed tornado. We've had several debris signatures with this. You can see also more. Look at this. This is from Shelby County right now. I'm seeing a lot of pictures coming in right now like this. This is more large hail that's happening. So these storms are still producing very large hail. Kevin Jarrett sharing this there from Shelby County, but a lot of pictures like this. Here's one from Pelham. So we're seeing a severe storm there in the Pelham area. So that's Pelham also. So a lot of reports of large hail, damaging winds coming in there across parts of Shelby County and also into parts of Bibb or Shelby County. So we've got some reports coming in right now. Do we have Brian on standby? Okay. Okay, so I want to head over to Brian Henry right now, reporting in where we had some damage in Hale County. Brian?
Wes, what a day in Hale County. A powerful storm, whether it's straight line winds or tornado. Of course, it's a little bit too early to tell at this point, but it was a powerful storm that hit here about an hour and a half ago here in the Oak Village neighborhood on Oak Village Road, which is off of County Road 36. Now you probably hear the loud machinery. I'm going to step behind the camera and just kind of do a little pan action to see what we're looking at right now. Right about right now, you see this heavy-duty equipment rolling by. Everybody come in for the major cleanup. Now, I'm going to pan over and give you some sense of what we saw earlier today and what we see right now. Probably about 6 homes were totally damaged, at least heavily damaged. Now, the good news in all of this, there are no reports of any injuries, and thank goodness there are no reported deaths from the storm that hit in this part of Hale County in the Oak Village neighborhood. Now, we did try to get an interview with EMA Director Russ Whedon, but he was unable to meet with us right away. And the reason is, believe it or not, according to Russ Whedon, the Hale County EMA Director, there was another tornado that hit Greensboro not too long ago on Pear Road, which happened maybe about 30 minutes ago. Now, the good news in all of this, I can only speak for what happened in this part of Hale County here in the Oak Village neighborhood. There are no reported injuries or deaths, but the damage is very significant on this stretch of roadway. And if I had to guess, probably about a mile stretch, if you will, of home after home that were either totally destroyed and or heavily damaged. Now, that does not even include the downed trees and the power lines. So it's a very chaotic scene right now, and has been for the last hour or so, and likely will be for the next few hours. And folks, including, excuse me, cleanup crews are starting to come through here, including state troopers, people with chainsaws. In fact, I want to share this one story. By stroke of luck, I happened to follow the Hale County EMA Director, Russ Whedon, to this location. And once we got to the first damaged area, he literally had to take out his chainsaw and start cutting his way through Oak Village Road, at least on 4 different occasions. So he himself had to get his own chainsaw out the back of his pickup truck and cut his way through. And at this point, at least 6 homes were told that additional homes were damaged further down the road. So that is pretty much it right here on this part of Hale County on Oak Village Road. We understand that another tornado hit Greensboro not too long ago. Wes, back to you.
All right, Brian, and stand by there because we will come back and get some more information as we find out what's happening there in Greensboro, but some significant impacts across Hale County. We're watching this tornado. We have a warning that it's still active. We need to get to this here, but the good news is from what Matt and I, we've been watching this. Matt just was looping that back, showing you how strong this was, and if you follow along, you can clearly tell that this is weakening as it moves further northeast. You see that strong rotation that's showing up, and then you can see it becomes a bit weaker in the last few scans. So hopefully this will weaken, but we still see enough evidence that we could have a tornado here. If we go back to velocity, we have a great view on this coming in from the Shelby County Airport and right there crossing Highway 139 at Bibb Mill. So if you're watching in Bibb Mill, this is about to cross and move towards the Bessie area. If you're in Kelowna, Wessington, Jemison, giving you those first alert times. I need you to get to that interior room, get to the interior hallway, bathroom, closet, put as many walls between you and the outside. If you don't have a tornado shelter, of course, at the top of the list, it's the concrete reinforced safe room. It's the storm shelter if you have that. If you don't, try to get to that interior room. Again, put as many walls between you and the outside. Helmets, blankets, something to offer some extra protection. Often at times with a situation in tornadoes, it's the flying debris. And you see so many pictures after these tornadoes touch down where all that debris, limbs, and I even have one picture one time of a card stuck in a refrigerator after a tornado. Things just fly around, and you're going to have a lot of wind with this as well, and sometimes that can kick up some of the debris as well. You know, we're showing those debris signatures here on the radar, and as this crosses, there's still a broad swath you can see of some strong winds that will be impacting more than that localized area. So you're going to get a lot of wind, a lot of rumbles out of this, and some heavy rainfall. So this will have some big impacts, this line of storms, but now almost about to cross completely into Chilton County. And if we follow along, this is the Coosa. Here's Lay Lake area. There's Quincy, Lay Lake, Lake Mitchell's down in here. So this would be impacting northern Chilton County. Clanton looks like this stays north of us. The way this is moving, the signature looks a bit more linear, Matt, compared to what we saw earlier. So I like what I'm seeing here. It looks like we may be on the downward trend here. Hopefully this doesn't cycle back around again, but it is moving into an environment, I will say, where the atmosphere is a bit more primed in. Further south, further east, as the day goes on, the way we're hitting this, it's going to be during the peak heating of the day. So as this moves on to the east, we could see the storm strengthen. Mickey, I know you're also standing by just overall, you know, we're watching these severe storms that are tracking into East Alabama. We're seeing those reports of large hail with those storms there moving into St. Clair County. Are you seeing any additional reports? I'm seeing mostly large hail reports with those severe storms.
Not seeing additional reports at this time. We are seeing some good signs, though, Wes, that we might be losing some of the intensity, as you mentioned, from this tornado warning that has been issued. A lot of folks, you know, that have been watching us want to know if they're in the clear, and just want to let you know there are lots and lots of folks that are in the clear now as we continue to watch this storm, and they're dropping counties out of the tornado watch area. So Wes mentioned the Birmingham area. In fact, all of Jefferson County no longer in this tornado watch area. We've been talking about this narrow band of rain and thunderstorms. Now, still within this, now we have Gadsden, but I really think the storms, the more intense storms, are south of Gadsden right now. But still included in this are a couple of counties there, and just pick out your county, whether it's Shelby up through Talladega or Calhoun County, Coosa, Chilton County, Bibb County, still in this area. But we're starting to see some improvement on this, Wes. It looks like the more intense storms, we still have a tornado warning for Chilton County, but it's just not looking quite as bad as it was a little bit earlier on. Matt, we can switch over to you. We're not getting as much of a TDS there, are we? Tornado debris signature.
Yeah, just watching these storms, as Wes was just mentioning, the shear, the spin with the storm definitely has lessened. It's broadened out a little bit, so hopefully the trend will continue and it will weaken, but these storms cycle. So we've had an intense circulation earlier, a confirmed debris signature, and then it has weakened. So here's what we're looking at. You see the green and the red, but it's very broad and very linear in nature. So hopefully it's broadened out. Now it's just going to be some gusty, strong winds and heavy rain and large hail that's going to be moving through parts of northern Chilton County, including Jemison, and into the Rocky Mountain area right along Interstate 65. So we're watching this very closely. I'm putting on what we call the shear rate. Shows us the intense winds with this, and if I zoom this out a little bit and back it up just a little bit, you can see it was well defined near the Abercrombie area, moving off towards the north and east, and then just over a couple of scans later, you can sort of see that signature weakens a little bit, but now in the latest scan it's trying to maybe intensify a little bit more, but more of in a linear fashion. So towards Bibb Mill, the Bessie area, you're probably going to get some pretty gusty winds with this system. Maybe some strong wind gusts up to 40 to 60 miles per hour, and a possible tornado as this storm looks like it's moving. Yeah, it's most likely trying to cycle, and that's what these storms do, Wes. Yeah, man.
I was just looking at some more reports we have coming in. This is a funnel cloud picture that was just in from Bibb County as this thing's crossing there. This is between Trio and Active. That is on Highway 82. So you can see there a report coming in from one of our First Alert weather watchers in that area. So this is that storm. Now it's you can see as we look at this, it looks more linear. We're watching in here for this to start to kind of spin around. Obviously, you can see there's some strong rotation that's going on with this right now. There's plenty of wind energy, so this could produce another tornado here. So we're watching to see what happens. There's Bessie, Mars Hill, County Road 107. I mentioned Trio and Actives back in here. So this is east of you. This is east of Highway 82. This is east of Centerville. This is now crossing Highway 139. Randolph, you're still under that warning. We need to watch this in here for at least, we could have some winds up to 60 miles per hour, which equate to a low-end tornado. So, I mean, straight line winds threat are going to be a heavy impact here as this moves in as well. You can see obviously along this area it's trying to cycle through once again. So as we come to the top of the hour, I'm Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt. WBRC Fox 6 First Alert Weather Team will continuing severe weather coverage alongside meteorologist Matt Daniel, Mickey Ferguson. We also have meteorologist Tania Michelle in-house. The whole team here. Tania has been sending out a lot of updates. If you follow along on our First Alert Weather app, we've been sending out custom updates where a lot of this severe weather is happening. That's one of the tools that we have. We can localize where a lot of these updates go. So make sure if you don't have it, a great tool, our First Alert Weather app, as we continue our severe weather coverage. So we're on with you right now for an active tornado warning that is over Chilton County, and we're going to stay on this very soon. We should be able to clear Bibb County. Okay, so Bibb County has been cleared. So Bibb County no longer under a tornado warning. The possible tornado at this point is now moving into the Bessie community. That's going to put this around Center Hill and Jemison, just a minute or two away here. You've got literally seconds to take immediate action from what could be a tornado that's recycling, re-strengthening, and producing some damage here momentarily. Things are kind of evolving quickly with this. We're seeing motions 40 to 50 plus miles per hour off to the east-northeast. This is approaching Highway 31 at this point. This is not far from the Manuka Park area. So if you're watching us there, you know what we're talking about. This is going to be in Chilton County, though. This is south of Calera. This is going to be south of Airport Marine and those areas south of the Weather Service office. The way this is moving, looks like this will stay south of Alabaster as well. I know we've had some severe storms moving through, but the tornadic part of this line is staying over Chilton County. That's going to put this in Collins Chapel at 12:12. You can see Union Grove around 12:13. These are the latest First Alert times just updated on our system. And this is showing some areas like Wildwood Shores, 12:23. Will hopefully hopefully see this weaken as it moves further north and east. But you can see the path takes us towards Rocky Mount, Collins Chapel. There's Highway 145. That's out moving out towards Lay Lake, Highway 145. So Highway 145, if you're watching here, take action, seek shelter. This is approaching you rapidly from the west direction. Here it is right there. I mentioned Manuka Park. There's South Calera. Again, Calera, this is south. You can see the track on this. Matt has plotted. That's going to put this in this general vicinity here towards Rocky Mount. That's going to cross north of Clanton. Looks like that is going to cross, way north there of the Peach Tower exit. You can see there's Thorsby, Highway 31, again in Chilton County. Want to zoom in really close here once again. Jemison, first alert there for this approaching, and there's that line that's moving in. One thing I really see in this, Matt, and you can jump in on this as well, I see a real potential for some damaging straight line winds out of this.
Yeah, I see that as well, Wes. I definitely could see some straight line winds with this. Also, sometimes with these storms, like we've been saying, they can cycle, and I'm starting to see a little bit of maybe some rotation, a little bit of a bend showing up on our radar as well near Campbell. It's kind of messy to find out exactly where, if there is a circulation where it's at, because it has broadened out. But if you are in the Thorsby area, you are still included in that warning. So make sure you're still taking shelter. Union Grove, Collins Chapel along 65, Jemison, of course. You've got a matter of minutes before this storm makes its way into the area. Let's do a quick overview once again. You are watching a line of storms that is moving right through 2059, and the worst of it's actually south of those areas. So if you live in Gadsden, in the Blount, St. Clair counties, in Jefferson County, Tuscaloosa, all the way down towards Sumter Green and Pickens counties, you're all clear, nothing to worry about. But of course, all the active weather continues to the south and east. And we're talking about areas like Chilton, Coosa, in the Tallapoosa, Clay, Talladega counties. These are areas that haven't had much rain. It's been unstable, it's warm, and these storms continue to move into an area where they could intensify. So we are watching this very carefully. We have a tornado warning far to our south approaching Selma, where they have a tornado warning there. So Montgomery area is likely going to have some nasty weather over the next hour or so. But still looking at that tornado warning continuing for northern parts of Chilton County. And then once again, this is up until 12:30. So signs are showing it's weakening a little bit. But we don't want to let your guard down, because these storms cycle. They form, they can intensify, they'll weaken, and they spin up again. So we are watching this closely. This will be crossing 65 probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes, if not earlier than that, as it's rapidly moving off towards the east at 40 to 50 miles per hour. So the good news, Wes, really is that this is a fast-moving system. So thankfully, we're not going to be here all day tracking these storms.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Matt. I mean, for a lot of these areas out there, it's mostly a lot of wind and rain that we've seen in areas to the north. And now we're getting into that time of day that we're really concerned about, because the temperatures have a chance to rebound. And we're looking at readings that are getting close to 70 degrees across central and into eastern areas. So we're tracking that line there moving in towards Jemison right now. We could have a storm that's about to cycle around once again, could produce a tornado. This is around the Ocampo area, Jemison, and about to cross Interstate 65. It is pouring right now from Elliotsville through Country Hills, Estates areas, south through Calera. Matt, I was looking at this here. We've got some intense rainfall right now that's happening here in Shelby County. So all along Interstate 65, we're looking at those impacts pushing down into northern Chilton County. There's Jemison, Rocky Mount, Manuka. So this is certainly not the best time to be on the road. And just hang on. The way this is moving, next hour we should see this out of here. Matt, let's go to a future radar on this, and let's show where this is going. Again, this is crossing through northern Chilton County. If we follow along, and the good news is we've seen this has gone from a confirmed tornado now to just a radar indicated tornado. So that's what we're seeing right now. That is a positive sign. So that's telling us that we really haven't had from reports from spotter reports to radar indications. We've seen kind of a lull in those reports coming in. So hopefully this has continued to weaken and will stay there on that lower end of the scale. But nevertheless, if we follow along, that's going to put this around Wildwood Shores, perhaps far southeast Shelby County could be included in a polygon if that is extended. Notice that's going to take this into northern Coosa and southern Talladega County. So 1251, get ready here, Childersburg to Sylacauga. We don't have a warning for southern Talladega County. Again, no warning for southern Talladega. But if this does continue there off to the north and east, Sylacauga, Fayetteville, Stewartville areas, just be ready to take action because this is moving in our direction. So that's what we're going to be watching here over the next hour as that tracks along, is this part of the line. But a lot of heavy rainfall in here, some gusty winds. As Matt noted, severe threat has ended for Tuscaloosa. We're seeing the heaviest of the rain out here around Vance, a lot of rain around Birmingham and Hoover. The severe threat has ended for us further north. You can see where we have this severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go in here, and Matt, probably need to go to triple threat and zoom in on this right here because the main impacts that we're seeing right here, large hail. In fact, our weather watcher Tyler Young reported a few minutes ago, which was well to the north and west, but some pea-sized hail around the Argo and Moody areas there and around Trussville. That's where around Trussville is where we had some of that pea-sized hail where Tyler was located. But you can see now where we're seeing quarter-sized hailstones around Capri Island, some severe hail in here. This is about to cross Highway 77. This is pushing out towards the Talladega Superspeedway, which is right here circling where the Speedway is. There's Lincoln, excuse me, the Honda plant. This is going to be moving out towards Howells Cove, north of Talladega. But the big impact here, not a tornado at the moment, is the risk for some damaging wind gusts. In fact, Tania Michelle standing by. Tania, you got some pictures of what we're seeing now coming in out of Shelby County. It's just incredible, some of these hail photos, even larger than quarter size.
Yes, Wes, you are exactly right. And I have that pulled up here. This is our WBRC Fox 6 News Facebook page. And this picture right here is the size of the hail. It looks like cubes of ice. And that is really from the updraft of this storm. And all that cold air is why we're getting these strong blocks of ice that's falling from these storm systems. OK, so this is a picture of hail in Shelby County. I'll click through these real quick so that you can take a look here. And this is someone holding some hail in their hand. They stood outside and picked some up off the ground. So that's indicating that we definitely have some strong updrafts, indicating strong storms moving through central Alabama right now. And I'm gonna click through a couple more pictures here. This is also through from Shelby County. This was sent in about a couple of minutes ago. And we're seeing these blocks of ice that people are literally just being able to pick up off the ground from the storms after they have made their way through the area. And this one right here is the shape of a cross, it looks like. It's kind of crazy that with storms, you can actually see ice is what we are getting pictures of right here. And let me see if I have any more photos. Nope, that is the last photo. So I want to take a look here at what areas are now in the clear. Take a look at this right here. So we had a tornado watch for places further north and to the west, and no longer is that in place. So if you're in Marion County, Winston County, Walker County, Jefferson County as well too, Tuscaloosa County, the tornado watch is now moved through your area. We're seeing the system of storms moving south and to the east, a little bit warning in place for Chilton County. These storms are moving very, very fast, and as time progresses in the next hour or two, this system should be gone and out of central Alabama. But we are giving you the first alert. We have the team here, Chief Meteorologist Wes Wyatt, Matt, Mickey, and myself. I've been giving you all updates on our First Alert weather app, and it is the best way to stay up to date and stay weather aware and alert, and very, very important and vital during severe weather situations like this. So I'm gonna send it back to Wes or Matt, whoever has the next update. Wes has the next update on what we're seeing on our First Alert AccuTrack. Wes, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, keep us posted there, Tania. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Anniston and Calhoun County. So we now have northern Talladega County under a severe thunderstorm warning for large hail damaging winds. That's now impacting Talladega, about to cross Highway 77 here. Lincoln, Talladega Superspeedway. That's going to put this close to Oxford and Anniston as well. So Anniston, Oxford, East Teboga, Coldwater Mountain. Get ready here for a severe thunderstorm that's about to move through. Those winds are about to pick up. Could have some gusts over 50 miles per hour. Not seeing a tornado dramatic circulation with this, but we still could see severe winds, which can even have more far-reaching impacts most of the time. So plan for possible power outages. Make sure you have some redundancy, that NOAA weather radio, including that First Alert weather app here around Anniston, and stay put until this passes, and just be ready. You know, severe storms are what produce tornadoes. We're under a tornado watch now, so if we do see this, start to rotate, be ready to take action for a tornado warning. Where we still have that active tornado warning, let's get in here close to northern Chilton County right now. We are watching this. It's still, to us, it looks much weaker. Based on what we're seeing, it's mostly straight line winds that we're dealing with here at the moment, just based on what the radar signature is showing, but we're concerned that based on what's happened with this today, it may try to cycle through and produce another tornado. So that's why we're still staying in our tornado safe spot. Wessington and Jemison, the worst of this has now moved east of us, okay? This is now crossing Interstate 65. In fact, Union Grove right now is where we have some of the strongest winds moving through, stretching close to Highway 145 at this point. So anywhere from near Shelby to Jumbo, you're going to deal with some strong straight line winds. We could see a tornado here. We're watching it. The National Weather Service are going to continue they're continuing the warning for Dallas County. It looks like Selma right now is a big concern. Matt, at this point, if you have friends, loved ones in this area, the Weather Service really locked in on this one here, moving towards Selma, and obviously you can see why. That is a strong indication there. This is Highway 80 here. That's a tornado approaching Selma. That's crossing right there around Highway 219, approaching Selma. That's Selma Road. That's a road we were talking about a few moments ago, running south of Centerville. But if you're in the Selma area, if you are watching us, whether it's streaming, you have family here, text them. Send them a message on Facebook any way possible to communicate, to let them know that we could have a tornado now moving into the city of Selma, and that's a strong signature there. So another indication. This looks about like that one that moved through Greensboro, and it's amazing. You know, we had that one in Greensboro, and now another one that's moving towards a higher population center, moving to the northeast. So a first alert center, Selma, and there's look at that, a shear marker just popped up. Matt, let's just show some times on this. Selma 12:22, Valley Grande around 12:28. Again, this is in the Montgomery area, but this is probably one of the more significant storms of the day that we're seeing. So that's why I just want to point this out. Just in case you can help spread the word here. And I know we have folks that do check us out on streaming platforms. But let's get into this one to the north once again that we're watching to the north. That was in northern Chilton County. Of course, this is our coverage area. At this point, we do have some heavy rainfall. We don't actually have a severe thunderstorm warning for this part that's pushing in towards Shelby. But you see in there those purples. That is some very heavy rainfall. Actually, right there, Matt, at least quarter-size hail that we have moving through this part of the coverage area. You can see our system showing very heavy rain, some large hail possible there, maybe nickel-sized, quarter-size hailstones near the Shelby area. So a very strong storm. I'm sure the Weather Service at least has a strong storm advisory on this. But, you know, we've been watching this because we were concerned, this may try to cycle around and start to circulate more. Velocity has shown still kind of a linear pattern with this somewhat, where we're seeing more of a straight line wind threat with this. There's indications of rotation, but you can see this is just showing mostly a wall of wind here along that leading edge, a fairly potent gust front there moving on to the east direction. And there's an update. This is at one area. You can see the update. This is the old warning here. This is the new warning. So this is what we need to focus in on right here in this area. That's mostly now right along Highway 145 south of Shelby. This is that one. You can see right there a little bit of a curl there trying to show up. So right there along Highway 173, if we see this try to cycle around, this is that one area, I think, Matt, if we had to kind of go in and pinpoint where that tornado would be, there's County Road 173, certainly getting some strong wind gusts out of this.
Yeah, and it definitely looks more linear. They are still continuing that tornado warning, by the way, for Chilton County until 12:30. So we've got another 15 minutes to go, and if they don't extend it, that is great news. But if you have friends or relatives that are in Selma, This is just right outside of our viewing area. There's a confirmed tornado, a confirmed signature on the radar crossing 219, approaching the west side of Selma as we speak. So make sure they are in their safe place. If you have friends or relatives, it's the storm that's just to the south that we were just tracking and showing you, a confirmed tornado approaching Selma. So that's a very dangerous situation. And as we zoom out across the region, once again, we have a couple of warnings. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. It continues for Talladega going into Calhoun County. Anniston, you are involved in that. In fact, I'm seeing those purples and reds on radar. What does that mean? Very heavy rain and very likely some large hail, sizes of quarters. We've had some indications of even larger hailstones in some of these storms. Lots of reports actually coming out of Shelby County that we've been showing you over the past hour or two. But here's those nasty storms in Anniston approaching you, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour possible. Right now, no signs of any tornadoes, but we're going to monitor that very closely. But once again, zooming on in into parts of Columbiana. Whew, I'm telling you, if you're in Columbiana right now, I'm sure it is loud. Look at all those purples there, indicating very heavy rain and probably large hail. It's going to be making its way closer and closer to Talladega Springs. Also, a first alert for Sylacauga. In fact, just talking about it now, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in those areas. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega counties until 1 p.m. Of course, it's looking like we're looking at large hail size of quarters and maybe 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So as I was just saying, if you're in Sylacauga, Childersburg, Wilsonville, Columbiana, you're likely dealing with some very large hail and damaging winds over the next 30 minutes to an hour. So get in your safe place now. There's no tornadoes, but of course 60 mile per hour wind gusts can produce damage, knock some trees down and some power outages. But we just have this little narrow tornado warning in northeastern Chilton County. Once again, it's looking more linear, so most likely we're not going to see that tornado extend. In fact, that's why they had that severe thunderstorm warning. But the dangerous storm right now in the state, no doubt, is Selma. Here's Wes.
Matt, I have Ryan Carty, one of our storm spotters, on the phone here. Ryan, you are actually spotting this tornado now as it moves into Selma. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm just south on 82, just south of the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And it started to be a cone tornado, and now it looks like it's almost got wrapped in rain, and it's gotten larger. It's going right towards downtown, if not going through downtown.
Okay, so again, this is storm spotter Ryan Carty in the Selma area, said right there around the Edmund Pettus Bridge. You saw it. Now it's become a bit more rain-wrapped. I know for folks there in the Selma area, Ryan, still a very strong indication from what we're seeing here on First Alert AccuTrack.
Yes, it's still... Look, it appears to be still on the ground. I'm going to move a little closer to the bridge and just stop on top of the bridge, and I'm watching power flashes.
So we have a tornado now on the ground producing damage in the Selma area. Again, I mentioned this earlier. Ryan, just stay with us here. We have a confirmed tornado now moving into the Selma area. If you have friends, loved ones in the Selma area right now, this is a tornado emergency situation now with a tornado moving into Selma. We're seeing the power flashes. Ryan, just go ahead again. Just describe what you're seeing. Once again, I know you're south of the storm and you are in a safe position.
Yes, I'm going across the bridge now. It appears to be going through the north part of town. It's become wrapped in rain, of course, and the power just went out here in downtown.
Okay, so a sign there that we have a tornado producing damage now. Power out in the Selma area. Again, you can see a strong signature on radar. This is over downtown. This is moving towards Brantley, moving towards Manila. We have confirmation there from our storm spotter, Ryan Carty, watching this as it crosses Highway 80. It was right there around the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Again, we're zoomed in. This is over Dallas County, and I'm just showing you this because this is probably one out of the storms that we've seen to the south, one of the more potent storms of the day, and that's one thing we haven't seen all day for the first time. Our AccuTrack system, when it shows an extremely strong debris signature, you see that cone there that shows up and rotates. So we have a tornado still producing damage at this point. And I guess, Ryan, at this point, you're still seeing just a lot of rain. I know it's going to be difficult to spot at this time.
Yes, sir. It appears the outer end of the circulation is crossing my location now. I'm about one city block north of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and you can clearly see the rain bands wrapped around the tornado.
All right, so we've got what we call that when you have a tornado like this, you end up with the rear flank downdraft. You end up with the rain that wraps into the circulation, so you can tell right after the tornado passes. You'll see that rain rush in many times in a situation like this. Ryan, listen, I'm going to let you stay safe there. Keep us informed, and we will certainly check back in with you as you follow this storm there moving through the Selma area. That is Ryan Carty. He just bringing us telling us what he's seeing there, spotting this tornado moving through the Selma area. You can see we're showing you on First Alert AccuTrack that tornado there as it crosses the Selma area and moving towards Brantley, Valley Grande, and this is what we call the debris indicator. When you see that here on First Alert AccuTrack, and that's what we're seeing is debris that's been lofted, and that's moving through Selma. But we'll check back in with Ryan. Thanks, Ryan, for that report. Ryan Carty, as we follow along as this tracks to the northeast. Again, moving towards the Burnsville area. This is south of this is in the Montgomery area, and I believe, Ryan, you still there? Okay, we'll check back in with Ryan here coming up. I know right now they are on this storm as it moves to the northeast, but that's south of our area, but it is a deadly storm at this point. It's producing damage. We have a tornado that's lofting debris. This is extremely dangerous at this point, this storm as it moves to the northeast. This is moving towards Manila and Bonita. Matt, let's get back to home here, and we need to watch this weather that's moving through our area. I see we still have just a tiny part of Chilton County in that tornado warning, and it has expired. So again, Chilton County, I just want to let you know here, we're watching it. This storm that's over Chilton County, we saw it kind of weakening, and the Weather Service, for good reason, we've seen this warning continue for a while because we were afraid it might try to cycle through and redevelop, and this is a storm with a history of producing some damage. So this is one that we had to pay close attention to. That aside, that tornado warning expires. Mostly what we're seeing now, 1, 2, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is the final line, and this is almost out of our area, so this will soon exit the coverage area. This is now over Anniston. Matt, let's get into Anniston right now. This is impacting a large population center, one of the larger population centers that we have, and we need to check in on the city here. We've got Weaver, Sachs, heavy rainfall. It looks like the heaviest of the rain now moving in towards Oxford. This is the wind. You can see that gust front now pushing through. Probably 40, if I had to estimate, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust in some of these spots here as this crosses Highway 431. And there's a look at it. Once again, Matt showing us some of the threats as we kind of dive in and weed out a lot of the radar imagery. What you're seeing is the biggest impact and concern right now, large hail, which is moving across Highway 431 here in Calhoun County. So Oxford, Anniston, right there around Quintard Avenue, and Sachs, Weaver, you're getting some of that heavier rain. Right now you can see the lightning. So this is a severe thunderstorm. This will pass on through fairly quickly as this moves to the east now. You can see there the strikes have ramped up with this as well. Matt's actually posting, and a lot of times I get asked what's the difference between positive and negative strikes, and those positive strikes are the ones that emanate from the upper portion of the storm. A lot of times when you see those strikes that we read about in the news, they often result from those positive strikes, but you have different charges in different parts of the atmosphere. But the thing to focus on, that total number, which really tells us, is this strengthening, is this weakening? And at this point, this is still a very strong storm. And as expected, East Alabama, we're getting a lot of wind and a lot of rain at this point, and some large hail that's moving through this area. This is that one spot that we still need to watch here, Matt and Tania. I know Mickey's also, we've been keeping a watch on these storms. They're moving across the state this morning, and there's areas along the line. You get this little hook. You see that? That's right there crossing the Coosa River, and we'll need to keep an eye out in case this tries to spin up again. Let's see what the velocity looks like on this around Talladega Springs. So we have to watch right along this line there for any areas that may try to rotate. Certainly some strong winds. Do a pixel query on this, Matt, and just in these areas here, just to kind of show us. I mean, this is a little bit off the ground, but you can see there we're at least seeing some tropical storm force winds with this as it moves. Look at that, 48 mile per hour. Some of those winds there that are involved with this. So yeah, we've got some high wind gust out there with this line that's moving on through. But you can see once again, this is now almost completely out of Shelby County. Very soon we'll be able to sound the all clear Columbiana and out here around Egg and Butter Road and those areas. You can see that the worst of this now has passed just to the east. There's Columbiana. So east of us, here's Talladega Springs here. Wilsonville, out here, the Wilsonville area is included in the warning polygon. So Wilsonville, just hang on here about another 30 minutes. This will be out of here, moving to the east, and the severe threat will be over by that point for our area. But this is producing some heavy rain, some large hail, and some possibility some damaging wind gusts. Where is this going? You can see we have some first alert times. Sylacauga, plan on this impacting the Sylacauga area around 12:44, close to 1 o'clock, Taylor's Mill areas. This is moving east-northeast at 52 miles per hour. You can see the BTI on this at a 4.6, so that has dropped off. We saw some storms today with those values on a scale of 1 to 10. The ones where we saw a lot of tornadoes even topping a level 5 there in those areas. Notice that the lightning count on this one much higher. We saw around 209 strikes within the past 15 minutes on that Calhoun County storm. You can see there over 300. So we definitely have a very intense storm now impacting southern Talladega County. Do we have the Oak Grove camera? We can also check that out. And what Matt was showing, Matt, do we have that data available right now? Let's stand by, Matt. I think we have another report here coming in from Ryan. Let's see. Ryan Carty's tracking this storm in the Selma area. Ryan, go ahead. Okay, I think we lost him, but Ryan is tracking this tornado warning here. He's been bringing us some live reports through the Selma area, but there's the possible tornado here. This is south of our coverage area that we're keeping an eye on. That is moving into Elmore County, pushing in towards the Deatsville area. If you had plans to drive south out of Clanton, just hold off. Let this one move on by. This is a nasty storm here, and we could have a tornado here that's moving across northern Chilton County, but we are tracking tornado warning to the south. We have half dollar size hail off of Highway 11 in Pelham. Matt, we are getting a lot of reports of large hail, and that was a concern with all this cold air that we have aloft. And if you're in Clay County, that's going to be the main threat here. Large hail, damaging wind gusts, maybe an isolated tornado as this moves through. What was that? Okay, so he's live. Okay, so. Oh, okay. So we're going to head to JP. So we have the whole team on today. JP, I want to go to you because I see you got some reports coming in also out of Shelby County.
Yeah, to go back what you're talking about, Wes, the hail this morning. Probably some of the most significant hail I've experienced, aside from being on a storm chase out in Texas or Oklahoma about 15 years ago. I mean, this stuff was coming down here in Chelsea, and I've got a little bit of it. It's melted somewhat, but I'll hold it up. There's that little spiky piece of ice there. It was about the size of a golf ball when it was coming down, and it sounded like somebody was shooting at the house. I was like, what in the world is that? And my wife asked me, she's like, you ever seen hail that size? I said, well, only one time. Typically, just like you, I'm in the building at the TV station during most of my career, so I was not out to experience this. But yeah, this was what I would say could be some damaging hail, even in parts of the area. Now we're starting to see, as you've been mentioning, that shift over into now the eastern part of our viewing area, with only just a smidgen of Shelby County left with thunderstorms right now.
All right, JP, I've got Ryan Carty back on the line here. This is coming in from, we're watching, JP was reporting in what we're seeing there, especially around Shelby County to the south in the Selma area. Ryan, go ahead. Tell us what you're seeing right now in Selma.
Okay, yeah, the apparent apparently what we seen on the stream was a rain route. I'm not going to say a wedge, but it was a pretty large tornado. It crossed 80, probably 4 city blocks north of the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And there's about, looks to be about a mile-wide path of destruction. There's parts of buildings down on top of houses or on top of vehicles, and there's utter destruction here.
So you said you're seeing a lot of building, a lot of structural damage in that area. Did you say a lot of overturned vehicles?
Yes, I'm actually parked beside one. If you got the feed up, I will point the camera that way.
Okay, we'll try. Yeah, we don't have the feed right now. We'll try to work on that, Ryan. But we're tracking the storm right now, moving through Selma. So you said a mile-wide path?
Yes, it appears to be, like I said, right in downtown, maybe 4 city blocks north of the Edmund Pettus Bridge is where the destruction starts, and it goes all the way to the water tower.
Yeah, so mile-long path there to the water tower. So obviously, Ryan, we appreciate those reports coming in, and we're getting lots. You heard Ryan's report there, confirmation that we still have a bad tornado, major tornado here moving through the Selma area, and you can see there the signature still showing up around looks like Bonita and Winslow. The way this one is moving, it should stay south of Maplesville. The way this is tracking, Ryan, we're going to still work on getting that feed there. I really appreciate the report. Stay safe there. Watch for those down power lines. You know, that's one thing a lot of these areas out there today. I know you guys have been in these situations many times, but keep those reports coming in. Stay safe out there, and we will check back in.
Sounds good. Thanks, Wes.
So Ryan Carty there reporting in. That's from Selma. Now that's just south of our area, but he was actually watching that one storm in Duncanville. Went from Duncanville to Selma. So they are really, these storm spotters, what they do, it's just critical to providing ground truth for us. But the storms right now, what we're seeing in our area are not producing tornadoes, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings still ongoing. Matt's going to jump in. He's watching this storm that it's about to move into Sylacauga. Looks like we're getting some strong winds.
That's right, Wes. And, you know, normally for severe storms to be issued, they have to have winds around 60 miles per hour. But with this particular storm, the National Weather Service is warning that their winds could exceed up to 70 miles per hour. No doubt if that actually verifies, you're going to get some straight line wind damage, trees being knocked over with some power outages. So with this severe thunderstorm warning, clipping northern parts of Coosa and into Talladega counties, just want to give you that first alert for 70 mile per hour wind speeds as the storm is getting closer towards Sylacauga, 231, maybe impacting parts of Chandler and just moving out of the Childersburg area. So I'm going to show you the reflectivity with this. And when you start seeing these purples on this radar, that's indicating very large hail. We got lots of lightning as well. And you can sort of see that straight line right there. When you go from green to yellow to red and purple in a very short distance, that's indicating some very strong winds ahead of that rain. So definitely wants to be on alert towards 5 Point, Sylacauga, 231-21. That's where we're seeing that strong wind and heavy rainfall and hail probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So this is probably the strongest storm that we're tracking right now in our area. And that's where we have that severe thunderstorm warning, of course. I want to mention that strong storm that has pushed through Anniston. It looks like the worst of that is now out of your view, out of the area. But I will note, moving up farther to the north and east, it looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning as well for Cherokee County. This is up until 1:15, so we're thinking about you guys as well up towards the north and east, where you could see some very heavy rainfall, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Right now, this signature doesn't look like a tornado threat. It's more of a straight line wind threat, and that's what we've been telling you over the past couple of days with this event. It's mainly been a damaging wind concern here, but the dynamics have definitely been very favorable for tornadoes, especially well to our south. And unfortunately, getting that information about Selma is very concerning because apparently debris was lofted up to 16,000 feet on the radar, which based off from the Weather Service, that you would usually indicate a very strong tornado. So prayers are going out to those impacted by those storms in Selma. But here locally, we are dealing with those strong storms moving through through Cleburne and into Cherokee counties. The strongest winds, by the way, it's going to be south of Center. So if you live in Center, that severe thunderstorm warning is just to your south. You're just dealing with some rain and lightning, and it's not going to last for much longer, for maybe another 20 to 30 minutes. But overall, we're starting to see some major improvements for most of central Alabama. We are clear and good to go. If you live in parts of St. Clair and Blount, Coleman, Jefferson counties, looks like most of Shelby's now starting to see some quiet weather as the rain's about to move on out. Bibb County, you're looking good now, and Tuscaloosa, of course, Pickens and Marion counties. It's now just our southeastern counties, including Talladega, into Clay counties, into Chilton, and Coosa, Tallapoosa counties, and we're watching that storm, the confirmed tornado that has moved through Selma. We'll be watching that. We'll see if it tries to clip itself into southern Coosa. Right now, it looks like it might stay just to the south, but we're going to be watching it very closely. Wes?
Yeah, Matt, and we're going to stay on this here for a little while. We still have a tornado watch in effect, and you know the tornado warnings have continued to the south. We're seeing a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings, and we'll stay with this till it exits the area to the east. The severe threat has ended for West Alabama. For specifically, you can see Tuscaloosa, Jefferson County, severe threat has ended. Most of Shelby County soon will be able to sound the all clear. St. Clair County, severe threat has ended for us. Matt, let's take this north to south, and then we're going to check out that storm there off to the south that's producing the confirmed tornado. But at this point, northern Cherokee County left out of the warning. It looks like the storm's there low enough in intensity to where there's strong storm advisories, but not severe storms. But we pick up to where some of those winds could gust over 58 miles per hour, and we could have some very large hail here. Piedmont, Duggar Mountain, that's now moving into Cleburne County. You can see the lightning obviously more intense. You get in here around Nancy's Creek and Highway 9 back in towards White Plains. Matt's moving the map, and you can see the heaviest of the rain now. Weaver, the worst of the weather, now to the east of us. Jacksonville, the JSU campus, this is about to be east of us, the worst of the weather. I know we've probably had some hail, some gusty winds, but we're watching it close here in Calhoun County. If you are watching around Edwardsville, Fruithurst areas, giving you the first alert, this is moving in your direction. There is Highway 78 there. You can see around Chocolaco areas and Chocolaco Mountain and White Plains right now with the heaviest of the rain, and mostly the big concern, those winds 58 miles per hour or greater. Anniston, we're out of that severe thunderstorm warning, but still some heavy rain and still a lot of lightning in here. So stay indoors until this passes, those gusty winds. We actually had the one strike, Matt, here at the station we had was well after the line passed. Did you notice that? So after this passes, just stay inside. This will all move on through fairly quickly, but we are seeing those improvements back to the west. And then you go south in Sylacauga. Tania, do we have the Oak Grove camera pulled up? Let's access that, because we're going to have that line right now making its way into Sylacauga. So let's check out that view that we have. And we'll go to Sylacauga Live right now at Oak Grove, and make sure I got the right camera. So there we go. This is in Talladega County, and this right now you can see the trees there at the bottom. You can see whipping the wind gust starting to pick up. We're seeing it last gust up to 24 miles per hour, but that line approaching. And Matt, I'm going to let you jump in. I was noticing, did you see that report from the Weather Service? They said typically the kind of debris signature that they see, like that tornado we were talking about in Selma, they said that often equates, did I see EF2 tornado?
EF2 to EF3, yeah. He said typically when they see debris lofted that far up into the sky, that's usually an indication of a strong tornado, which is defined as an EF2 or greater. So very concerning there. There's reports in Selma that the country club is destroyed. So we're going to probably hear a lot coming out of the Selma area over the next several hours as these storms race through the area. Let's see, I think we got another warning. Okay, so Clay County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for winds up to 70 miles per hour. And this is the storm we're still watching that's in Talladega. So right now, those strong winds, as we speak, is impacting Sylacauga. So obviously, I don't have to give you that first alert. You're probably hearing it right now. intense wind and rain, and this storm is now pushing into Clay. So in the Ashland area, go ahead, go inside, prepare, get the pets and animals, make sure they're safe inside as well, because we're looking at some very heavy rain and the potential for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clay up until 1:45 this afternoon.
Yeah, be ready there, Matt, for some large hail. This is the live look right now. This is from the first assembly there in Sylacauga. This is that severe storm moving in. So we're going to see right here the kind of wind that we're dealing with. You can see obviously the trees are starting to whip in the wind. We're getting those gusts 20 plus miles per hour. This is looking back in the direction of the Marble Quarry right there. We have the view back to the south and east. You'll see this camera move here. There we go. Just making some adjustments, but that line about to move in. And I see a lot of folks on the road here. If you're on 280, you know, if you can just pull off and wait on this to pass here. We're about to have some strong winds. That's about to cross Highway 280, and we're about to have some very heavy rainfall. This severe storm is about to move in that Matt has been showing us there, and it looks like yeah, you could see some heavy-duty ponding on the road already. I was seeing the vehicles there kicking up some water. Be careful out there. The rain, it is really coming down, and you can see right now moving into the Sylacauga area, some gusty winds. Looks like even north of Sylacauga, that's where we have some of the heaviest of the rain around Pleasant Hill. You get here north to Flagpole Mountain, you can see that heavy rain coming down. Typically when you get into the radar view like this, you see a lot of reds that are showing up. That's mostly representing the very heavy rain that's falling out there. It doesn't necessarily mean tornado. What we have to do is look into the storm, and sometimes we can see those signs that there's some rotation going on. That's what we're looking at right now, is the rotation tracker, and you can see that there's still a little bit of a spin with this. Areas we got to watch out for, but this is moving on east now. This isn't staying put. And one thing about this setup today, I'm not too concerned about flooding, just due to the fact that this is moving through fairly quickly. But with the ground's kind of wet, wind's picking up, we're still probably going to see some outages and some random reports of some trees down in some spots across the area. There's a look again at Sylacauga and the Sycamore areas as this tracks on east. Looks like Childersburg, the worst of this is east of us now. Get ready around Ashland, and again our friends here in Clay County for another strong storm that's about to move in, and looks like northern Coosa County as well, starting to see some impacts. We'll get that gust front moving in. Notice that we are included in that severe thunderstorm warning polygon. And then it looks like Chilton County, we're kind of in between right now. Storms are behaving, just a lot of rain, a lot of wind. There's quite a bit of lightning. The storm of the moment is this one right here, and Matt, by the looks of it, we still have a tornado. I mean, look at that hook echo. Hook signature. You look for the tail end of that. You see that strong tornado signature. This is pushing through Elmore County. Let's put some times on here. And again, it helps spread the word. If you have friends, family, loved ones in here, folks you want to text or message on social media, you're a part of this as well. Help spread the word that we've got a possible tornado has produced some significant damage in the Selma area. We're following up on that right now. We could be seeing more damage happening here. And this is all moving towards Deatsville, the Marbury area. If you're watching around Marbury, a first alert. And you know, when you drive 65 here north of Montgomery, you pass that lake with the big water wheel there off to the side of the interstate. That's exactly that same area that we're talking about where this is going to cross, close to that point there north of Prattville, right there between Verbena and Prattville. That's where this is going to move there on 65. So again, giving you that first alert. This is all going to track towards Wetumpka. We're looking at moving towards Elmore and Autauga counties there impacted. I think I said Elmore County, but Autauga County, and moving there off to the north and east. And you can see the BTI on this, a 7 at the bottom right there. That's at scale 1 to 10 that we look at here with the data. Tania, did you have some information? I saw you were showing some of those storms there off to over East Alabama. I think a lot of what we're seeing, a lot of large hail reports, and I'll let you jump in if you had some information you needed to add.
Yeah, right here I have pulled up on our First Alert AccuTrack West. This is showing where the hail is actually headed. So right now over Sylacauga, like you were just mentioning, but it's going to be heading over towards Papertown at 1247, Sycamore at 1247, Ledbetters. Actually, it says it's in Tallahatchie right now. So you can see some hail if you're in that area, and that can be very, very dangerous. Find some place of shelter. Do not be out and about, especially in your car or standing outside. Find some place to protect yourself with those heavy heavy downpours of hail. We're seeing hail about an eighth of an inch and anywhere up to about, let's see, hail size 1 inch. So hail can be up to about an inch in size. And you saw those big blocks of ice. That can be very, very dangerous. So like I mentioned, that is heading slightly to the north and east, and we're seeing it over towards Taylor's Mill around 12:55 p.m. Martinsville at 12:56 p.m., Smelly at 12:56 p.m. I have a couple of other places that are seeing some hail right now too. I'll pull that up for you right here. Up further north and to the east over central Alabama, just towards Cherokee County, we're seeing some hail reports up there as well too. And if I pull that up, we can see where that is headed. We're seeing hail about 0.2 of an inch, and that is actually headed, we can track that right here. It's going to be towards Rock Run at 1:01 p.m., Bluffton at 1:09 p.m., and Bauxite at 1:10 p.m., Pleasant Gap at 12:50 p.m. So hail is very, very dangerous. Definitely make sure that you find some sort of place of shelter. We're still seeing these severe thunderstorms move through our area. Closer to 1 p.m. and after 1 p.m., things are going to start to die down for us. So we're getting really close to that moment, but just make sure you're staying weather aware and alert. That hail can be a very, very dangerous situation if you are out and about. I'm going to send it back to Wes, who's going to continue to give us updates on the severe weather system that we're seeing in this area. But once again, hail definitely moving through central Alabama, parts of Sylacauga further to the east, and also towards northeast central Alabama. And we're seeing hail up to about an inch in size. So just keep that in mind. And it's going to be towards Rock Run at 1:01 p.m., Bluffton at 1:09 p.m., and Bauxite at 1:10 p.m. After about 1:10 p.m., a lot of this severe storms through our area seems to be dying out, but continue to stay weather aware and weather alert. And I'm sending it back to Wes. Wes, do you have any updates? What are we following and tracking right now, this current moment?
Well, we're still watching this one storm here that's produced some significant damage around the Selma areas, moving through Autauga and the Elmore County areas. This thing still showing signs of a tornado. You can see that shear marker that's crossing Highway 82 right now. This is south of Maplesville. This looks to stay south of Clanton, and it's going to be tracking here close to Rollins, New Prospect, Pine Level areas. But you can see their strong signature. We still could have a tornado that is doing damage now as this moves to the northeast. There's Cooper, Enterprise, places like Verbena. This is going to stay south of there. But if we track this with time, this could end up in southern Coosa County. So we need to watch it. Giving you a heads up, Matt, let's do some first alert times here. It's showing Deatsville at 1:02. We may need to do a future radar, and we'll take this out 1 hour to give you some heads up on this, some first alert time. So there's the current time, and this is that tornadic storm. And you see as we move on to the north here, let's see, there's 1 o'clock. Let's take it on close to 1:30, and you see right there 1:20, 1:24, and we'll stop it. Let's stop it. Yeah, close to 1:30. So 1:30, you can see it was here. Now at 1:30, we're showing it around Nicksburg and Equality. So this is southern Coosa County. So there's a chance, if this continues to produce a tornado, that this one is going to end up in southeast Coosa County. Lake Martin, there's Alexander City, so Tallapoosa County, also watch out for this one. This has been one of the more destructive storms of the day that we have seen with respect to tornadoes. This one has produced a large tornado over Selma. This could end up being an EF2 or higher tornado that touched down in Selma. That's what we're talking about here. That thing is now moving across Autauga in Elmore County, still showing a hook signature. Hopefully it's going to weaken here as it moves northeast. But along this line, and especially to the south, we've got quite a bit of instability. We're tracking severe storms. We're starting to see more counties cleared away. We'll show you that. Right now, I want to check in quickly with Matt.
Yeah, I just want to give you an update on that tornado warning storm. Once again, this is just to our south, but we're going to watch this because there is a chance it could eclipse southeastern parts of Coosa County in the next 30 minutes to an hour. But we're getting reports there's a stream being watched from a chaser, and it looks like on Highway 82, they're showing rapid rotation with a low cloud base, and of course now they continue with this observed tornado warning. In fact, there it is. We got a tornado warning that's been extended now, and this time this tornado warning is for Chilton, Coosa, and Elmore counties until 1:45, and it's the same storm that we're tracking just to the south, moving up towards the north and east. So there you go. We got this purple polygon. When you see a purple polygon, that means it's been observed and it's confirmed. So if you're in these areas, definitely need to take alert immediately. So areas including into this, we're looking at Pentonville, we're looking at Pyron, near the just clipping parts of Rockford as well in Coosa County. So hopefully the circulation will stay to the south of Rockford, but you're still included in that tornado warning. So we now have a tornado warning in effect, and this is going to continue until 1:45. So we're going to be here for at least another hour tracking this disastrous storm. This is the same storm that's produced some damage in Selma, and we're still trying to get an idea. But just based off this radar, Wes, just looking at it near the Browntown area, it looks like a little hole signature, so a little debris signature showing up through there. And I'm going to show you the velocity, and I mean, this is an intense rotation. When you see that green and red meet, that's an intense winds going away and towards the radar. When you get those winds meeting together, they sort of create that rotation, and then they make it to the ground, and that's where you get your confirmed tornadoes. So unfortunately, the signature is ramping back up, and it's pushing off towards the northeast rapidly at 55 miles per hour. But this is an extremely large and dangerous tornado, and once again, it's confirmed, and unfortunately, we have that tornado warning clipping far southeastern Chilton and into southeastern parts of Coosa County. Wes?
Matt, I was just looking. This is the picture from of the tornado that moved into Selma. That is from Ryan Carty's feed. I was just talking to Ryan. He gave us permission to show, and you could see that tornado there moving in to the Selma area. That is a large tornado and a lot of damage being reported. We're getting those reports in from Selma, but that is the storm that Matt's telling you about there that's moving to the far south. But we have seen now, it looks like Chilton County included and Coosa County in a tornado warning for this is that monster that we were telling you about that's moving through Dallas County and now moving through Otaga and those areas to the south. All right, let's go back to First Alert AccuTrack radar, and let's get in on this. This is far southern Chilton County. So Chilton County, I know at this point weather radios are going off. Clanton, this is south of you, okay? This is going to be just clipping that far southeast part, but this is a very, very dangerous tornado here. Browntown, this is about to cross Interstate 65 anywhere from Verbena south to Pine Level. You do not want to be on the road at this time. Matt, and what kind of upgrade are we looking at on this? Is that a tornado emergency? So that is a new polygon. This is a tornado emergency now for, we're looking at Elmore, Chilton counties, those areas to the south. Matt, jump in once again on this and give us the times on that actual tornado emergency that were issued.
Yeah, so this is rare. When they put a tornado emergency, it's a confirmed tornado, and everyone needs to get off of Interstate 65 immediately. This is going to be passing 31 as well, but this is going to be a large tornado, most likely rain-wrapped, that's going to be crossing in the interstate over lunchtime. People are probably traveling out and about, so no one needs to be driving through these areas. Now, most of Chilton County is not included in this, but Deatsville, we're looking at 105 is when the storm's moving in. I'm going to do another track for you and try to give you some latest times. This storm is moving off towards the north and east at 50 miles per hour, so we'll try to do that for you. I'll jump back in here. Okay, yeah, sure, Wes.
We had some data coming in, so the way I wanted to make sure we had a good handle on where this is going. So it does look like this stays well south of Clanton, south of Cooper, but the track is going to put this into southeastern Coosa County. This is going to clip far southern Chilton County. This is south of Lake Mitchell. So if you're watching south of Lake Mitchell, but if you are in southeastern Chilton County, Verbena, get to that tornado safe spot. Give or take just a couple of miles here, the way this moves, tornadoes, they can be kind of chaotic. They can kind of waver in the path, the way they move. So we could see this move a bit further north, but we have an emergency situation, a tornado that's producing damage. It's on the ground. It's now approaching Interstate 65. This is Otaga County here, okay? Tornado warning for Otaga County. We're getting debris detected. That is about to cross Interstate 65. You do not want to be on the interstate. If you're listening to me on the radio go. If you are south of Clanton, pull over, rest stop. Certainly northern Autauga County, where this is about to cross, close to the Chilton County line there. This is just south of Urbana where this is going to cross. We could have a tornado very soon right over the Marbury area. There's Pine Level to Marbury. You can see where this is moving. Pine Level's at the bottom of the screen, Marbury at the top of the screen. You are in the path of this. The Pine Flat area, there's Lightwood. This is the Coosa River. You can see around Willona areas, and looks like Weoka Mills. This is eventually going to work its way into Elmore County, but it's just kind of right there along those county lines. So if you live south of Clanton, you do need to be in a tornado shelter until this passes. It will stay south of Clanton, though. We're fairly confident the way this is moving now. You can see even the warning polygon, it is well south. These are tornado warnings. I know this is not the traditional red that you're adjusted to. There have been some modifications to the tornado warning system, the way those are issued now. We have tornado warnings, but then when they are confirmed tornadoes, you see the purple shade, and then you see an even brighter shade when there is a tornado emergency. So you're looking at tornado warnings, but this is a good visual indication to us of what level of tornado warning that we're looking at. And there's a very strong debris signature, and we're looking at debris that's being lofted right now over County Road 57, thousands of feet up into the atmosphere as this tornado moves along the surface. As that moves closer to Interstate 65, there's the Marbury area, Highway 31, and again, that's approaching Interstate 65 at this time. Did you have something, Matt?
Yeah, the Weather Service is saying that there's debris being lofted 15,000 feet into the air.
Wow.
When you get that kind of debris lofted that far up, that's an intense tornado. It could easily be an EF2 or greater. So this is an intense tornado. Obviously, we're not sure how large of a tornado. It doesn't matter at this point. It's a pretty strong tornado that's crossing Interstate 65 as we speak. I hope and I pray there's nobody out there on the interstate, that they've all stopped and hopefully allowing this storm to move on through. But this storm means business, and it's rare to see a tornado emergency. So that's confirmed. We know it's doing damage, and it's obvious. We're seeing it. When we saw this little icon right here, it's rare to see those. If you do, it's most guaranteed that there's a tornado hitting the ground. But this tornado warning, we have a tornado emergency out there, and it's moving off towards the north and east. That icon has disappeared, but that signature on velocity is still very intense. So prayers going out to those in the Autauga County area. I-65, this storm is crossing it as we speak, Wes.
All right, and Matt, I just want to show again, this is what we saw earlier. This is that tornado crossing Selma. You can see a very large tornado. That was from Ryan Carty's feed there in the Selma area as that moved in. This is now crossing Autauga County, so you can see an emergency now, emergency tornado warning that is in place across Autauga County. This, again, a call to action. If you're in Lightwood, in the Shelley area, if you're in Deatsville, Coosa River, it's going to be crossing here. This is south of Lay Lake, but a dangerous storm now about to move over 65. You do not want to be on Interstate 65 around Marbury right now. If you are closing in on Urbana, you can hear us on the radio. Pull off the exit, wait and let this pass. This is now, you can see the latest scan right on top of 65 pretty much, and that's going to put this in right there in the corner of Elmore, Autauga, and Chilton counties. There's the debris lofted, as Matt mentioned, over, did you say over 10,000 feet? 15,000 feet up into the atmosphere. We've got debris which could be pieces of insulation. It could be limbs, tree limbs. I've seen this debris travel several miles and miles away from the tornado because those fast winds up there, you get up there over 5,000 feet, those winds are racing out of the southwest as well, and that's something else that could, this is one of those cases you see where the debris can be transported miles out ahead of the storm, but you can see there the winds at Matt's plotting. That's just kind of giving us a good idea of the kind of winds in general that we could see with this. I mean, 69, 75, that's EF0 at least, EF0 tornado type winds that we're seeing with this. There again, the strong debris signature from our First Alert AccuTrack system as this now crosses Interstate 65. Tornado emergency, New Prospect, the Marbury areas that we told you about, there's Highway 31. Stay in that shelter. Again, the best place underground, concrete reinforced safe room. If you don't have that, interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside. Stay away from those windows. Grab a heavy blanket, wrap yourself up in some extra protection. Do not, at this point, if you're watching me here and you're at New Prospect, some of these areas where this is right now on top of you, stay put, stay in shelter where you are as this passes. This is going to be quite dangerous here over the next few minutes until this moves on through. It's moving fairly quickly. What do you have, Matt?
So that tornado has now been upgraded to a tornado emergency downstream because of this warning out here. So that now includes parts of Coosa County, southern portions of Coosa County. So this is a tornado emergency. This storm is continuing to produce a tornado. It's confirmed. We're getting reports of damage, and this thing is lifting off towards the northeast rapidly. So this storm's moving, 55 miles an hour towards the east-northeast. So this storm is moving fast. It's going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to see it. So, and we don't want you to go out and see it. So from Rockford points to the south, we are now in a tornado emergency. That is a extremely dangerous situation. If you have friends or relatives that are in southern parts of Coosa County, Pentonville area, make sure you give them a call, text, something. Let them know about it if they haven't already gotten an alert on their phone. And of course, let them know we are tracking this very intense storm as it's moving rapidly towards the east-northeast, but a tornado emergency out for Coosa County and into Elmore County up until 1:45. Now, I do want to do an overview real quick, and then we're going to go right back to this storm because it is quite dangerous, but we are seeing some improvements. No longer seeing any active warnings in parts of Cherokee County or into Calhoun County. Still looking, though, at a strong storm, a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay. So we want to move on to that area real quick. Right around Chambers Springs, where we've already seen intense rain, maybe some large hail and strong winds. This particular storm could produce up to 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, and that can knock trees down and result in power outages. So towards Bowden Grove, Ashland area, Lineville, Barfield, those spots, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning. So take this warning seriously, get in your safe spot, because these winds could become intense in some areas, up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. After Clay County, Sylacauga, heavy rain, you're no longer in a warning, and we've got an all clear. I'm going to give you an all clear if you're in Shelby County. You just got some light rain that's moving on out now. Bibb County's looking good, and most of Chilton County's good, although the southeastern parts getting some intense rain still and lightning. But a tornado emergency out for southern parts of Coosa County and clipping just a little southern eastern portions of Chilton County. So this is an intense storm. The signature, unfortunately, showing quite a significant signature. When you see that green and red meet, definitely seeing an intense rotation there. So Lightwood looks like it's going to be right in the line of this signature as it moves quickly off towards the east-northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Wes, got anything new?
Yeah, Matt, I just want to stress that what we're seeing here, you're watching WBRC Fox 6, the tornado that we're tracking is extremely far southern part of the area. Now, this is going to be moving into far southeast Chilton County, far southeast Coosa County. A lot of the impacts that we've been seeing down in the Montgomery area, but we're seeing reports of some significant damage, and this is a tornado that is being confirmed on multiple platforms. That's why we're looking at a tornado emergency now for Autauga County, and where this is crossing, I know a lot of folks travel this route every day, and we need to make sure that you're off the road on 65 until this passes. This is an extremely dangerous emergency situation here over Autauga County. We're looking at debris being lofted over 10,000 feet up in the atmosphere as this tornado now moves to the north. You can see it's over here now. As Matt is plotting, it's now over the interstate. It's now crossing into northern Elmore County, and it's about to move into southern Coosa County. So anywhere from Rockford to Equality, if you're watching around the Equality areas, Get ready. This is coming. It's moving in that direction. Get to the tornado shelter. Rockford, you are included with a storm like this. That track goes a little bit further north. You need to be in your tornado safe place. Get there right now as you have just a few minutes as the way this is moving fast to the north. Kelly's Crossroads is to the north here, right on that polygon. It looks like the polygon runs roughly, if you're south of Highway 22, you're in the path of this tornado. So a rapid mover. It's tracking to the north. Let's back this view out. Actually, hold it right there, Matt. There's Speed, Pentonville. Matt, he's got a nice view on this, where this is going. Let's hold it here for a second. These are areas here. If you're watching WBRC Fox 6, we want you to get to that tornado safe place. This is in Coosa County, a first alert, Cottage Grove, Nicksburg, Equality, Pentonville, Speed, Rockford. This is Highway 231, Highway 22. So you can see everywhere south of 22. That's going to put this towards Walona, the Richville area, Pentonville, Speed, Highway 231, and then also Cottage Grove, Nicksburg. So if you're in Fish Pond as well, you are included in that warning. But basically that Highway 22 corridor points south. Get to the safe place right now. You have minutes, seconds as this now crosses to the north. And this is one that has been holding together for a while, Matt. I mean, this thing has moved across, it looks like completely across Autauga County. Hopefully it will weaken some, but we're still looking at not only a tornado warning, but a tornado emergency now that does include Coosa County. Let's get the big picture here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning I'm noticing for Clay County that we've been watching. Most of our area at this point is in the clear. As you can see, Blount County, Etowah County, St. Clair County, severe threat is over. St. Clair County, or Shelby County, severe threat is over. Bibb County, Perry County, severe threat is over. It's this one line. It's about to be out of here. You can see right there it's moving into Coosa County. That tornado warning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for Clay County. Anniston, severe threat is over for us. Talladega, severe threat is over. Childersburg, severe threat over. And almost we're about to have this heavier rain through Sylacauga. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning right now, so we're watching to the far southeast, and soon this will be shifting out of our coverage area. But we've certainly had some impacts in locations to the south. Our news team's gathering information on that as well, where we've had some damage. And this tornado, this is the only, the first tornado emergency outlooks that we've had so far today, right, Matt? And looks like still a significant storm at this point. It still looks like we have a tornado here that is producing damage about to cross right there along the Coosa River.
That's right, Wes, and just getting more reports from the National Weather Service. There's been visual confirmation from Lightwood fire units of that tornado near Johnson Road in Elmore County. Also getting reports in Autauga, heavy damage along numerous roadways in the Old Kingston communities. So we're getting definitely reports of the tornado. We're seeing it visually on radar, and that is why we have that emergency, because this is an extremely dangerous situation as the storm's rapidly moving up to the north and east. And the good news I can give is I would say within an hour or so, these storms are going to be out of the area, and it's going to be an issue for north and central Georgia, not for us. And then for us, it's just going to turn cold and very windy. So we could still have some issues tonight, but it's just going to be from the wind as that dry and cold air filters in. But a tornado emergency with this warning. These are purple polygons. Is a new kind of way to classify these tornadoes. If you see a red polygon, it's Doppler radar indicated. Us meteorologists see it, and then they issue that. But if you see those purple colors, it's confirmed or it's an emergency, and that's what we're dealing with right now. It looks like that signature, if I'm not mistaken, is just about to move into northwestern Elmore County, the Lightwood area perhaps. So I'm going to show you that velocity. There it is. It's just moved through the Lightwood area, and it's getting closer and closer to 231. So no one needs to be driving out on 231 at all, because that signature is showing it crossing there probably within the next 10 minutes. It's 1:10 right now. It probably is going to be there by 1:20 easily. This storm's moving 50 to 55 miles per hour to the east-northeast. It's going to be rain wrapped. You're probably not going to see it, and it could be large. It could look just like a huge curtain of rain, but it's probably a tornado wrapped around in that. So we have this nasty signature showing up still on the radar. I'm going to look at the radar. We have this thing called correlation coefficient. It's a fancy term to see if there's debris lofted up into the air. And when you start seeing those blue colors right there, this could be debris that was picked up maybe 30 miles out to the south and west, still being picked up from that storm, lofted into the air. So this is a very dangerous storm pushing off towards the east-northeast right now. So we'll zoom on out, see if there's any more information. It looks like they added a severe thunderstorm warning, Wes, for parts of the northern parts of Coosa County, probably because of that leading edge of that line producing some straight line wind damage. So Coosa County, you're in the action. Either you're under a severe thunderstorm warning or you're under that tornado emergency. Now, that tornado emergencies are southeastern portions of the county. Areas farther north, that's where we're seeing significant heavy rainfall and perhaps damaging wind gusts up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So just want to give you that first alert, and we're getting more reports of this storm producing confirmation of a tornado and getting some damage, Wes. Yeah.
I was working to get this on for you here, Matt, so you could see it. This is from Pine Level. This is just as that tornado just crossed Interstate 65 here in Autauga County. So this is video just in from Josh Breckenridge from 59 in Pine Level, and you can see the tornado there crossing, and it is still producing damage. That is in Autauga County. Again, this is the tornado that's moving towards southern Coosa County. That is crossing 65 there. You can obviously see we have a debris cloud this is still producing damage here. Very well-defined wall cloud, and that view as that tornado tracks there, it's moving into Elmore County, about to cross the Coosa River and about to move into southern Coosa County. So again, that is a look just in. That is from Josh Breckenridge there of the tornado. You can see once again, let me go back and you can see a good visual on this. There you go. See that? So you can see the entire cloud there, the entire cloud structure. That's what we call the mesocyclone, but you have a very strong updraft in here. You have the wall cloud, and then you have the condensation funnel and the tornado, and what you're seeing is a debris cloud, and that's the indicator right there. You can see the debris being kicked up and being lofted up into the atmosphere. As Matt noted a few moments ago, in this cloud and in this storm, thousands of feet up, we have debris that we're detecting on radar, and that's how we can determine with the radar that we have a tornado. But this is a tornado now producing damage. This is moving through Autauga and Elmore County, and this is now approaching southern Coosa County. You're watching that here on WBRC Fox 6, giving you that first alert, southern Coosa County, for what is tracking in your direction. That is from Josh Breckenridge. Let's get back over to radar, and we'll come back to that view. Matt, as we track this now, you can see they're crossing up near Highway 231. Here is the tornado approaching near Pentonville Speed. I mentioned a few moments ago the Equality area, Equality, Nicksburg, Cottage Grove. So there's Highway 9, there's Highway 231, tornado approaching at this point. Now the Weather Service still looking at have we downgraded from tornado emergency, or are we still seeing?
It still says observed.
Okay.
So yeah, but definitely an intense storm. We're getting reports now out of Autauga County, multiple injuries, Wes.
So multiple injuries in Autauga County. Again, a lot of this just south of our coverage area, but I know we have a lot of folks, friends, family in this area, a lot of people traveling through this area at the moment, and we want to make sure we stay on top of this. This is a storm with some of the most destruction that we've seen so far today in parts of Selma. We just had reports there from Matt of injuries there around Autauga County as this is tracking on to the north and east, and this will soon cross back into our coverage area. Matt, go ahead and give some of those first alert times.
That's right. So if you're in Bradford, we're looking at a time of arrival of that rotation at 1:37, Kellyton at 1:38, and Alexander City at 1:40. So this storm is now pretty much moving into in Elmore County, and it's crossing that county borderline of Coosa and Elmore. So this is now starting to make its way into our southern portions of our area in southern Coosa County. Right now, if I had to guess, it looks like this rotation will probably stay to the south of Rockford. But if I'm still in Rockford, you're still in that polygon, so you need to make sure you're in your safe space, because this could be a strong tornado, most likely at some point, maybe an EF2 or greater. We'll obviously know once the National Weather Service surveys the damage, and they'll finalize those details. But for now, we're looking at an intense storm. The rotation is still very strong and is still making its way towards the east-northeast. So if you live in Alexander City, if you know people that live there, they need to be on alert immediately. They're not in that warning, but that warning will likely get extended if that rotation continues to push off towards the east-northeast at 50 to 55 miles per hour. But this is an intense storm. We're getting reports of injuries, getting reports of damage, so take this storm seriously. Once again, just to the north of this tornado warned storm, I'll take this information off towards the Bentleyville area. You're not in the tornado warning in Coosa County or in Stewartville, but you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. That's because you have this line, the leading edge of this, mainly this cold front, that's going to be producing 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe some large hail up to a quarter size, and of course very heavy rainfall in Coosa County. So Coosa's getting hit hard, and unfortunately that signature is crossing right along that border of Elmore and Coosa County. This is a confirmed tornado, and take this storm seriously, as this is rapidly moving up towards the north and east, likely going to be impacting Speed and maybe the Nicksburg area within the next 10 to 20 minutes. So take shelter immediately. Where do you go? You want to make sure you're in the central parts of your home, the lowest floor, away from windows. We always recommend a basement, and of course a lot of people might not have a basement, so we say a bathroom or a closet or a hallway. Grab a helmet, put the shoes on, and be ready for the storm as it rapidly moves off towards the north and east at 50 to 55 miles per hour. Wes?
Yeah, Matt, and just once again, this is some of that video coming in from Josh Breckenridge there at Pine Level. This is that tornado that we're tracking in Coosa County. You can see there the kicking up debris. That is in Pine Level, right there close to Interstate 65 south of Urbana in Chilton County as it crossed into Autauga County. But that's the tornado there moving to the north and east direction. Here it comes in here towards Speed, Pentonville. There's Rockford. This is Highway 231. Tornado is right here. Obviously, we can see that hook echo and maybe a bit of a debris signature in here as well, debris ball, as that moves towards Speed. But there's Highway 231 and the tornadoes moving into the Speed area. This is now in southern Coosa County. Again, a first alert for a tornado. This is a tornado emergency for southern Coosa County, a tornado producing damage. Still moving on the ground, still lofting debris that we're detecting, and this is moving towards Gilbert Drive there. Let's see, that's County Road 10. Let's get in here, Matt, on some of these roads. County Road 67, Nicksburg. I mentioned Equality is one of those areas. This is Highway 9 north-south through Coosa. There's Nicksburg, Equality, County Road 51, and this is Martin Road, I believe that we're seeing there. Yeah, Martin Road and County Road 67, Cook Road. If you're anywhere from Cook Road to Nicksburg, Cottage Grove, here's the tornado. It's about to be, I'll tell you what, right now it's actually on top of Highway 231 based on what we're seeing here with the radar view. So the tornado now crossing south of Rockford. That's going to put this around Speed, Highway 231, and that's going to move this towards Nicksburg over the next few moments here. So tornado tracking to the north and east, and that is the only tornado warning we have, but it is a bad one right now that is in the southern part of the area. I know we have a warning that's for Clay County. For the main thing that we're seeing here is straight line winds across Clay County. Could be some large hail, perhaps Ashland and Point South and east here over the next 30 minutes. You can see most of Talladega County while we still have some rumbles around Sylacauga. The severe threat has ended. The worst of this is south of you, but that is quite evident there that we've got a tornado on radar. And just looking further south, it looks like Chilton County severe threat is over for us. This has passed on by. This really, I know the southeast part of the county is still under a warning, but you can clearly tell this is now into Coosa County, but there is quite the curl there showing up in the radar signature, but a very, very strong indication still that we have a tornado, and Matt's got it highlighted here. You can see it's now crossing Highway 231. I mentioned around Pentonville and Speed. Hopefully, it looks like here about the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes, this will be on to the east of us. This is moving towards Equality and Nicksburg, Cottage Grove areas. There's Highway 9. You are in the path of this, Nicksburg and Equality, as this tracks on towards the east direction, giving you that first alert there for these storms moving to the east. Again, right there along Highway 9, seeing some strong rotation right now crossing around Highway 231 there over Coosa County. But a first alert now as we continue with a tornado emergency for southeastern Coosa County. Chilton County, I can sound the all clear for you. And look at this, Matt. Now we're seeing extreme rotation. We just got an update, and it just continues to cycle around and show indications of a tornado here. There's Gilbert Road and the Speed area now. Looks like this is just to the east of you. This is right around County Road 10. And looks like Dadeville, you had a, click that time again, Matt. If this holds together and the way this is moving, it really hasn't shown any signs of letting up. There's a chance that we may see this warning expanded on over into Tallapoosa County. So get ready here, Alexander City, to take action as this is getting really close to Tallapoosa County right now, moving to the north and east. That's about to cross Equality and Highway 9. So if you live anywhere around Highway 9, this even shows Kellington. You see that Kellington area, 139. So a first alert for a tornado moving towards the Kellington area there around 139. So this is moving to the north and east. Let me go back to check out the communication coming in. And what's been interesting here is how quickly, this has been such a short duration event for a lot of areas. I mean, for the rest of the day, and with that one exception, early this morning, we had the storms in the far northwest. You can see most of the area right now out of the severe weather threat. But once this clears Coosa County, that will be it. It's this one round that we're tracking moving through. You can see now still a strong debris signature. Debris tracker, that's what we're showing. Matt is bringing that up, and there's all kinds of debris with this tornado's kicking up as it moves through Coosa County. Look at that. If you ever see this, it doesn't pop up all the time, but anytime there is a very strong debris indications, you'll see that. That is the barren debris marker that we have on our First Alert AccuTrack system. And let's see, there is the looking at AccuTrack radar, BTI showing up at a 4.9, kind of interesting there. This is just looking at this now, I think it's safe to say the Speed community, this is east of us. This is now approaching Nicksburg. Matt, let's label some of these roads here. Let's get in here as well. I know we had County Road 67. There's County Road 81. There's Little Road. This is Coosa County that we're talking about now. If you live along Little Road, if you live in Nicksburg, County Road, Coosa County Road 67, we have a violent tornado, which all tornadoes often say are violent, but this one has produced quite a bit of damage today. It's still producing some damage. It's moving across Coosa County, and this is now approaching Nicksburg. So if you're in the Nicksburg area, a first alert for this approaching your area. This is going to be around County Road 20. As it moves to the north and east, you can see that tornado warning once again. There's Highway 9 being impacted, or Nicksburg, and along Highway 9 as it tracks to the northeast. And tornado warning is being drawn for Tallapoosa County. So here it comes. Our friend Gerald Satterwhite there with the National Weather Service, the team there doing an incredible job again today tracking these storms across the state, and they are about to issue a tornado warning. So take cover, Alexander City. This thing is still producing a tornado based on what we're seeing here. We've got debris, we've got strong rotation, extreme rotation, and that is approaching Alexander City. So Alexander City, take cover, tornado warning coming. Bulgars area, Greenbrier, northern shore of Lake Martin. If you're watching around New Site, if you're watching around Alexander City, Kellington already under a warning, but we're about to see a new tornado warning here for these areas. But here it comes into Nicksburg, those strong winds, that possible tornado from Equality up towards Cottage Grove, and that's going to be entering the Fish Pond area here, moving to the northeast direction and moving very quickly. So you have literally minutes. I've said this before. I always say use that 60-second rule anytime you have a tornado watch. If you can't get to a tornado-approved safe place when it comes to 60 minutes and you live in a mobile home and you can't get to that safe spot, you certainly want to make sure you have a plan in place in case a warning comes, a warning is issued. And we're about to have a tornado warning now for, it looks like Tallapoosa County, about to soon be added to a tornado warning. We're still under severe thunderstorm warnings for Clay County at this time. We're seeing the strongest of the winds look to be south of Delta. This is all south of the mountain. You can see down into Ashland right now. We're getting some strong wind gusts. Cleburne County, maybe some large hail in here. Also, watch out for that risk, quarter-size hail possible from Wadowee north towards Heflin. Probably also not the best time to be driving here between Anniston and the Georgia line based on what we're seeing here on radar. But more counties look to have been trimmed away from the, there it is, tornado warning. You can see the polygon takes us right across Alexander City. Matt, I'll let you jump in on this tornado watch because I know a lot of counties have been trimmed away from the watch.
That's right, Wes. So let's go ahead and get to it. And so here's the tornado watch that continues, and it's just for our eastern counties. And I would imagine probably within the next 30 minutes to an hour, most of us are going to be out of this tornado watch. But it still continues for Chilton, Coosa, Tallapoosa counties, obviously. Also Talladega, in Clay, Calhoun, Cleburne, and in Cherokee counties. But I anticipate most of these watches are going to be out of here by the time we go into, I don't know, 2:30 probably. But if you're traveling eastbound, notice the tornado watch is extended for north and central Georgia, and that's where those storms are traveling. So it's going to be pretty nasty in metro Atlanta. Imagine around rush hour in the evening. It's already bad enough when it's a sunny day in Atlanta. Imagine all those storms moving through. So it's going to be their problems for us. We've got another 30 minutes to an hour to go, and then we can breathe a sigh of relief. But then we're going to have to look at all the massive damage that we've seen from this particular storm. So you can see that tornado warning has now been extended. It's purple, so that means it is definitely a confirmed emergency, tornado emergency for Tallapoosa County. So if you live or know people that live in Alexander City, first alert, because that cell where it's rotating right here, it is making its way into southeast. It's already in Coosa County, but it's going to be making its way into Tallapoosa probably in the next 20 to 25 minutes. So take shelter immediately in Tallapoosa. This warning will continue up until 2:30 this afternoon. But this is a very dangerous storm. I'll move back into southeastern parts of Coosa County, Nicksburg area. That looks like that's where we're seeing the rotation. When green meets red, you want to get under the bed. So there it is, high rotation, likely a tornado in this area. It's rapidly moving off towards the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Fish Pond's in the way. Once again, Alex City, you're in the way as well with that storm. Cottage Grove, that circulation's just to the south, and this thing is moving rapidly to the north and east. But we're still getting a lot of reports. Yeah, still seeing those confirmations that the storm is still holding together, unfortunately. I'm going to look at the debris signature. Unfortunately, still seeing that debris. You see that blue right here just to the south and west of Nicksburg? That's lofted debris. That could be anything the storm has picked up. Trees, homes, who knows what is being lofted in the air. So that gives us that confirmation of a tornado. And of course, we've seen visuals and getting a lot of reports, unfortunately, of damage and injuries, Wes.
Yep. Get in here. This is a dangerous storm. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of reports here. We're looking at some incredible gate-to-gate shear on this. I mean, we're talking winds 150 plus miles per hour back to back when we look at some of the data. Bring in some of these pixel queries on this, Matt, and let's look at this. This is over Nicksburg right now, and you can see as we bring in some of the I was looking at some of the properties from the National Weather Service. They have actually issued a tornado emergency for Tallapoosa County. I know it's a tornado warning warning, but it's a tornado emergency that we have. That means we have a confirmed tornado, Alexander City, those areas. I just can't stress enough the importance of right now staying put, getting to that safe place, getting to that tornado safe room. If you're in a mobile home, you're actually better statistically outside of the mobile home when it comes to tornadoes, a ditch, a low spot. You don't want to try to outrun this at this point. You're putting yourself in even greater danger being in a vehicle trying to outrun this, moving 50 miles per hour. It's going to be closing in on Alexander City very, very shortly. But you can see as we track this across Nicksburg, the red to green, when green meets red, as Matt noted, get under the bed. That's the way to put it. I mean, that is the best way to put it, because you are looking at strong signs of rotation. Areas that need to be taking shelter right now. Again, this is moving into Tallapoosa County. This is kind of right there on that fine line between our station in Montgomery's WSFA. So I know our friends there, Josh Johnson, a buddy of mine, I know he's watching this closely, and that team, that First Alert team there in Montgomery as well. So whether it's SFA, WBRC, I know a lot of folks are between both stations here kind of watching what's going on, but you can see this is an emergency. This is a tornado that's producing damage, and this has produced damage across Selma, and we've seen some damage in Autauga County, but this one has actually been a long track. It has moved. It's a long track storm. It has moved across Elmore County, and now it's moving across Coosa County, and still seeing strong signs of a tornado that is going to be moving in towards Alexander City. But there it is right there. You can see it starts down here, moves across Autauga County, right there near Deatsville around Pine Level. That's where we had the video, and then it's moved into Coosa County and still showing some debris there as that now approaches Alexander City. Kellington, this is close. This is right around, it just crossed Highway 9. This has crossed Highway 9, so if you're in Equality, severe threat is north of us now. This has passed on by the tornado, now moving very close to Fish Pond. Very soon we'll be able to sound the all clear for Coosa County. There's Highway 22, so if you're watching me south of Highway 22 in Coosa County, around Nicksburg, it just moved across the Highway 9 here, and it's now staying right there just south of 22 and pushing in towards Fish Pond. This is going to be moving right into the southern part of the city here of Alexander City, the south part of the city. It looks like that yellow line is the one you need to follow there as far as the tornado track, which would bring this right here across Alexander City. This is the tornado. See right there, the green to red, that is the rotation, and that is now right there around Oak Road. Okay, if you're watching around Oak Road, that is where the tornado is located in southeastern Coosa County and tracking to the north and east direction. So we have a tornado, observed tornado. The threat, this is the word from the Weather Service, catastrophic. Quarter size, 1.75 inch hail. We're looking over quarter size around Tallapoosa County. So we're looking at maybe even tennis ball size hailstones perhaps there, Matt, as this moves to the north, and looks like confirmed large and destructive tornado over Highway 9. Confirmed large and destructive tornado and Highway 22 near Equality, moving northeast at 55.
Yeah, Wes, and also as you go into Tallapoosa County, we have Wind Creek State Park. It's a campground. People are out there and they need to go into a safe building. So if you know anyone in that area, in the Wind Creek State Park area, make sure you give them a text, a call. Like, there's a massive storm coming and you don't have you have very little time to get to a safe spot. You don't need to be in a vehicle. You definitely don't want to be camping outside. Find a sturdy structure and make sure you're away from windows. So if you know anyone in Tallapoosa County, Alex City points to the south, this is where that storm is moving through. I will say this, the signature doesn't look as well defined as it did before, but still likely seeing a tornado moving through the Fish Pond area, making its way out of Coosa County and eventually into Tallapoosa County, moving into the eastern region. So this is a very violent storm, a tornado emergency, and we're getting a lot of, I'm seeing unfortunately a lot of reports of damage, people trapped, seeing injuries. It's dangerous, so be careful. If you know anyone that's in southeastern Coosa County going into Tallapoosa and the Alexander City. So this is a confirmed tornado emergency. When you see that pink purplish polygon, take business. This is a big deal. This storm is moving through the area. Further to the north, we're still seeing a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern parts of Clay County, but that storm system is starting to move on out, and we'll start to see that warning cleared out. So we're seeing some major improvement for most of central Alabama. Right now, we're just focusing on Coosa County, moving into Tallapoosa. So Alex City, anyone that's in that area, take shelter. It looks like that circulation is just to the south, and we just got a new little time frame. In the Dadeville area, 152 is when that circulation could make its way into your area, and Camp Hill at 2 p.m. So we're talking about another 30 to 35 minutes of this cell moving directly off towards the northeast at 50 to 55 miles per hour. So don't know if you got any more information, Wes, but this is a dangerous storm.
It's a very dangerous storm, Matt. And you mentioned Wind Creek State Park. It looks like the Willow Golf Course is there, the Willow Golf Club that's on Lake Martin, Willow Point area. It looks like north of there, that's where this will be crossing at Lake Martin. So for folks, again, if you have friends, loved ones in this area, text, call, send a message. If they're at Wind Creek Park area, they need to be getting to a substantial shelter. You do not want to be caught in a camper. And as this approaches, we've got a tornado on the ground producing damage. All the reports still showing that this is lofting debris. Every scan that we get in, we still see those debris signatures showing up. And that's about to move into Tallapoosa County. That Wind Creek Park is right in this area. There's Alexander City. This is Lake Martin, right in this area. This is about to cross, that is Highway 63. That's about to cross Highway 63 there in Tallapoosa County. So giving you the first alert, Highway 63 about to be impacted. This is now moving out of Coosa County right there around Fish Pond. This has passed to the east now. If you're listening in around Equality, those areas, you are safe now. The storm has moved on through. We're now looking at a tornado emergency pushing into Tallapoosa County and moving in along the northern shore of Lake Martin. This is around Alexander City. You can see the Bulgars area, and this is moving in closer to places like Greenbrier and Piney Point. This is moving now into Tallapoosa County, Wind Creek State Park area, as I mentioned earlier, and also around the Lake Winds Golf Course area. They're south of Alexander City. Lake Winds Golf Course area. That's another location that's going to be here in the path of this. So if you're familiar, some of these locations I'm calling out, get to that tornado shelter. This is still showing a strong sign. Matt, let's go ahead and update the timing on this. Almost looks like we're seeing more of a little bit of a right turn on this here. Looks like the Camp Hill area at 2:02, Dadeville at 1:54. So giving you the first alert times. Dadeville 1:54, Camp Hill area around 2:02 there on those first alert times as this moves to the east.
Yeah, Wes, the good news right now, that circulation is now out of Coosa County, so that tornado warning has been canceled. So right now, in the viewing area of where we cover, everyone is tornado warning free. However, it's a big story for Tallapoosa. It's just next door. You might be able to still get a signal from us, or maybe you're watching us, streaming us, and we just want to give you that first alert near Mount Zion. It looks like the circulation is just to the south of Alex City. So Alexander City still in that polygon, in that tornado, so we want to make sure you take shelter immediately. Make sure you're underground or in a basement or in the lower end of your floor or into a bathroom, closet, bathroom. Make sure you're taking, just make sure you're staying safe as the storm's moving off towards the north and east, but still showing a well-defined circulation. I'm going to show the velocity real quick, and as you can see, we're still seeing that circulation where green and red meet. That shows the wind going towards and away from the radar, and of course when they meet can get that circulation. So in the Mount Zion area, right along, it's like Highway 63, that's where we're seeing that circulation right now. So Lake Hill Estates, there's 280 right now. 280 can be pretty busy. So make sure the circulation is moving through. Make sure no one's driving along 280 between Alex City, Lake Hills Estates, because that circulation will be crossing there in a matter of minutes. So we'll do an overview real quick. I'll show you the radar. We'll zoom out. We'll note there's some isolated showers trying to develop again in Fayette and Walker into Winston counties. Don't worry, your severe threat's over with. All that unstable air, it's out of the area. So you're not going to see any severe weather, but you might see some pockets of heavy rain, maybe a rumble of thunder. But all the active weather, once again, our far southeastern counties moving into Georgia. So it's going to be a mess for the evening commute for Metro Atlanta. But we still have that tornado emergency for Tallapoosa County, Wes.
Yeah, it looks like most of the area is clear as we look at this, Matt. Anniston area, you can see off to the east. The storm's now pushing into Cleburne County, so Calhoun County, we can sound the all clear. Very soon, we'll see the threat over for Clay County, and we're still watching what's happening there in Coosa County with that storm. As Matt mentioned, the circulations in Tallapoosa County at this time, but this is still a tornado emergency situation, so we need to stay on this for folks. There's a lot of people that can still watch us here in Alexander City, and you know, a tornado is like a rogue missile. I mean, these things change so quickly in the direction, in the path, and we want to give you those first alert times here so you know exactly where this is going. And you can see it's moving towards the Sessions area, Greenbrier, northern portions of Lake Martin at this time, tracking to the east direction, but this is almost out of Coosa County, so soon we should be allowed to expire that warning. So we're waiting on that from the Weather Service. This just in, this is another photo. This is that tornado as it crossed right there at Pine Level. This is a photo from this is from Stacy Stowe at Pine Level. This is I-65 in Autauga County. That's that same area. We're showing some of that video, but you see the tornado right there. Very column oriented tornado, and it's lofting that debris that we've been seeing back in towards Coosa County. But you can see the rain-free base, and this is kind of what Ryan Carty saw in Selma. And once these pass, what happens is that rain will kind of wrap in around behind the tornado, so you lose that visibility. You start to see that tornado get kind of rain wrapped the further east it goes from any particular location. But that's still what we're tracking, is that storm here. Matt's zoomed in over Tallapoosa County, and we have good signs that there's still debris being lofted with this, roughly along 22 and back in towards Coosa or Tallapoosa County. There's Alexander City, and that's right over Wind Creek Park at this time. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings, we have tornado emergencies, a lot of different warnings going on here across the county. Those winds gusting over 60 miles per hour there. Matt's putting the indication of where some of those strongest winds at the moment are located right there. You can see 70-mile-per-hour winds right there moving through Tallapoosa County as this tracks to the northeast. But that warning, you can see, expires at 2:30. So this is a tornado warning, tornado emergency in effect until 2:30 this evening. Matt, it looks like further north, though, most of our area, we can sound the all clear. This was it, that one line, and here we are not even at 2 o'clock yet, and we're seeing most of this completely out of here. But this has been a fast-moving system, and certainly these areas to the south where we had the greatest instability, that's where we did see, unfortunately, some of these tornadoes materialize.
That's right. And Wes, you know, the other thing that we're going to be focusing on now that these storms are moving through is going to be the wind and the cold temperatures, because tomorrow we're going to go from spring today to winter-like conditions or winter conditions tomorrow, because we're going to have cold air filtering in. We could be in the 30s and 40s tomorrow afternoon, and yes, there is a chance we could see some wraparound moisture producing some light rain and maybe even some snow flurries or snow showers. Don't get worked up, because temperatures will remain above freezing and surface ground temperatures are well above freezing as well. So not we're going to see any major issues, but it's just going to be very cold and very windy across the region. But here's the overview. Once again, noting there are some isolated showers developing once again in Fayette, in Walker, and in Winston counties, but nothing severe expected. Most of the severe weather is now out of the area. The main focus now, Georgia and also Tallapoosa County. And of course, Tallapoosa, we have that tornado emergency where we're seeing that strong rotation. I will note, though, in the recent scans, it looks like it is weakening. Definitely some great news. But unfortunately, I'm just seeing and hearing and reading a lot of reports of damage from this storm that's went through parts of Elmore County. Wes?
Yeah, and I'm seeing here some reports of some damage. Highway 25 south towards Fonsdale Road. I'm just seeing some reports here coming in from parts of West Alabama where we've had some of these storms crossing earlier today, but we're going to get our news team, of course, is going to have much more on some of these reports that are coming in across the area. We want to stay on this as the storm tracks across Tallapoosa County. Let's go back to the wide view, Matt. Again, this is where we have the tornado warning. We have mostly a lot of rain. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning for northern, now it looks like northern Clay County's been added to a severe thunderstorm warning. Basically anywhere along this line to the north, we could have some rogue wind gusts. Some of the high resolution data last night was saying we might see another little pocket of showers and storms that might try to develop back to the north and west. There's a chance if we did see something like that, especially to the far north, with the kind of system that we're looking at here, it wouldn't shock me if we still had some very small hail reported with some of that activity to the far north. But the main show, the main event, this is it, that line that's moving through. And once we get this out of here, the threat for tornadoes ends. You can see the tornado watch has been trimmed away. We're still showing the watch over, looks like Talladega, Chilton County, and points to the east, but hopefully soon we'll be able to trim away even those counties. Certainly you can tell the lines move through, but the watch should expire very soon. We're not going to have a tornado. The Chilton County threat has ended. Obviously you see storms are east of us now. They're east of Talladega, east of Anniston in those locations. So watching this, Tania, do you have any additional information there? I know you were tracking, showing some of those pictures coming in. We had a lot of hail reports, and it would be interesting to kind of see what we're getting here with these storms moving through Clay County. I know we still have a severe thunderstorm warning, but are we still seeing the kind of pictures that we were seeing there across? Well, we'll check in here in a few moments with Tania, but so far a lot of what we're seeing with these severe storms to the north, we're seeing large hail reports in those areas. We're also seeing that's mostly what we're seeing with the severe storms. Matt, you can jump in, but yeah, to the north, no reports right now, at least, with what just moved through Clay County of wind-related damage. Are you seeing anything?
Looks like I'm getting reports there could be possible injuries in Coosa County from that storm that moved through Elmore. So not confirmed yet, but we're getting those reports and unfortunately getting those confirmation that this storm is producing damage and causing some significant issues. Let's go ahead and I want to show you where that tornado watch is for now, see if anything has been cleared. We're still holding on to that tornado watch out for our far eastern counties, but like I said, I think the threat's pretty much over with for Cherokee, Calhoun, Talladega, and Chilton counties. It's mainly Clay into maybe far eastern Coosa counties that are still seeing those significant impacts. I also want to show you what's going on with the temperatures outside. So where we're getting all that heavy rain, those temperatures are in the upper 50s and lower 60s. We have warmed up behind the main line of storms, but that's because that cold front's just about to make its way through. So it is very warm in Jasper and Fayette. You might think, hey, it's kind of unstable. Maybe it's very warm. Could we see severe storms? But thankfully, most of that energy is out to the east, so you don't have to worry too much about any severe weather, just some showers that could develop as some dry air starts to filter in. But look at these wind speeds. Non-thunderstorm, we have the wind advisory out until I believe 6 p.m. unless it has been extended, but it's going to be windy this afternoon, this evening, and really going into tonight and tomorrow because we're going to see those northerly winds. But look at those winds in Fayette, 20 miles per hour, Hamilton at 22, and of course can't rule out gusts up to 30 to 40 miles per hour, and that's not even with thunderstorms. So it's a pretty dynamic weather system. It happens all the time here in this winter and spring months when you're transitioning from a warm air mass to a cold air mass. So this is what we're going to be dealing with over the next several hours, is those windy conditions. But here's another view of the radar. Nasty storms moving into Georgia, the Carrollton area just west of metro Atlanta. We have lingering severe storms in Cleburne counties, but I think that warning is likely going to be canceled very soon. Clay County, you're all clear. Your warning has been canceled. I think it got canceled about 2 minutes ago at 1:45. And just lingering showers now in Coosa with the significant storm now in Tallapoosa heading off towards the northeast rapidly at 50 miles per hour.
All right, Matt, a lot of photos coming in on the First Alert Weather app. Obviously a stormy day, especially for these areas to the south. But this was the scene there, Sylacauga, earlier as that line of storms crossed. Mostly a lot of rain. You see a lot of cars stopped there as that storm made its way through. Some gusty winds in the area, but mostly what we saw, just a lot of wind and rain that pushed through. That is from Jim and Sylacauga. We've got some images, and this is the thing I was talking about. This is from Michelle, said had a boyfriend working in Selma at the mill, and I know there's a lot of people that are working out of town that are in different locations, and that's why it always helps to spread the word. But you can see that tornado as it was moving into the Selma area earlier, but that was from Michelle, and that's where we first started really seeing some of that significant damage right there around the Selma area. This is from Angie Kirkland. This is in Oak Grove right outside of Sylacauga, so there was some large hail there with those storms that moved through, and that's mostly what we're seeing now with the severe thunderstorm warnings in the far eastern part of the state moving through Randolph and into Cleburne counties. This is from Chelsea, some large hail. So if you did sustain some damage, if you're wondering, well, did my roof have hail damage? Well, you can see we do have some indications here. Obviously, some large hail with some of these storms. This was at Jacksonville State University from Isabella Smith. The view earlier here in the Jacksonville JSU area as those storms moved through. We didn't have a tornado warning, but we certainly had some of those gusty winds there at Jacksonville. This was at Ballantree, right there at Pelham. We were calling you out earlier. That was Janet. That was some large hailstones that moved through there. But certainly these storms making themselves known as they moved across the state. This is from also from Ballantree, and this is a view from Jemison as those storms moved through. And Claire is standing by, and Claire, we're seeing sadly some of these damage photos coming in from the south. Looks quite significant in some areas.
Hey Wes, that's right, and a lot of them coming into our sister station WSFA in Montgomery, so I want to go ahead and show them to you. So this is a look at the storm. This was in Elmore County. Again, our sister station tweeting that a viewer shared this photo as a tornado passed through Elmore County. So that is in Elmore County. And then I'm going to scroll down here, and our one of our former producers actually shared this picture of funnel cloud taken by Stacy Stow. This was at the Pine Level exit off I-65 in Autauga County, and you can see there in the distance what appears to be a tornado. So pretty dangerous there. Now, our sister station also retweeting this picture from Selma. Some of the damage, the person who posted this said that the damage path is about a mile wide and debris was scattered up to 16,000 feet. So you can really see the devastation in some of these pictures there. Again, this is just in the Montgomery and Selma areas. We've had damage really reported all across the state. I want to go to Winston County and show you some pictures. This is in Del Mar. This was off County Road 28. These pictures were sent to our Lyndon Blake by Ashley Richardson. So you can see a trampoline damage there, and it appears to be a boat there in a backyard. Also, it looks like this shed or cover was crumpled in the storm that moved through this morning. Also, this is a pretty powerful picture. You can see trees down, trees on top of a car, on top of a truck right there. It looks like they were just snapped in half. And we have this one, so you can see debris just scattered about the yard right there. Now, we also had some damage in North Alabama. So Lawrence County, the medical center there, it had damage. The CEO said mostly it's the roof that had damage, and they were able to get all of the patients out of the area where there was the most damage. They were able to move them safely to another area of the medical center, and no one was hurt, so that is the good news. But you can see some significant damage there. Also in Decatur, a lighthouse toppled over. Decatur police tweeted a picture similar to this and some other pictures from this area in Decatur showing some of the damage. Now, the Morgan County Sheriff's Department up in North Alabama tweeted that they had some injuries, but they have not specified where any injuries were from the storms this morning. They are still working to get to some of the hard-hit areas. So we don't have that information, but they did indicate that there were some injuries from the storms that rolled on. So again, we're going to be monitoring all of this. We're really collecting all of these pictures and images. We've got crews out all over our coverage area working to get video, and of course we will continue to have updates throughout the afternoon. We have our 3:30 digital newscast, which you can watch on all of our streaming platforms, and then of course our news at 4, 5, and 6. Let's go back to you in the studio now.
And certainly keep us posted there on what's happening. Let's get back to radar. Matt just notified me that we did see that tornado warning. Matt, I'm going to let you explain this, Matt, because we do have some power outages across the state, but that tornado emergency has been downgraded. It's still a tornado warning, just not a tornado emergency. And you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Right, Wes. Yeah, so that storm is starting to weaken a little bit. They've extended a severe thunderstorm warning out towards the east. But what we're looking at right now is the current power outages. We have had those storms move through. Also, we have those winds associated with that wind advisory, not even associated with those thunderstorms. So I want to show you per county. In Jefferson County, it looks like we've got about 2,000 people without power right now just in Jefferson County. And we didn't even have thunderstorm warnings here, but we had intense rain, wind, and lightning from that line that moved on through. But you can see these colors down towards the south of Chilton County, in the Selma area, of course, where we know for a fact there was likely a strong, violent tornado. Over 10,000 people without power right now. And then as we go even farther to the east into parts of Elmore, where we know where we've seen damage and reports, 5,000. So obviously we're seeing more power outages in our southern counties, and that's where we've seen most of that unstable air across the region. I'll go ahead and get back right to that radar, and you can see most of this nasty weather is off towards the east. I'll go ahead and put up the warnings and all the other stuff on here so you can see what's going on. But you can see in parts of Chambers County, they put a severe thunderstorm warning out. And there's that tornado warned storm. It's no longer an emergency. It looks like the rotation has weakened, which is great news. But the storm is drifting off towards the east into Chambers and eventually moving into West Georgia towards the LaGrange area, which I'm sure Peachtree City National Weather Service is going to be monitoring that. But it's still an intense storm showing the velocity. You can still see a pretty distinct signature, if not anything, maybe some damaging winds up to 40 to 60 miles per hour as it's getting closer towards the Denver area. Dudleyville seeing maybe some strong winds as well, and this is all pushing rapidly off towards the east-northeast. But definitely where we're seeing the cell cycle and where we've had reports of tornadoes, we're seeing thousands of people without power. So it's going to be a long cleanup process. The Weather Service is going to have to go out over the next day or two to survey the damage, but most of the severe threat here locally is now pushing out of the area. So I believe I'm going to toss it on over to Wes for more updates.
Yeah, Matt, this is, I got permission from Aquita Bennett to share this. This is some of the damage you can see. This is south, Fonsdale Road, Highway 25 south. This is there in Hale County, and you can see some of the damage. You know, we were talking about the Greensboro area, but you can see right there, see a lot of insulation, definitely some a home that's been heavily damaged there, a lot of trees toppled, but that's some video coming in right now from Highway 25 south. That's Fonsdale Road there, so Highway 25. So that was that storm that was moving in towards the Greensboro area earlier, but just some of the video to show. And we've got a lot of these videos coming in. I want to show you one more that was from earlier. Let me see. This was the tornado as it was crossing Interstate 65, very close to the Pine Level area. Earlier you could see the funnel, and when you zoom in, you can see the debris that's being lofted there with that tornado as it moved across Interstate 65 at Pine Level. That was moving from Autauga County into Elmore County. As Matt noted, we had some debris reported with that tornado, but this happened, this was earlier. Again, no active warning right now for Autauga County. In fact, we're seeing those warnings being trimmed away. A lot of storm reports out there. Want to head over to Tania Michelle meteorologist Tania Michelle standing by as we continue to watch these storms exit to the east. What kind of reports are we seeing, Tania? Especially, I know we've had a lot happening to the south. What about, closer to the heart of the area?
Yeah, exactly. So let's talk about that right now. Right now I have pulled up a half-inch hail report that was reported in Chelsea, Alabama around 11:35. So as the storm has wiped through, we're seeing areas that have experienced the gusty winds, the hail, and also the damage from the winds. We can talk about that too. As I look up here over towards Gadsden, this is in Reese City. We see a tree was down near a road over towards in Reese City, Alabama, and that's around 11:01. So those gusty winds really created lots of damage as well too. And now where we're seeing other reports from where winds were definitely very, very strong and gusty. It looks like another report here says a tree was down along Howell Cove Road, at Glade Road, and along Stemley Bridge Road. And this is in Cove, Alabama. And this is in Talladega County. And this was around 12:01 p.m. So like I mentioned before, and like Wes and Matt and also Mickey earlier, this is a very, very severe weather that swiped through central Alabama. And the gusty winds was definitely a huge component to why we're seeing all of this damage. And then another wind report from Anniston, Alabama. Damaging winds from the thunderstorm that went through Anniston in Calhoun County, a tree on structure along Isabel Avenue. And so now as we're watching this storm move further to the east, it looks like the severity of our warnings are now over Randolph County, Cleburne County, and we're still seeing the thunderstorm warning over towards eastern in Alexander City, out further east of Alexander City in Tallapoosa County there. But this wind report, or this was actually another hail report in Clay County, report of pea-sized hail along State Lake Road in Barfield, Alabama. So we're seeing hail creating lots of damage from the storms that's wiped through our area, wind damage, and when that tornado wiped through, I mean, that really just destroyed properties and homes. And so we're definitely sending our prayers out to those of you who have experienced that such of loss from this storm wiping through. But we are seeing the end of it. So that is the bright side to this, that this happened very, very quickly over the last couple of hours. And now we're getting that after effect. So we do have reports of cleanup crews out in areas trying to restore power and electricity, as well as cleaning up roads from trees that have fallen and blocked roadways. So just keep that in mind as you are driving out and about today. If you see and notice damage, just take it careful on the roads, drive slower if you have to, and keep an eye out for things that could make travel a little bit more difficult, especially on your commute home from work. One more report that I have here. Let's see if I can find another one. This was quarter-size hail in Alexander City. This is in Tallapoosa County. We saw some more wind damage up towards Blount County. This was around 9:50 a.m. So this is a lot earlier. This is just from the winds, and a tree down along 7 Bark Road. And this was estimated, the time was estimated on the radar from when this happened, but they're saying it happened around 9:50 a.m. And this is just from the damaging wind gusts that we saw from this storm system wiping through. Let's go look at Walker County. A half-inch hail estimated in Gamble community, and this can cause damage to homes and lots of properties as well too. So we're seeing that storm walk through, but I'm going to send it back to Wes, who has more updates on the severe weather that we're seeing through central Alabama. Wes?
All right, Tania, a lot of reports there that you have, and let me go back to, I was looking at some of these videos. I'm getting so many hail reports and videos from the storms from earlier that moved on through, just going through a lot of the videos and photos. But a lot of what we've been seeing is happening in these areas to the south. But the tornado emergency, I just want to point, has been expanded into Chambers County, Alabama. Now, this is moving well out of the area right now, but this is continuing on. If you have interest in this area, that's the tornado. It's about to exit Tallapoosa County and now moving into Chambers County. So Chambers County, we have a first alert for a tornado emergency. Matt, let's get the big picture here. We're about to send it back to programming since all this is moving out, and that's it. You know, it's a fast-moving system, more of a morning into early afternoon. There are a couple of areas where we're getting some showers trying to redevelop. It wouldn't surprise me if we did see a small storm here, maybe a rumble of thunder, but the risk for tornadoes has come to an end for the entire entire area, at least the WBRC Fox 6 coverage area. This has now cleared Chilton, Coosa, Clay. This has moved out of Calhoun County and now moving on to the east into Georgia. You can see there are some warnings happening right there. So what we're going to do right now, we are going to send it to programming here since we're at the top of the hour. Of course, we'll be back. Lots of updates coming up at 4 o'clock. Expect all this to move on out. Tonight, the attention turns to colder weather that's going to be moving in for tomorrow. Temperatures, well, it's going to be a struggle to break into the low 40s. So we are going to see a big turnaround in those temperatures there during the day tomorrow. We'll have more on that. The full forecast coming up. Weather every 6 minutes. Be sure to join us at 4 o'clock on WBRC Fox 6 News.